Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 89, The Sadako Incident. Naoxu had never experienced such intense fear. Since she was little, she had always been timid. Even simple courage tests with classmates left her trembling. But now, on the verge of graduating high school, the world had pulled a cruel trick. Curses were real. News of horrifying supernatural events exploded across the internet. The only shred of comfort she had was the existence of jujutsu sorcerers. Unlike the infatuated squealing of her classmates, Naoxu felt genuine relief knowing that someone, somewhere, could fight back. Still, she'd never seen a curse herself. That is, until last night. Her former middle school classmate, someone she hadn't spoken to in years, suddenly sent her a video. She tapped it without much thought. On screen, a dim forest appeared, and in the center, a crumbling stone well. She immediately recognized the reference. Sadako. The cursed videotape. Panic gripped her. She shut the video instantly, but cold sweat drenched her back. Her old friend sent several frantic messages afterward, filled with typos and panic. Apologies. Desperation. He confessed he'd shared the video to survive and begged her to do the same. If this had happened a few months ago, she might have dismissed it as a joke. But now, with curses known to be real, only one thought crossed her mind. This is a real curse event. Through her mounting fear, a memory surfaced, the emergency hotline for supernatural incidents. Rumor had it someone who dialed it randomly was taken away by the jujutsu authorities. Her hands shaking, she made the call. A soft, composed woman answered. She listened patiently to Naoxu's explanation, took down her details, and stayed on the line to calm her down. Oddly, though terror pressed in on her, Naoxu found herself steadying. It wasn't that she wasn't scared, her fingers trembled, her breath was short, but some inner strength allowed her to think clearly. She even planned an escape in case the curse targeted her home. She wouldn't let her sleeping parents get dragged into this. She kept chatting with the woman on the line, unaware that the operator was just as shaken. Unlike civilians, supervisors and jujutsu staff fully understood what Sadako meant. After listening to Naoxu's account, the operator triggered the highest emergency protocol she was authorized to use. The moment she heard a curse was spreading via a video, she panicked. This sounded like an imagined special grade. The type born not from history, but from the collective belief of the masses. Fortunately, help had already been dispatched. Sorcerers were on their way, and even a special grade had been mobilized. Her job now was to keep the victim calm. That, she did not expect to be easy. But Naoxu surprised her. She was, almost composed. And after a bit of small talk, the operator could feel the tension lifting. Don't worry. A special grade sorcerer is on the way. Until then, you'll be escorted to a safe location. The mention of a special grade snapped Naoxu's attention. Her heart skipped. She immediately thought of the three most famous names in the jujutsu world. Just the idea of one of them coming in person gave her hope. She asked who it would be. The operator told her. Special grade sorcerer, Kamihara Hajime. Hearing the name, Naoxu's breath caught in her throat. Of course she knew him. Everyone did. She'd watched the broadcast on the first day of public disclosure. His performance was brief, but unforgettable. Her classmates had screamed and fawned over him, especially when he unleashed his technique. The memory still rang in her ears. If they find out I'm about to meet Hajime-san in person, they'll explode with envy. That thought made her flush, but the doorbell broke her chain of thought. Hearing her parents stir, she rushed to the door. Through the peephole, three figures in black suits stood outside. Her heart eased slightly. They confirmed her identity and swiftly led her to a car. Her parents, still groggy, were told everything would be explained. She left quietly. The safe point turned out to be a reinforced building in the suburbs, its interior laced with protective talismans. She was led into a barrier-isolated room with just a chair and headphones. The supervising voices continued reassuring her, but anxiety gnawed at her gut. Then it happened. 23 minutes and 15 seconds after she entered the room, a fluctuation in cursed energy triggered the alarm. She screamed. The observers, stunned, watched as the concrete floor of the room twisted and reshaped into damp soil and tangled weeds, just like the cursed video. It only lasted a few seconds, but it was enough. No curse appeared, but the sheer surrealism of the transformation terrified her. Even outside the room, the sorcerers were frozen in fear. Their highest grade combatant was only a grade 2. If Sadako appeared now, they wouldn't stand a chance. The tension remained unbearable until their backup arrived. Kamihara-sama, here's the report. The cursed individual is within the barrier, but it's not working. About 10 seconds ago, the curse triggered a localized phenomenon inside. Kamihara Hajime reviewed the briefing. The first victim, Naoxu's friend, was already confirmed dead. Based on preliminary analysis, the curse's propagation mimicked the fictional story, a videotape. But unlike the original legend, the delay wasn't 7 days. It could kill within minutes or hours. Is she still inside? He received a nod and entered. Inside, Naoxu sat trembling. She looked up at him, eyes wide, and whispered. Hajime-san. He paused. It was the first time someone addressed him with such reverence. Usually, people just shortened his name or added some dumb nickname. Only Gojo-sensei got the "sama" treatment. But Kamihara Hajime quickly composed himself. He sat beside her. Are you experiencing anything unusual, physically or mentally? She shook her head, still stunned that someone her age could look so composed. Her fear melted away just seeing him. Her gaze drifted to the small owl perched on his shoulder, a cursed corpse. Then she blurted out. Are you live streaming? He smiled faintly. Yeah. This curse spreads through video, so we're being careful. Don't worry, you won't be on camera. I've already adjusted the angle. The sudden attention still made her panic a little. The idea that millions might be watching made her blush in embarrassment. Unbeknownst to her, the stream's chat had exploded. Viewers gushed about Hajime's calm voice and demeanor. Even though the girl had clearly suffered a traumatic encounter, many jokingly begged to switch places with her. Hajime, of course, ignored all that. After easing her nerves with light conversation, he slowly returned to the topic. It was definitely a special grade imagined cursed spirit. Worse, its propagation method was wide-reaching. The internet alone could spread the curse worldwide. He suddenly thought of the 88 bridge incident, and how even now, Tsumaki remained in a coma. That curse hadn't been the only one. And this might be the kind of thing behind it. His expression turned cold. He called the spellcasters outside and requested Naoxu's phone. The original video was still in her message history. Her phone had been confiscated earlier. After setting the barrier and having the monitoring devices removed, he handed the cursed corpse to her for safety. I'll watch it myself. If it targets me, I'll deal with it. He sat down, loaded the video, and hit play. A dim forest. A dry stone well. The soundless pressure that clung to the cursed video felt suffocating. Then, slowly, a pale figure crawled out. White dress. Black hair. The uncanny crawl. It was an almost perfect recreation of Sadako from the horror films. Kamihara Hajime was no fan of horror, but he'd seen classics. None of them compared to the real thing. Still, he wasn't afraid. He was a sorcerer. He killed curses. No matter how terrifying the figure was, he could destroy her. And yet. He tilted his head slightly. Actually, she's kind of well-proportioned under that dress. Then the image glitched. A decayed eye filled the screen. Rotting flesh. Black hair spilling everywhere. The image swelled with cursed energy. Kamihara Hajime narrowed his eyes. So that's your game. Sadako. Chapter 90, Cursed Video, Special Grade Encounter. The terrifying face on the screen lunged forward, making Kamihara Hajime retract his earlier thoughts. What lay beneath the curtain of long, black hair was not human. A single rotten eye stared out from a face stripped of all other features, no nose, no mouth, nothing that could be called human. Hajime couldn't even confirm if the thing had a body beneath the white clothes and tangled hair. He stared into the screen's eye for several seconds before the footage cut back to the stone well. The entire video was short, abrupt. What once might have been dismissed as a cheap horror clip was now a genuine, deadly curse. Across from him, Naoxu, still clutching the awl-shaped cursed corpse, watched nervously. When Hajime put down his phone and no signs of a curse manifesting followed, he asked for an update on the previous victim. The woman's heart had rotted away without a single mark on her skin. She died alone in her apartment, and neighbors hadn't noticed anything strange. So far, the curse seemed to kill only those who viewed the video, suggesting it operated remotely or from a long distance. Whether it could curse multiple people at once was still unknown. The so-called initial spreader was likely not the first. There must be others who forwarded the video, unseen, unreported, perhaps already dead. As Hajime took the cursed corpse back from Naoxu, the stream audience wailed, their view had just gone dark. Hajime's profile appeared only occasionally now as he moved out of camera frame. While considering how best to draw the curse out, a new report arrived. Someone else had watched the video and called for help, but they were panicking, driving aimlessly across town. The operator barely managed to get their location before the signal weakened. Hajime moved fast. He couldn't leave Naoxa behind. If the curse targeted victims sequentially, she might trigger another outbreak near the base. Bringing her was the safest option. They got into the car and drove toward the last known signal. Meanwhile, somewhere on the highway, Asano Ichiki, 37, was the image of a model citizen, university-educated, a mid-level manager, husband to a childhood sweetheart, father of a bright little girl. Ever since the public revelation of Jujutsu, he'd watched his company thrive under the rising demand for curse-related media. They'd even hired a self-proclaimed, wild, Jujutsu sorcerer to lend their programs authenticity. Though the man wasn't powerful by professional standards, he knew how to entertain. Asano produced shows featuring him, talks, faux tutorials, even, behind the curtain, curse discussions for curious viewers. He believed the worst of the curse era was behind them. Life had continued smoothly. Until yesterday. Browsing his hobby forum, Asano opened what he thought was a video from a beginner asking about a new model kit. What played was a familiar sight: forest, stone well, dread dripping from every frame. It hit him all at once. He'd seen this before, years ago with his wife during a movie night. Back then, her fear had made him feel brave. Now, he was alone and terrified. The video vanished almost instantly. He couldn't even confirm if it had truly played. Gripped by panic, Asano lied to his wife, claiming he had to work late. He fled their home in his car, barely able to think. On the road, he scoured social media and found the official Jujutsu emergency contact. Relief came only when he was told that a special-grade sorcerer had been dispatched. But then the road changed. The pavement around him was suddenly overrun with half-dead weeds, and trees that hadn't been there moments ago rose like skeletal arms along the roadside. He hit the gas. The operator's voice in his ear was distant now, barely comprehensible over static and the roar of his engine. Every tree looked unnatural. The headlights barely illuminated a few feet ahead. He couldn't even see the passenger seat beside him. Then he saw it. A flash of white, long hair, no face. A second later, a withered well appeared on the road where the figure had stood. He swerved. The car twisted violently and smashed into a tree. The airbag saved his life, but his head swam. Through blurred vision, he spotted a figure standing before the well. And then, no signal. Not far away, the tracking system in Hajime's vehicle lost connection with Asano's phone. That area wasn't remote, the signal shouldn't have vanished. Curse outbreak, Hajime muttered. New intel confirmed his suspicion. The curse had likely begun to manifest in full. I'll take her ahead. You return, he told the driver. Without waiting, Hajime grabbed Naoxa's wrist and activated his technique. The world froze. Cars, streetlights, even insects in midair, locked in time like painted scenery. Hajime pulled her from the car, apologizing briefly. Then the whirlwind began. Reality bent around them, scenery flickering like ink on wet parchment. To Naoxu, it was surreal, as if they had slipped into an abstract painting. But Hajime's expression was fixed, calm, focused. Something similar to an innate domain, he noted under his breath. Following the trail of residual cursed energy, he pinpointed the scene. The air was heavy with malevolent intent. The trees around them twisted unnaturally, and the curse's presence hung thick. They arrived too late. Asano lay lifeless on the ground, his expression locked in primal fear. Before him stood the white-clad figure, hair like an oily curtain, her body more suggestion than flesh. Stay back, Hajime said firmly, lowering Naoxa behind him. He released his technique and reversed some of the temporal backlash she'd suffered, then immediately activated it again. Sadako had already noticed them. She didn't turn. Instead, an eye opened in the back of her head, nestled between strands of black hair. Hajime didn't flinch. In one smooth motion, he summoned Tatsuka no Tsurugi, slicing through the curse like a sword through clay. Her form shattered into blocks, but there was no blood, no flesh. What spilled was something unknown. Her robes weren't clothes, they were part of her. He retrieved Asano's body and once more released his technique. The live stream flickered violently. Viewers saw a brief blackout, then a jarring shift. They were met with the image of Sadako, just before her form scattered like ash. Gasps and cheers erupted across the net. They saw the time distortion. The perfect strike. The effortless exorcism. But Hajime wasn't celebrating. What remained of the curse dissolved too cleanly, too quickly. Like a projection rather than a spirit. A copy, not the core. He narrowed his eyes. She's not gone. If you'd like to support my work as well, you can check it out here. Chapter 91, Bonus, The Curse in the Well. After Hajime effortlessly dealt with Sadako, her cursed body was torn apart and slowly dissipated into nothingness. The audience, still riding the high of victory, erupted in cheers. But even as Hajime remained composed, another sinister figure began crawling out from the dry well's depths. The crowd watching the broadcast fell into a collective silence. A cold dread crawled up their spines, freezing their breath. Thankfully, the appearance of a curse wasn't contagious. The viral nature of the video had nothing to do with its visuals, it was the curse embedded in the footage itself. Even if it played something harmless like Makapaka, the curse would still trigger. Sadako, however, seemed to lack sentience. She followed a programmed pattern, mechanical, predictable, and incapable of deception. Standing beside Hajime, Asano Ichiki still hadn't come to his senses. His mind replayed that horrifying face and the intense pain that had pierced his chest moments ago. I should be dead, so what the hell is happening now? Then, his dazed eyes landed on the person next to him, someone unfamiliar yet instantly recognizable. It only took a glance for him to realize, it was Kamihara Hajime, the special-grade sorcerer whose name had been buzzing non-stop during the livestream. Thank. Asano's gratitude was cut short by the reappearance of the nightmare. A figure began crawling out of the dry well again, and the memory of his own death surged back violently. Stay back with her, Hajime said calmly. Naoxu reacted instantly, grabbing Asano and pulling him to safety. The new Sadako glared at Hajime, a venomous look in her one exposed eye. Her cursed aura and energy signature were identical to the previous one that had just been exorcised. It was clear now, this wasn't resurrection. If anything, it meant her core body hadn't been destroyed. The others had been extensions. Verification was simple, eliminate her again. Time arrow, pierce. Cursed energy flared at Hajime's fingertips. Sadako extended a pale, skeletal arm from beneath her tattered sleeve, but before she could move further, a radiant flash erupted, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Now clearly visible to both the bystanders and countless viewers, Sadako's upper half, and the tunnel behind her, was completely vaporized into a blank void. Her shredded body fell limply to the ground. Yet, the cursed well stood unchanged, its mouth dark and lightless. Then, under Hajime's gaze, a pale hand reached up once more, skeletal fingers gripping the well's edge. That chilling eye, obscured by long black hair, followed. She crawled out, jerky, insect-like, inhuman. And then another arm emerged. Then another. In just seconds, 3 identical Sadakos stood side by side on the moss-covered ground. Including the 2 he had already destroyed, Hajime had now faced 5 in total. Their cursed energy signatures were still exact matches. All 3 raised their pale arms in eerie synchronization. Hajime didn't stop them. He wanted to observe. Once raised, their cursed attack struck. From 10 meters away, Hajime felt a brief sharp pain in his heart, which vanished immediately under the effects of his technique reversal. But behind him, there was a thud, then another. Turning, he saw both Asano and Naoxu collapsed, faces twisted in lingering fear. Time wheel, reverse. They gasped back to consciousness, trembling. Realizing they were still alive, they both looked at Hajime with the same awe-filled expression. Their technique is basic, Hajime muttered. One form of attack. But there's a clear anomaly. He adjusted his grip on Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and without another word, the Sadakos crumbled like faulty puppets. With a flick of his hand, Hajime sealed Asano and Naoxu into protective amber, then stepped into time null state and moved toward the cursed well. It hadn't vanished yet, its brief permanence was its weakness. Drawing both Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri, he dove in. Darkness swallowed him, but he landed seconds later on solid ground. The dim light barely revealed his surroundings. It looked like the surface, withered trees, a forest, and in the distance, yet another identical dry well. But Hajime knew better. This was no illusion or time loop. The aura here was dense, suffocating. Something primordial. A strange gurgling echoed nearby. Hajime dispelled his technique and stepped toward the new well, peering inside. This time, no darkness blocked his view. Instead, he saw pulsing, writhing flesh. Deep purple and dark red. Twisting, breathing, and glowing from within. Before he could study it further, 5 Sadakos lunged from the shadows, interrupting him. Their attacks targeted his heart directly again, but they were useless against Hajime's technique reversal. He sliced them down effortlessly. But more Sadakos were forming out of thin air. Some already transparent. There's no end to them, fine. Come at me. Clutching both blades, Hajime stood ready as monochrome hues bled into the world around him. Countless eyes emerged from the dark, watching him, judging him. Another wave of Sadakos attacked. The pain was worse this time, strong enough to crack his skin. His body even showed the first signs of decay. But it was all reversed, immediately. His technique reversal triggered automatically with the slightest damage to vital organs. They had only one chance to strike together. Now it was Hajime's turn. He re-entered time null state and unleashed hell. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri became extensions of a storm, slicing through the curseborn monstrosities. By the time his technique was dispelled, 286 Sadakos had been erased. None survived. Hajime reappeared by the well, cursed energy glowing in his hand. Time arrow. The explosion of power wiped away the cursed flesh within the well completely. It wasn't the main body, just the cursed womb. Sadako Yamamura had yet to truly emerge. The shadows before had all been her proxies, simple, fragile, and short-lived. But she was nearing her true birth. If she fully manifested, the devastation wouldn't be limited to just one city. After destroying the fleshy mass, the well's stone walls became visible again. But the anomaly didn't fade. Suddenly, Hajime leaped back as black water surged from the well. From it, a new Sadako emerged, one unlike the others. Her movements were more refined. Her head lifted, revealing a face half-rotten, skull visible beneath the skin. From the jagged opening of her mouth, broken sounds began to emerge. The first word was a shriek, impossible to make out. But the next. Domain expansion. Everything went black. So dark that Hajime couldn't even see his hand. The only light shone from directly above. Looking up, he saw the opening of the well. Blue bricks, familiar stone, this was the original cursed well. Before he could react, a giant shadow began sliding across the circular opening above. Hajime recognized it, a heavy stone lid, grinding into place. Once it closed, he'd be sealed inside. Killed by the domain. But Hajime wasn't going to follow her rules. He forced the time wheel to halt, forward and reverse colliding at once. It only lasted a fraction of a second, imperceptible to most. But it was enough. The domain collapsed, unable to complete itself. Hajime returned to the forest as the cursed technique unraveled. Sadako, still midair, was ripped apart, her domain breaking into fragments around her. She had no defense left. Hajime's blade struck, impaling her completely. Her twisted body struggled for only a second before turning to dust. This time, it was over. With the true Sadako destroyed, the cursed well finally collapsed. The strange forest vanished, replaced by familiar scenery. Asano, Naoxu, and the massive audience remained frozen in shock. The black orb that had enclosed them shattered within seconds, followed by the cursed well dissolving into mist. And then Hajime stepped into view. He sheathed his swords. It was done. The curse known as Sadako Yamamura, a hypothetical special-grade curse spirit, had been exorcised. Scene change, Shibuya, Tokyo. Following the public curse incident, underground jujutsu matches, especially those organized by Kinji Hikari, skyrocketed in popularity. Once secretive, they were now massive events, drawing huge crowds and betting pools. But today, Hikari was approached by some unexpected visitors. "You're telling me to abandon what I love and go back to those passionless duties?" Hikari muttered, lounging on a couch. Kirara Hoshi, dressed like a Gyuru, sat beside him. Opposite them sat Panda from the second year, and Megumi Fushiguro, a serious first year from Tokyo Jujutsu High. "You know this isn't allowed, right?" Megumi said, firm. "And with the rise in cursed spirits lately, Hajime said you can't just sit this out." "I get it," Megumi added. "You've been through a lot. But what happened before, it won't happen again. Jujutsu High, and honestly, all of Japan, needs your strength. Gojo-sensei and the others are holding things down, but we can't keep up with the rate of curse births. We need you, senpai." Hikari leaned forward, silent at first. Then his eyes sharpened. "What about you, Megumi Fushiguro?" Megumi blinked. "What?" Hikari's voice cracked with sudden passion. "Where's your drive? You say you care about all this. Then show me." He stood, energized. "Let's fight, here and now. Convince me with action. Let me feel your conviction. Show me your heart." Chapter 92, The Clash of Passion. "All right, how do we set the terms?" After a quiet moment's thought, Megumi Fushiguro finally nodded to Kinji Hikari's challenge. Beside him, Panda couldn't help but protest, calling it unfair and joking that they should instead Hajime to fight. Kinji Hikari simply smirked and met Megumi's determined gaze. He thought, this could be entertaining. "It's simple. You don't have to beat me, I just need excitement," he declared. "Whether it's driving those pain-in-the-ass guys off or turning this into a full-blown sorcerer brawl, it's all for passion. Without passion, it's like eating unseasoned noodles, bland and empty." He watched Megumi's tightened expression but ignored it. All that mattered was the spark that might ignite soon. "So, show me." Announcer in a suit, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to an unprecedented spectacle. Introducing the host, the man who runs this building and loves to gamble with his own life, Kinji Hikari. Hikari strolled in from the aisle, hands in jacket pockets and a lazy grin on his face. And his challenger, Megumi Fushiguro from Tokyo Jujutsu High, master of shadow technique. The crowd erupted. The presence of both the event's organizer and a high-profile sorcerer from Jujutsu High sent adrenaline surging through them. Kinji stepped into the center of the ring. The bottom 3 floors of this renovated building were open air, with giant screens broadcasting the fight. Inspired by headquarters, I found a sorcerer whose technique allows me to stream jujutsu here, he announced, peeling off his jacket to reveal a short-sleeve shirt and toned arms. Cursed energy broadcast is one thing, I just need to supply the energy. He turned to Megumi. So, don't hold back. Use your technique however you want. Megumi formed the familiar seals. Divine Dogs, Totality. Teng Snake. A massive shadow wolf appeared behind him while dark rope-like tendrils wrapped around his arm. As the announcer continued, the match began. Ground cracked under Kinji's feet as he dashed forward, cursed energy trailing from his fists. Divine Dogs moved out front, silent yet swift. Its claws swiped at Kinji. He leaned in, dodge timing perfect, and punched the wolf directly in the head. It spun through the air, off balance. That left Megumi open. With calm precision, he struck at Kinji's abdomen using Teng Snake. Kinji barely managed to block with his offhand, though the electric shock seared his muscles. He kicked back hard, sending Megumi flying. Kinji's expression turned playful as he eyed the tendrils coiling around Megumi's arm. Another Shikigami, different style from the wolf. Fine. My cursed energy resists this kind of damage. He stepped forward again. To beat a Shikigami user, you go after the master. Megumi ground his teeth in pain. It's exactly as Gojo-sensei said, it hurts. I can't trade blows with him at close range. If I had someone as sturdy as Itadori. Megumi shifted tactics. Divine Dogs recovered and stepped in front of him. He released Teng Snake and began forming new seals, new, Orochi, Max Elephant. Technique amplification, Ox. Divine Dogs dissolved into shadows. In their place a titanic, horned beast erupted forward, its claws massive and aura oppressive beyond belief. The crowd roared. But Kinji blocked it without flinching, a wild grin spreading across his face. The surge of pure power thrilled him. Absolutely superb. He charged. The ox roared, swinging its claw. The spectators' excitement crescendoed as dust and debris flew. Kinji was slammed back through the dust, blood staining his lips. Still, he rose, steps unsteady but eyes alight. He was just getting started. Megumi steeled himself across the ring. Kinji grinned and formed 2 seals in the air. An underwhelming moment, until... Domain expansion, dice game of death. The crowd watched breathlessly as both fighters and the ox vanished. On the massive screens, their figures reappeared in a sea of scanners and rule panels, Kinji's domain. Megumi read the floating interface, this was a modern, probabilistic domain. If he gets the jackpot, he gets a major buff. I can't let him maintain it. Megumi's own domain was half-formed. If he triggered it, Kaleidoscope might clash, but only briefly. He steered the ox in a forward strike. 1 in 239 chance. You're toast, he called out. Is that so? Kinji parried awkwardly, shrugging off the assault. A golden flash. A train station appeared on screen. Megumi's heart pounded, Kinji hit the jackpot. Kinji's domain flicked to the platform, he dodged the ox's charge through a phantom train and stood unscathed. A nearby girl waved as the train departed. The image vanished. He reappeared, victorious. Megumi watched as Kinji's wounds vanished, it wasn't reverse cursed technique. This is the domain's healing effect, Megumi realized. He's infinite energy, and unstoppable for a time. You ready? Kinji called. For minutes and 11 seconds, my domain gives infinite cursed energy. He vanished, the ox collapsing behind him. Watching Kinji fireball again, Megumi gritted his teeth. He's right, the buff is real. If he can spam his domain like Gojo. I have to end this fast. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. Shadows erupted, forming a massive dome. Kinji emerged from the dust storm to survey it. He smiled. You got your domain now, huh? Looks incomplete, but I want to see your passion. Megumi relaxed his expression, then unleashed technique amplification. The ox doubled in size, horns, eyes, tentacles all shifting. Shadow Buddha, Shadow Deer, Shadow Snake, merged into one dreadful monster. It charged with devastating speed. Kinji, powered by his infinite energy buff, stood firm. Every strike he delivered healed before he even flinched, thanks to passive cursed energy recovery. The ox itself also regenerated, courtesy of the round deer sub-ability. Hikari's grin didn't falter. This was the fight he'd craved. He drew a deep breath and said, "Let's finish this, with the BGM. ___. Thanks for the power stones, send more." Chapter 93, Clash in the Shadow Arena. Kinji Hikari was brimming with excitement, practically on fire, yet he managed to restrain himself just enough to avoid destroying the arena during his brawl with the ox. Had he not held back, the building might have crumbled under the force of their battle, putting the unsuspecting spectators in danger. The size difference between the two was stark, but the power behind each blow stunned the audience. Both combatants possessed terrifying regenerative capabilities. Severed limbs and brutal hits meant little in a battle where recovery was nigh instantaneous. This was a battle of fists and spirit. Kinji Hikari's invincibility period stretched for 4 minutes and 11 seconds. Since this wasn't a life-or-death duel, he had the luxury to waste time. Megumi Fushiguro, however, was nearing his limit. Expanding his 10 Shadows technique to such a degree was already pushing his endurance. The clash between the ox and Kinji Hikari was made possible largely due to Megumi's domain expansion. Even his incomplete domain had powerful effects, notably in amplifying the 10 Shadows. The cursed energy consumption and technical strain were mostly counteracted by the domain itself. But Hikari's next domain expansion would completely overwhelm the semi-finished one Megumi had created. The victor was becoming clear. The once stable shadow domain began to boil violently. The ox suddenly started shifting, its form flickering between substance and shadow like a dancing flame, becoming even more grotesque and formidable. It moved freely within the surging shadows of the domain. Hikari's punches no longer shredded flesh, instead, they passed through as if hitting liquid shadow. In contrast, the ox's blows landed with real, tangible force. Its new form translated cursed energy into raw power. It grew in size, with massive fists and monstrous tentacles nearly swallowing Hikari whole. Except for its head and striking limbs, the rest of its form turned fluid and intangible. Hikari took several hard hits during this new transformation, yet to him, they were just fuel for the fire. _. Hikari straightened his twisted torso, exhaled sharply, and slicked back his hair with satisfaction. 1 minute and 23 seconds left. Fushiguro, you can't hold out much longer, right? Let's wrap this up. Cursed energy erupted from Hikari, nearly engulfing him in a blinding aura. Shadows swelled around him, and with blinding speed, he appeared before the ox. The beast, despite the gaping holes now in its torso and skull, barely flinched. Its claws snapped at Hikari from both sides, while shadow tentacles pierced through gaps, skewering him. Leaping into the air, Hikari twisted, delivering 2 spinning kicks that sliced deep into the ox's claws. Black ichor rained down like ink. Then he seized 2 tentacles, ignoring the 3 that impaled him. Yet the tentacles he grabbed began to melt and merge, trapping Hikari inside a fused mass. The enormous shadow limb slammed him into the ground, erupting waves of darkness. Haha. That's intense. Blood gushed from Hikari's mouth, yet he laughed as though exhilarated. He jammed both arms into the now solidified tentacle that pinned him, tearing it apart. Break. Flooding his limbs with cursed energy, Hikari shredded the containment. Then, grabbing a retracting tentacle, he dug his feet in and pulled with raw power. The massive ox lost balance and was flung through the air. It crashed down hard, sending shockwaves and inky rain flying. As Hikari prepared to repeat the move, the tentacle in his grip disintegrated into shadows. Suddenly, a monstrous head emerged from the earth, bursting upward with a tidal wave of cursed energy. The ox had shed its lower body, replacing it with 4 grotesque claws that surged forward, engulfing Hikari. Though his figure vanished, the battle music, a telltale sign of his domain's rhythm, still echoed. He was alive. Megumi felt blood on his lips. He was close to his limit and knew that defeating Hikari might be beyond him. Still not enough. My mastery of the technique, my cursed energy output. I need to speed up the subjugation of the last Shikigami. I underestimated the gap between us. Megumi didn't believe in invincibility. Reverse curse techniques had efficiency limits and varied in quality. Hikari's regenerative power came from immense cursed energy. But Megumi believed that, with enough concentrated damage, even he could be brought down. He had seen far more terrifying healing abilities. Compared to those, even Hikari seemed manageable. Ideally, he would have ended this with a domain clash, but his own domain wasn't complete. And sometimes, a small difference decides everything. The failure to overwhelm Hikari's domain sealed his defeat. What a pity. This wasn't a fight against a true enemy. Megumi couldn't bring himself to use his last resort. Boom. Hikari's fist met the Ushione's. Their collision shattered the shadow waves. But as the Ushione began to dissolve, and the domain faded, even the ever-present music finally stopped. Hikari stretched and smiled. Fushiguro, you were excellent. The announcer's voice boomed. And the victor, owner of this arena, the unshakable gambler, Kinji Hikari. Hikari strolled over, hands in his pockets. How are you holding up? Megumi shook his head and summoned a small round deer. After healing himself, his expression improved slightly. I didn't defeat you. As they walked backstage, Megumi muttered. Hikari paused, then laughed in realization. Ah, that. Don't worry about it. I'll wrap things up here and return to Jujutsu High with you. Megumi looked puzzled. Just then, Panda and Kirara Hoshi joined them. Hikari was going back anyway, Panda explained with a shrug. He just wanted a good fight. Kirara nodded in agreement. Hikari chuckled. Megumi said nothing more. The battle had pushed him to new heights, and he had no complaints. Any grievances stayed locked behind his calm demeanor. Hikari quickly handled arena matters, delegating everything to his subordinates. Most matches here were part performance, part real fight. As long as the crowd was entertained, the illusion worked. Hikari's absence might dim the spectacle, but operations would continue. Once things were in order, the four of them departed for Tokyo Jujutsu High. The incident with the cursed womb, Sadako, left the world shaken. Not because of overwhelming power, but because of its potential to kill ordinary people. Had it matured fully, the death toll could have been catastrophic. Thanks to quick intervention, disaster was averted. Yuta Okatsu handled threats while Kamihara Hajime was elsewhere. As a result, barrier development accelerated, and cursed tool production entered mass planning. Hajime's role focused on embedding his technique into these systems. Tokyo Jujutsu High led this effort, joined by key groups. Atsuya Kusakabe took on a senior position. The Zenin clan, the Gojo family, and even the Kumo clan were involved. Hajime's rare meeting with a Gojo clan representative stood out. The man was refined, humble, and low-key, unlike most of the big three families. The Kumo clan, lacking cursed tool expertise, bartered with unique techniques and jujutsu research to participate. Ultimately, Gojo's faction and Jujutsu High gained the most influence. The central forces of the jujutsu world had united. Supervisor recruitment increased nationwide. Even some ordinary citizens born with cursed energy were welcomed into the fold. Meanwhile, headquarters moved to shift public attention. A high-level curse near Kyoto was initially ranked as special grade. Gojo Satoru, the most logical choice, had just completed another mission, but headquarters didn't send him. Instead, they deployed 3 mysterious individuals, masked and unnamed, each reportedly possessing special grade power. These agents exorcised the curse with ease and were introduced as headquarters' secret trump cards. Even Hajime recognized the strategy. With public attention favoring the famed master-disciple trio, Gojo, Yuta, and Hajime, headquarters risked becoming irrelevant. This move rebalanced perception. They wanted to make sure the public didn't see only Gojo's faction as relevant. Though Gojo himself didn't care, Hajime understood the motivation. Let them chase titles if they want, Hajime thought. Being special grade doesn't make you powerful. You're powerful, and that's why you're special grade. And even then, there are levels to that, too. He was content to let them play their political games. Tired of waiting. Unlock chapters in advance and read ahead of everyone, Omega. Chapter 94, Chapter 94, What type of woman do you like? Yaga Masamichi was on the verge of being named the 5th special grade sorcerer. During this period, the nationwide fortification of barrier systems progressed rapidly. In major areas, shelters had already been constructed. For instance, in places like Shibuya, if a curse incident occurred, civilians could quickly retreat into designated shelters. Supervisors on duty could also adjust barrier efficiency depending on the threat. Tests showed that at maximum output, the barriers could hold off second-grade curses and weaker ones until jujutsu sorcerers arrived. Against strong second-grade threats, nearing first grade, the barriers could only hold for a short time. First-grade curses could overwhelm them, though the delay could still allow for evacuation. Special-grade threats, however, were beyond these barriers' capacity. Shelters were equipped with multiple exits. Even if a barrier was breached, people could escape through various routes. This design took into account that curses typically needed time to eliminate targets, so scattering evacuees increased survival odds. Another major initiative was the mass production of cursed tools. Kamihara Hajime had inspected the first batch personally. Currently, 3 types were in production: wooden fish, talismans, and barrier cores embedded in structures. Their purposes were detection, disruption, and defense, respectively. If a curse aura exceeded a set threshold, the wooden fish, an immobile, unstrikable, head-sized artifact, would emit a loud, unmistakable sound. These were arranged in overlapping zones, so nearby areas would also be alerted. Talismans were designed to repel or stun low-level curses. 4th-grade spirits usually fled or froze. Third-grade spirits resisted more, so the recommended strategy was to deploy the talisman and head immediately for shelter. Second-grade spirits were largely unaffected, but talismans still offered a slim chance of survival for ordinary people. The final tool, the barrier core, originated from a concept within the Zenin clan's 10 Shadows technique. It was used to reinforce the power and reach of existing barriers. More tools may be added in the future, but for now, development was overseen by Kusakabe-sensei and other clans. Hajime stepped back after confirming production was on track. Everyone was stretched thin. Not just Hajime and the other special grades, Hikari Kinji, Hoshi Karara, the second years like Maki, and the first years were all busy with curse exorcism assignments. Most worked in pairs, gradually gaining public recognition. The public's understanding of jujutsu sorcerers deepened, especially after missions began live streaming. Naturally, prominent sorcerers like Megumi Fushiguro and Inamaki Toge became popular. Yaga Masamichi also advanced the creation of cursed corpse familiars. His dog-shaped familiars, simplified versions of the White Wolf, were now semi-mass producible. Though the bodies were built by logistics personnel, Yaga alone crafted the cores. These cursed corpses, distributed mainly to law enforcement, looked like real dogs and could follow basic commands. If destroyed, they could be rebuilt as long as their core remained. Their design made them ideal scouts for hazardous conditions. Yaga and the Gojo family collaborated on this project, excluding other parties. Headquarters, naturally, were displeased. The curse outbreaks that began with Sadako were only the beginning. Others, like Kayako, Hachishikuzuma, and Hanako, soon followed. These were grade 1 to special grade threats. Hajime and his peers were constantly on missions. Meanwhile, Megumi Fushiguro and Itadori Yuji were progressing through first-grade evaluations. Megumi was also offered access to 10 Shadows records, probably Nobito Zenin's doing, but showed no interest in the Zenin clan itself. He gladly accepted the records, though, in exchange from Hajime. Other family arts also circulated. Hajime juggled studying these with his assignments, and what he considered equally essential, finding time to rest. Finishing missions too fast only led to more tasks. Without breaks, he'd burn out. Even office workers get weekends. Hajime often had to respond to emergencies in the dead of night. Then there were the 3 mysterious special grade sorcerers endorsed by headquarters. Each wore distinct masks, a white and gold fox, a white crow, and a black ape with twin swords. They had proven capable of exorcising special grade cursed spirits. Hajime, however, was skeptical. With no prior records, he suspected they were artificially created using powerful cursed objects bonded to compatible hosts. Their sudden rise, likely orchestrated to boost the headquarters' influence, didn't sit right with him. If I met them in person, I could be sure, Hajime thought, but it's probably unnecessary. Elsewhere, Suguru Geto, unseen by the jujutsu world for some time, watched a live stream from a sofa. On the screen, Yuta Okatsu and Yuji Itadori battled a curse. Another screen displayed a paused image of Hajime. Mahito and Jogo watched alongside him. Frustrated, Mahito scratched his head. They're guarding Sukuna's vessel too well. He's always with Yuta or that Hajime. Should we target the special grade instead? Geto grinned. No need to rush. I've prepared something special. But it must unfold step by step. First, we seal Gojo Satoru and tie down Kamihara Hajime. Then only Yuta Okatsu, 1 special grade, and our target remain. He gestured toward the image of the masked special grades. Jogo frowned. Are you sure those tools on them can do what you said? Geto smirked. No doubt. We're talking about the king of curses from 1,000 years ago. This will be fun. Then, with a shift in tone, he looked at them. Jogo, Mahito, are you ready to die? Jogo remained calm. You humans are arrogant. I used to wonder, what truly separates curses from humans? Is it form? Soul? If so, how are we different from you? Steam rose from his head. We feel joy, anger, sorrow. We have family, comrades. If I must die for the future of curses, I welcome it. Mahito, smiling, nodded. Same here. Maybe one day, more like us will be born. It's an exciting thought. Geto's smile didn't fade. Good. Let's give the world a surprise. At Jujutsu High, after a mission, Hajime heard a woman's voice call his name. He turned to see a tall, radiant blonde with a dazzling presence. On her shoulder coiled a snake-like cursed spirit. Hajime recognized her instantly, Yuki Tsukumo, special grade sorcerer and Aoi Tadu's teacher. Before he could greet her, she grinned. Hey, what type of woman do you like? It was a familiar question. Without hesitation, Hajime replied, probably the mature type. Of course, looks matter, but character even more. Yuki laughed, slapping his shoulder. Different answer than Aoi, but solid taste. __. Send Power Stones. Chapter 95, a trap. Something stronger. It was quite a hassle returning from abroad. Ever since I heard the curses here were exposed, all routes back were cut off from the outside. In the end, it was the local side that came to pick me up. Yuki Tsukumo and Hajime walked side by side, with Yuki recounting her struggles abroad. After the incident occurred, she prepared to return, but the silent blockade enforced by foreign powers made it nearly impossible. Ultimately, the local authorities arranged for her return. What the public didn't know was that this blockade targeted mass evacuations. Isolated individuals slipping through were of little concern to them. In other words, small ripples didn't matter. The Japanese government, of course, kept this hidden. Even the elite who could have escaped were restrained by strict regulations. So much has changed in my absence. I heard about the live broadcasts. I just saw Gojo Satoru, he's as dramatic as ever, she added, chuckling. Hajime listened quietly as they arrived at the edge of the school playground, a familiar hangout for Jujutsu High students. Yuki sat on the ground, taking in the surroundings. If you've got something to say, say it, Hajime said bluntly as he joined her. Yuki smirked. Am I really that indecisive? Maybe the environment really does change people. Her tone shifted. I came to you for several reasons, but the main one is simple. I want to understand the current state of the country. Aoi to do isn't the type to care. The folks at headquarters are more annoying than helpful. And Gojo. He won't give me a straight answer. There was someone else I could have asked, but they're gone now. She stared into Hajime's eyes. You and Yuto Katsu are my best options. Do you understand your position? Your importance? Your power? Hajime followed her meaning without trouble. Yeah, I get it. For example, if Gojo-sensei wanted to, we could wipe out headquarters. The so-called big three families, these days, it's just the Gojo family running things. Gojo thinks ahead. Things haven't escalated to that point yet. The tides are shifting, so I'm not worried. He added, but eventually, those old fossils will have to step aside. This era doesn't belong to them anymore. Hopefully, they'll realize that. Yuki rested her chin on her hand, smiling in agreement. You think they're obsolete too? I once considered teaming up with Gojo, but we didn't see eye to eye. Headquarters, the Zenin and Kamo factions, even Tingen, they're all relics of a bygone era. Hajime nodded. Things are changing. Gojo's come to some realizations. He and Principal Yaga have been working non-stop. Changing the subject, Yuki asked, I once posed this question but never got a satisfying answer. Hajime, what's your take on solving the curse problem at its root? Hajime narrowed his eyes. It wasn't an easy question, but he gave it thought. The origin of curses was clear, but solutions were elusive. Either everyone becomes a jujutsu sorcerer, able to control their cursed energy and stop it from leaking. Or everyone becomes like those with heavenly restriction, no cursed energy, and thus no cursed generation. But both ideas were impossible. Only a god could make that happen. Hajime offered a third view. I think this might go on for a long time, until people advance scientifically, until curses can be understood, analyzed, and controlled like any other mystery from ancient times. That's when we'll solve it. He added with a wry smile, unless this whole thing is some joke by a higher existence. Then I guess we'll need to hope for divine intervention. Yuki considered his answer. That's surprisingly reasonable. Maybe even realistic. She stood up, brushing dust off her coat. Well, I'm going to see Tingen. Looking forward to our next meeting, Hajime-san. Waving playfully, she turned to leave. Hajime blinked, confused. Weren't you going to ask me something? Yuki smiled over her shoulder. I already did. Bye-bye. Yuki's return shook the jujutsu world. As a special grade sorcerer, she greatly lightened the burden on Hajime and the others. Each special grade was now assigned to a general region, though this was flexible in emergencies. Her presence allowed for more coverage. With national barriers, mass-produced curse tools, and widespread shelters, the situation was stabilizing. Time passed. The public grew accustomed to the new systems. Praise for the tools and shelters was widespread. Normalcy was returning, at least on the surface. Then, an unexpected tremor shattered that peace. November 24th, 1:45 p.m., Shizuoka Prefecture. What began as a minor tremor quickly turned sinister. At first, people calmly followed earthquake drills, but no buildings were damaged. Life resumed. Then the cursed bells rang out. Used as warning tools, these wooden fish-like bells screamed across Shizuoka, echoing through its towns. And they didn't stop. Simultaneous alarms from every direction caused widespread panic. Even worse, Mount Fuji showed signs of volcanic activity. A terrifying thought gripped the public: was it going to erupt? The anomalies and curse reports were rapidly escalated. Special grade sorcerers were alerted, and the response team moved immediately. Hajime, Yuta Okatsu, and Gojo Satoru arrived via Limitless. The bells had been forcibly shut off. The public was already evacuated. Though Mount Fuji looked stable, there was no mistaking the ominous energy within. Authorities had been monitoring this area for years. When they detected a surge in cursed energy, they called in the top-tier sorcerers. Yuki was busy elsewhere and couldn't assist. With potential catastrophe looming, the trio acted quickly. The aura, it's insane, Gojo muttered, removing his blindfold. His 6 eyes glowed with clarity. Hajime and Yuta could feel the pressure even without his vision. Hajime compared the aura to past special grades. None matched it. Even combined, they couldn't touch this. No way. Mount Fuji isn't becoming a curse, right? Yuta said nervously. It's not going to erupt on us. Gojo shook his head. No. There's a massive cursed spirit inside the mountain. It's like a cursed womb on a huge scale. But stronger. Much stronger. The three climbed the mountain, gathering data as they ascended. Then, Gojo's phone rang. Only a few people had his number. Whoever was calling, it was serious. After answering, Gojo frowned deeply. A curtains appeared in Shibuya. Over 1,000 civilians are trapped, and they're calling my name. He continued, in Kyoto, for special grade curses have surfaced. Headquarters won't hold. Yuki's tied up in another battle. Hajime put it together immediately. This is a setup. 3 locations, all timed perfectly. There's no coincidence here. They're pulling us apart. He thought of Mahito and his crew, silent for too long. They've planned this. It's all bait. Gojo sighed. If they're using hostages, I have to go. You two stay here. I'll return as fast as I can. Do your best to exorcise whatever's inside this mountain. Gojo vanished. The volcano didn't erupt, but the energy surging within grew more violent. Hajime and Yuta couldn't breach the crater, it would only worsen things. Every 3 minutes, tremors returned, stronger than before. They'd retreated lower on the mountain. Clouds gathered overhead, dark and unnatural. Yuta broke the silence. It's coming. Hajime looked up. A swirling mass of clouds hovered above the peak. Cursed energy overflowed. A thunderous roar split the sky. Snow fell from the summit. Then, like a missile, a massive entity erupted from the mountain's peak into the sky. __. Chapter 96, Awakening of the Eight-Headed Tyrant. What is that? Even Yuta Okatsu's steady voice wavered. From their distance away from the mountain's base, a massive form towered above them. Hajime peered upward, eyes widening. A colossal snake-like cursed spirit had erupted from the volcano at the summit, far larger than any shikigami they've ever seen. The black clouds overhead parted as 4 more gargantuan serpents emerged, 5 heads in total. Thunder rolled in ominous waves. Brilliant silver lightning crackled and fragmented the sky. Then, like a celestial tree, a massive lightning bolt united heaven and earth, drenching the mountain forest. In the heart of that silver storm, the giant snake glistened in the electric glow, a monster beyond imagination. Let's greet it properly, Hajime called, surging forward as cursed energy spiraled from his right hand. He formed a time arrow, white light streaking across the storm. It struck head-on, carving a circular wound into the nearest snake head. Dark blood rained over the forest floor. The severed head recoiled, massive eyes trailing purple curses as it lifted off the mountain's remains, soon joined by 3 more, unnaturally still. Another shower of scales crashed down, creating tremors beneath their feet. 5 titanic heads, 8 tails, just as the myth described, Yamada no Orochi. Weapon in hand, Hajime clicked his tongue in awe. This size, and that cursed energy, this will take everything we've got. Yuta, gripping Rika's cursed sword, frowned. Let's try decapitation. The distance closed. One head lunged in a powerful snap. Another gathered raw cursed energy in its mouth. Yuta! Hajime shouted. Time null state activated as his blades cut deep into snake flesh, but could not sever fully, too thick. He launched another time arrow at the wounded neck. Time resumed, the head fell, blood pouring down. Starting regeneration immediately. Yuta sprang onto the severed head, Rika materializing behind him. They surged along the head's body toward the still rising main mass. Hajime watched, silently acknowledging regenerated flesh. Orochi's healing was terrifying, then, brilliance from above sliced through the rain. A divine strike obliterated much of the shattered rock, a massive lightning sphere. One snake head followed it through the sky, only to be struck by its own unleashed beam. Hajime smirked. That proves it's not intelligent, it fights purely on instinct, even to its detriment. You're up soon, Hajime called midair. I'm hitting the group, then it's your turn. They landed side by side at Orochi's coiling base. Both the severed heads behind them stirred, ready to attack. Hajime focused. Time will spin activated again, cursed energy surging into all three blades. They slashed a circular trench around Orochi's coils. Time resumed, one snake head dropped, another fell from midair, blood showering like rain. Rika intercepted a downward energy beam, whispering, Yuta. Yuta shouted, Rika. He sprang upward, sword extending into a terrifying net of cursed light. Rika followed, and together they severed two heads, crimson spraying everywhere. When Yuta landed, Hajime noticed the heads had reattached to their larger body with horrifying speed. Orochi's regeneration was unmatched. It healed in seconds, that's not the point, Hajime declared. This time, you take two heads, I'll take three. We hit the core, full annihilation. Yuta nodded. On it. Yuta slipped on his ring and touched it to Rika's essence. Cursed energy exploded from both, merging into a single overwhelming presence. Rika materialized fully, cursed spirit and ring linked, 5 minutes of full power granted. Their energy seemed limitless, both channeling the strength of a special grade spirit. Yuta and Hajime split, left and right, both converging on Orochi's coiling body. Time will spin. Time will spin. Send power stones for additional chapters. Chapter 97, The Wheel of Time Turns Blood. Kamihara Hajime and Yuta Okatsu simultaneously activated the technique, known as Time Wheel. In this near-frozen world, even the downpour that once bridged heaven and earth hung motionless in the air. At that moment, only three presences remained unfrozen, Hajime, Yuta, and Rika, who was still fused with him. This was Yuta Okatsu's inherited technique. Gojo Satoru had once called it all forms are non-forms, but Yuta and Hajime preferred its true essence, imitation. As the name implied, Yuta's technique allowed him to replicate others' techniques. But the copy was only as good as its wielder. If he imitated Gojo Satoru's limitless, for instance, it lacked the full power due to Yuta not possessing the 6 eyes. The process was more mimicry than mastery. Yuta could temporarily reshape his own technique to match another's, but doing so came with a binding vow. He needed an object deeply tied to the original technique's user. Inamaki Toge once gifted him a semi-cursed tool infused with his own technique. Rika's ring was another such anchor. But in Hajime's case, the link came from his own blood. Hajime never bothered crafting cursed tools. His technique wasn't compatible with tool binding anyway. So he simply shed blood, lots of it, and let Rika consume it. With that, the connection was complete. Despite having the capability, Yuta rarely used Hajime's technique. There was a clear reason for this. Under Hajime's instruction, Yuta once tried injecting reverse cursed energy into the imitated technique to invoke its reversal. The result? Failure. Every attempt ended with the technique's collapse. He learned that while the forward effect of the technique could be imitated, technique reversal remained impossible. Which made Time Wheel dangerous. Without reversal to mitigate the cost, every use was like lighting his own life force on fire. That wasn't just a theory. Gojo confirmed it with 6 eyes. Yeri Shoko confirmed it with medicine. Back on the battlefield, Kamihara Hajime and Yuta moved unhindered through the still world. They ascended Orochi's monstrous body with ease. Yuta was unfazed, but Rika, curious and unfamiliar with this space, floated beside him, flicking raindrops with childlike wonder. Once Rika was summoned, they split up and began tearing through Orochi's body with overwhelming cursed energy. Hajime was much faster, but with Rika's support, Yuta wasn't far behind. Orochi's once terrifying regeneration had halted. They severed all 5 of its heads. As the technique neared its limit, Yuta called out, Hajime-san, are you sure cursed energy alone works on it? Cursed tools might be more effective against its defense. Hajime had already activated the technique across his 3 cursed swords and was now preparing to disengage. In theory, yes. I'll reactivate to maximize the next strike. Let's finish this in one blow. As he exited the time null state, Yuta followed suit. Blood and flesh rained down. Rika shielded Yuta. Hajime dodged the larger chunks and began focusing his cursed energy. After briefly re-entering the time null state, Hajime condensed time arrows, then exited again, injecting energy into the technique. In mere moments, a dense sphere of swirling cursed energy had formed in his palms. Yuta, supported by Rika, did the same. Orochi's corpse, soaked in blood rain, began twitching, regenerating. Thankfully, they had already put distance between themselves and the remains. Several condensed time arrows launched. Yuta's own cursed energy barrage was fully charged. Though smaller in scale than Orochi's previous breath attacks, its power was formidable. The attacks hit as Orochi's form began knitting back together. Flesh unraveling. Its massive body writhed. The time arrows and Yuta's attack collided with its torso. The rain split under the pressure of the cursed blasts, yet even that wasn't enough. Time rain. A barrier unfolded as a fusion of techniques bled into the environment. The rain itself became clearer. Then Hajime activated Time Wheel again. Time Wheel spin. But he didn't use it on himself, his target was Orochi. Blood trickled from Hajime's nose and eyes but vanished just as quickly. His manually invoked technique reversal cleaned it away. The Time Wheel's effect held Orochi in its grip for just a second. At the same instant, Yuta and Hajime's attack slammed into it. The massive body was torn apart, over half of it disintegrated. The rain washed the debris away. Hajime staggered, coughing. The recoil from overloading his technique was obvious, but the results spoke for themselves. Orochi's legendary regeneration was done. Scattered flesh littered the ground. No signs of life. Yuta exhaled deeply. Is it over? Seems like it. What about those remains? Usually, they fade faster. Is it because of its size? Hajime sheathed his sword just as the remnants began evaporating. Purple-black smoke rose. Hajime scowled. He fired a burst of cursed energy, but it passed straight through the smoke. What the hell is this? Rika reached toward it. No effect. The smoke gathered in the air, condensing into a massive orb. Alarmed, both tried to strike again. This time their attacks bounced back. The sphere remained unscathed. Yuta. Hajime drew his cursed sword. Rika grabbed him and hurled him into the air. Tatsuka no Tsurugi, radiating blinding light, slashed into the orb. The result, explosion. Purple smoke surged outward. Cursed energy flooded the air. A wet sound hit the ground. Something landed behind Hajime. Then. A scream. Hajime turned. Yuta lay motionless. Blood stained the puddles beneath him. Rika's broken form dissipated. Time wheel, reverse. Time reversal surged over Yuta. Wounds, blood, erased. Life returned to Yuta's face. Rika reformed. Move. Hajime shouted. He reactivated the technique, but inside Time Null, he saw no presence near Yuta. He spun. A figure emerged. A naked man, flawless, muscular. Dark purple markings spiraled across his chest. His face looked eerily like Hajime's. But that wasn't what unnerved Hajime. Even inside the Time Null state, this being was still moving. Yuta, realizing what was happening, once more imitated Hajime's technique and raced to his side. This shouldn't be possible. Shibuya. 40 minutes after the barrier appeared, 2,432 people remained trapped. A strange message began to circulate. Call out Gojo Satoru's name, and you'll be saved. No one knew where the rumor started, but fear made them listen. And soon, the chant spread. Then, Gojo arrived. The crowd surged, voices overlapping in desperation. Gojo extended Limitless slightly. The air itself halted their approach. Everyone, quiet. The chaos calmed. Faces were still pale with fear. Excuse me, thank you, he said, parting the sea of people. He floated upward onto invisible steps. I'm here to save you. You. He paused. In his 6 eyes, 2 figures emerged. Ah, familiar faces. The crowd sensed danger and scattered, but the barrier held them close. Hanami, ready. #% and, Jogo, I'm fine. For the future. Gojo stepped through the sky, curious. That big one from earlier, was that yours? Hostages now, huh? He smiled, flexing his fingers. Wanna say your last words? Jogo, who had other motives, humored the banter. While activating domain amplification, he said, don't you wonder what that curse was? Gojo Satoru, this world isn't yours alone. Gojo slipped off his blindfold. His 6 eyes lit up. Honestly. I don't care. I've got 2 students down there. I trust them. His body vanished. Jogo was mid-motion. A hand seized his arm. A fist met his stomach. Flames burst from his mouth, but Gojo brushed them aside. Hanami joined the fray but only delayed him for seconds. Neutralizing Limitless with a domain's sure-hit effect. Smart move. He caught Hanami's thorn strike, snapped it, then shattered his arm. Hanami. Jogo called once. Hanami understood. Jogo charged. Hanami, from a distance, stood among civilians and clasped his hands. And UN percent hashtag. Domain expansion, blooming gore. __. Chapter 98, Forest of Binding. Green and white light flooded the space within the barrier, and due to the crowd, Gojo Satoru couldn't unleash his full power to interrupt Hanami. Jogo, by contrast, was nearly giving his life to protect the hostages. Even Gojo's lapse, blue and reversal, red couldn't be used at full strength, it would devastate the innocent. If Gojo sacrificed a few, Jogo would fight to the death. In such a confined area, any clash of unrestrained power would kill everyone instantly. Gojo pressed on, determined to exorcise Jogo and the others before casualties mounted, but then Hanami activated a domain expansion, forcing Gojo to hesitate. Should he abandon restraint? But how could he risk countless lives in a clash of domains? Still, Hanami's domain formed instantly. The underground station vanished, replaced by a lush forest. Concrete turned to soil and grass. Vines erupted from beneath the earth, and luminescent lights floated in the air, deceptively serene. The crowd had no time to admire it. Vines wrapped around them in an instant. Under Hanami's technique, they sank into deep sleep. Gojo casually snapped 2 vines, they had low defense and regrew fast. His 6 eyes revealed the true danger. The domain was linking the hostages to its power, pumping them full of vitality but also preparing to reverse that flow and drain their lives at Hanami's will. The scene looked dreamy, but it hid a lethal trap. Gojo even felt the domain sapping him, albeit slowly. Trying to tie me down with hostages, Gojo murmured. He dodged Jogo's flame-wreathed punch and countered with a devastating blow that sliced through. But Jogo healed instantly once the fist withdrew, a result of Hanami's domain buff, as Gojo realized. That wasn't going to work. He detached one of Jogo's arms and kicked him away. Then he raised a hand. Domain expansion, unlimited void. A flash of infinite light, so abrupt it felt unreal, then silence fell. Ignoring Jogo, Gojo rushed toward Hanami, who stood frozen. The clash shattered Hanami's domain in a heartbeat. What a difference! Hanami thought as Gojo's face slammed into his vision, a hand covering his eyes. Gojo Satoru. Jogo roared on the edge of the domain collapse. Normally, Gojo's domain would kill hostages caught within it. Surely, Jogo would have expected that. But Gojo maintained perfect control. His domain took down Hanami, leaving Jogo furious and enraged. Everyone here will die for you, Gojo Satoru. Jogo bellowed, unleashing his own domain. Domain expansion, Coffin of the Iron Mountain. Heat spiked as volcanic fire consumed the area, anyone trapped would be annihilated. Hanami's head hit the ground. Gojo, under Jogo's furious glare, raised a finger. Domain expansion, unlimited void. He shattered Jogo's domain a second time, this time Jogo barely registered it. Gojo stood with one hand frozen mid-seal, his 6 eyes glaring down. Oh, it worked, Jogo panted, drained. Your domain, it's too strong. But I learned something. But the power was gone. Jogo could barely summon another word as Gojo advanced. Jogo tried to block, but Gojo struck, arms shattered, chest pierced, and Gojo emerged clean. Thrown to the ground, Jogo struggled as life seeped out. Gojo Satoru. Gojo directed rescue teams to the unconscious hostages. From his 6 eyes, he noticed Jogo reaching for something. Curious, Gojo began to step forward, until a voice echoed far too familiar. Satoru, long time no see. Gojo turned, and his blood ran cold. Standing before him was Suguru Geto, alive, and holding the prison realm. Gojo's instincts roared, this was impossible. His 6 eyes swore this was Suguru, but he refused to believe it. Memories flashed. Gojo stared at him. Who are you? Before Suguru could answer, chains of cursed energy erupted behind Gojo. He tried to respond, but every limb was bound by tentacles. Prison realm, close. The cursed object swallowed Gojo utterly. Satoru. Suguru murmured. I wanted to catch up with you, but it's too late. He attempted to retrieve the cube, it was rooted to the earth. Undeterred, Suguru turned instead to Jogo, laying prone nearby. Let's make use of this one, he said gently. He placed a red bead in Jogo's mouth. Once swallowed, Suguru glanced at the prison realm, and he walked away. I be seeing other fanfics with over 400 power stones, and we be getting less than 50 LOL. Makes me a little sad, honestly smiley face. Chapter 99, Echoes of the Imitator. If my assessment is accurate, it doesn't just resurrect, it copies the technique of whoever kills it. First it duplicated my time wheel, and now it's mimicking your imitation. Hajime spoke, analyzing the creature. Yuta Okatsu's eyes widened in disbelief. It really can do that. But there must be a limit to its resurrection. 5 times, Hajime answered as they both realized the significance. The serpent's 5 active heads were no coincidence. Yuta glanced at Orochi, who hadn't activated the time null state, and leaned toward Hajime. If it's copied my imitation, you just need to avoid letting it take your flesh. Hajime frowned. I just don't know if it stole Rika's power too. Its cursed energy is already off the charts. Hajime stepped back as Yuta advanced to engage Orochi. He analyzed from range. Probably not. So far it's only replicated the forward rotation of my technique, not the reverse or any derivatives. And it shows no real intelligence. It's just imitating. Their ongoing clash with Yuta confirmed this. Aside from immense cursed energy, brute strength, and aggression, Orochi showed no other skill. Hajime exhaled, relieved. He pulled out his phone and dialed repeatedly before trying another line. Hello, is this Itadori? As he spoke, he switched to supervisor mode and rejoined the fight, but from a more strategic position. Hajime mentally reviewed the plan. Orochi acquires techniques only from the killer, a dangerous trait. So only opponents whose technique it could copy without enabling it were safe to engage. Yuta's imitation fit that criterion, formidable but containable. Yuta couldn't finish it, but he could slow it down until Itadori and Maki arrived to deliver the final blow and test its limits. Shibuya. Itadori Yuji ended the call. With him were Megumi Fushiguro, Nanami Kento, Maki Zenin, Nobara Kujisaki, and Yoshino Junpei. They stood amid a devastated street, corpses littering the ground. Across from them were Mahito and a monstrous cursed spirit, an octopus-headed horror they'd faced before, alongside infected humans. Yuji turned to Megumi and the others in a low voice. Hajime-senpai and Yuta need backup. Hajime-senpai said Maki-san and I are up next. Maki frowned. Backup for them. They must be in trouble. But we'll do it. Before the group could move, Mahito glanced at his phone, showed no emotion, then faced the cursed spirit, Dagon, a massive octopus-faced entity. Playtime's over. You handle this, Dagon, just don't die. He paused, looked at Yuji, and then turned and walked away upstairs. Everyone froze. Should they chase? Nanami took charge. Itadori, Maki, go find Ajichi or another supervisor and head for Hajime-senpai's location. If they can't handle this, worse threats may emerge. Nobara and Junpei signaled Yuji to go with Maki. He nodded, feeling the pressure. Dagon attacked, sea-like energy and fish beasts surged forward. Kan, Megumi's Shikigami, defended them, tearing apart the creatures. Megumi and the others stepped up to back him. Yuji looked back at them, then followed Maki away from the fray. Aboard the evac bus to Shizuoka. Maki and Yuji found Ajichi, explained their mission, and boarded a shuttle toward Shizuoka. Yuji asked quietly, Hajime-senpai ran into trouble. What's going on? Maki kept a level voice. He said he needs us. Yuta's with him. Beyond that, I don't know more yet. As they drove through pouring rain toward Mount Fuji, the evac scene blurred past empty roads and masses huddled in shelters. Towers of dark clouds draped the mountain in gloom. They arrived at a ravaged battlefield. In the center were 3 figures locked in combat, 2 Yudo Katsu lookalikes and Orochi. But one was clearly an imposter. Battle's resurgence. Hajime and Yuta had been trapped in a stalemate with Orochi, relying on his some techniques and Yuta's imitation to stall, but the enemy had proved dangerous. It fired black flash attacks in quick succession and silently achieved multiple hits. Yuta took painful blows, but Hajime used reverse rotation to cancel them out, until the assault intensified. Realizing he couldn't rely on stalling forever, Hajime moved to full offensive mode when Maki and Yuji arrived. He cast an amber seal on Orochi, a temporary hold, with phenomenal effort. Gritting his teeth, he rushed Yuta with orders, this cursed spirit takes your technique. So you and I deal most of the damage, Yuta, hit hard but leave the killing blow to Maki-san. Yuta nodded. Hajime tossed Maki the Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Spider Cutter. Do this by the book. Yuta, you must inflict over 50% of the damage. Maki-san takes the finishing strike. Go. They launched their charges. Hajime used time null to disable major attacks. Yuta channeled Rika's energy to condense cursed energy into a blade, black flash delivered with brutal precision. He stumbled Orochi, shredding its limbs. Finally, Maki leapt in with both blades drawn. Orochi regrew an arm, but Maki's strikes were ruthless. Her blades flashed in the rain, one pierced its head, another sliced its neck and chest. She pressed with furious precision until Orochi collapsed. Resurrection. Again. Maki stepped back, panting. Did that do it? Hajime shook his head. Not yet, we counted this as the 3rd kill. It can resurrect 5 times. Red flesh erupted from the soaked ground, coalescing into a grotesque mass. A hand burst through the blood and mud, then Orochi reformed before them, with Maki's face on its body. The illusion was chilling. Hajime cracked a smile, voice grave. Now we test it further. In case you're wondering, all my fanfics are at least 70 chapters ahead, with some being over 100 chapters ahead. Chapter 100, The Imitator's True Power. Hajime did not activate his technique. He took the sword from Maki and confronted the newly reformed Orochi. At their first clash, the Totsuka no Tsurugi in his hand emitted a brittle, grating crack. A terrifying force hurled him backward. Blood mist blurred his figure, but in the next moment he reappeared, unscathed, steady on his feet. A power far beyond. The gap in strength was staggering. Hajime realized just how far beyond this being lay. Using time will spin, Hajime entered time null state and repositioned before Orochi. Despite its sluggishness in comparison, he sensed its gaze lock onto him. When Hajime struck with his sword, the blade plunged into Orochi yet wouldn't budge, an unthinkable display of physical strength. He thought, this strength, it exceeds that of any human, even other cursed spirits. To test this further, Hajime unleashed pure cursed energy toward Orochi. As always, it had negligible effect. Releasing his technique fully, a pale blue aura exploded outward, but when the smoke cleared, Orochi remained nearly intact. Its wounds sealed themselves even before the mist dispersed. A body that could endure massive cursed energy attacks and heal rapidly. Combined with Maki's earlier observation, the skull had slain it before. One thought echoed in everyone's mind, this creature was something else entirely. Orochi swayed and blurred, then dispersed. The ground cracked under an immense surge of cursed energy. Orochi's speed and power had increased again, but only Hajime's time null allowed him to keep pace. He evaded the flurry of strikes, entered time null once more, and launched 4 consecutive black flashes. His hits collided, black brilliance rending the foe. Orochi was sent flying like cannon shot, spewing blood in all directions. It replicated Hajime-san's ability, Itadori and Maki noted in unison, breathless. Yuta added, it can copy whatever it gets, disregarding restrictions, even forbidden techniques. Hajime nodded. Yes, theoretically if Satoru-sensei killed it, it would copy limitless, even without 6 eyes. Yuji realized the strategy. That's why you called us. We don't have techniques, if we kill it, it won't get stronger. Orochi rose again, restored. Hajime glanced at Itadori. You're up. I'm going to push it, just swing when the time is right. Have you practiced with a sword? Yuji fumbled, accepting Onigiri. Senpai, I mostly do hand-to-hand. Don't worry. Aim well and strike true. Hajime launched forward, weaving a net of swordlight that forced Orochi to reveal itself. Its speed, though formidable, was still manageable against time manipulation. Its attacks shattered the ground but didn't reach him. Hajime raised his sword. Time, stop. Rainwater frozen mid-fall formed a crystalline dome around Orochi. Yuji watched in awe as everything inside was suspended, cursed energy stopped in place. Hajime's voice echoed. Now. Yuji channeled cursed energy into Onigiri. In that frozen moment, there was only the sword and the target, no hesitation. Slash. Black light tore through the dome. Orochi's form splintered in an overwhelming strike. Hajime rushed in and threw Yuji aside just as Orochi's body began to disintegrate. He braced himself, eyes sharp. Now they would see, would Orochi copy Yuji's form unchanged? Or would it gain Sukuna's power? Blood and flesh scattered across the battlefield and reformed into Orochi. This time it looked exactly like Yuji, it even wore Orochi's mask, but those pupil-less, purplish eyes remained unsettlingly inhuman. It charged Hajime without any fanfare or special ability, just raw aggression. Elsewhere, Suguru Geto and Mahito stood in the shadows with 3 masked sorcerers. The special-grade cursed spirits summoned by Geto lay destroyed. Mahito eyed the trio curiously. They carry intriguing cursed objects, he mused. They share my methods but their souls have changed. Geto smiled. Focus. Are you going in, or shall I? Mahito strolled forward, I'll go. Let me study 2 of them. Suddenly Mahito's controlled humans transformed into grotesque hunks of flesh, his staple idol transfiguration unleashed. The trio sprang into action. A figure in a monkey mask materialized, grasping a lightning-wreathed sword. He swung it in a thunderous arc. Lightning strike, myriad prisons. Lightning erupted everywhere, eradicating Mahito's creations in a deadly flash. When the electricity subsided, only scorched earth remained. From underground, Mahito emerged, undamaged and smirking. He brushed off soot. You've got power. Monkey Mask tightened his grip on the sword, it crackled and revealed ancient runes, the legendary spirit blade Butsumitama, now glowing with raw cursed energy. Mahito's form twisted and expanded in midair, transforming into a beastly killing machine, massacre spirit body. Black tail and spines appeared, electricity aligning with his own body. They struck. Bolts clashed against raw cursed energy. But the spirit blade was stronger. Mahito barely held his ground, his elbow spikes cracking. Suddenly, from the shadows, a chromast figure unleashed a brilliant, warm light, like midday sun. Mahito convulsed in pain. Geto emerged. Earth tremored as his cursed spirits gathered, rumbling with power. Mahito summoned a black barrier and smiled wildly. Self-embodiment of perfection. He trapped the masked trio inside his domain. Black hands lunged, but the crow's light shielded them. The monkey mask breathed heavily. We can't stay in here. The fox mask pressed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. A glow flowed from his palm into Butsumitama, transforming its dormant power, ready for whatever came next. Be a good boy/girl, and send Power Stone smiley face. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, A New Threat. The Butsumitama, gripped tightly by the ape mask, unleashed a seemingly endless torrent of lightning. Yet instead of scattering, the brilliant current gathered and spiraled around the blade. As the pressure intensified, the lightning condensed into a near-liquid form, then began spreading outward from the sword's core. At first glance, it looked as if a massive, vertical eye had opened in the heavens, complemented by the radiant light emitted from the fox mask's hand. In that moment, it felt as though a thunder god had descended. Mahito's domain expansion had been isolated, by unknown means. Even his idle transfiguration, normally guaranteed to land, was blocked by a thin veil of light. Though he could break through eventually, it was clear his opponents wouldn't give him the time. The thunder eye fully emerged. A blinding light erupted, engulfing all three masked figures. An overwhelming force compressed the very space inside the domain expansion. Mahito barely managed to apply idle transfiguration to himself before the ocean of lightning consumed everything. The domain collapsed, torn open by the force of the attack. Shattered and scattered, the domain expansion dissolved as stray currents of lightning fizzled into the air. Mahito's mutilated form emerged from the rubble, charred and half-destroyed, a grim testament to the devastation he'd endured. The three masked fighters were clearly worn down. The move had cost them dearly. Ape Mask and Fox Mask were visibly drained. Only the White Crow appeared somewhat composed, stepping forward, preparing to strike the final blow. I warned you. Those three cursed tools aren't simple things. The sudden voice froze them. Still, they'd anticipated this possibility. Ape Mask instinctively regripped the Butsumitama, ready to fight, no retreat, no hesitation. But then he appeared, and even through their masks, expressions of disbelief formed on their faces. Suguru Geto. They recognized him instantly. As a former special-grade sorcerer, his information was recorded in the archives. Including his death. Ape Mask, the de facto leader, processed this rapidly. The Suguru Geto before them was unmistakably real. It was highly unlikely that a curse user could imitate someone of his caliber so flawlessly. Setting aside that minuscule possibility, if this was indeed the Suguru Geto who had been killed, then the implications were terrifying. He'd been killed by Gojo Satoru. If Suguru Geto was still alive, did that mean Gojo had helped him? His mind raced. The three fused curse tools, they were clearly the target. Had this all been an act? A long game. But why would Gojo's faction, already so powerful, need to collude with cursed spirits? Could something even bigger be at play? Suguru Geto, unconcerned by recognition, gave a passing glance to the masked trio, then looked at Mahito, who was now sloughing off the damaged portions of his body. Let me handle it. We're out of time. The situation in Tokyo isn't looking good, you head to Jujutsu High. The three masked figures caught something ominous in Geto's voice. But before they could react, a shadow fell over them. It was a massive, cross-legged figure hovering midair. 4 hands wrapped in thick prayer beads. Its head was that of an elephant, majestic and brutal at once. Holy, yet menacing. The cursed aura and swirling energy left no doubt. This was no mere spirit, it was a Shikigami under Suguru Geto's command. The elephant god raised 2 hands into a mudra. Ape Mask shouted a warning, while Fox Mask unleashed a wave of white light again, but it was instantly suppressed by an invisible force. The trio floated helplessly, their cursed energy sealed. Still weakened, they could only depend on Fox Mask's ability to hold on. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. Suguru Geto's hands folded into a reverse mudra. Behind him, a grotesque tree sprouted, its trunk made from blood-red spirits, riddled with twisted faces and corrupted feminine forms. A warped beauty, horrifying yet seductive, seeped into their minds, rooting itself deeply and refusing to let go. The darkness spread. The white light surrounding them was torn apart, disintegrating under the creeping blackness. Bang. They hit the ground. Hard. Motionless. Suguru Geto checked them, no pulse, no movement. The domain still didn't vanish. He glanced toward Mahito, unreadable, then dismissed the thought. The plan had reached this point. No need for unnecessary detours. The domain expansion finally faded. Geto stepped forward, picking up the Butsumitama. A flicker of black light swallowed the blade into the void. Let's find the others. Mahito tilted his head as Geto rummaged through the remains of the fallen. Moments later, Geto stood, bloodied but victorious, holding two artifacts, a dark, ancient mirror, and a palm-sized Magatama, white with golden streaks. Yata mirror. Yasakani no Magatama, they're finally mine. These things were wasted on you. But thanks anyway. He tucked them away and turned to Mahito. Everything's going smoothly. Head to Jujutsu High. Recover the Sukuna fingers they're guarding. As for me, I have an old friend to visit. Meanwhile, the Orochi, unable to copy Yuji's technique, posed little threat. Kamihara Hajime had now confirmed how its mimicry worked. It required the final blow to be delivered by the ability's original wielder. In theory, someone could weaken it, and a weaker individual could deliver the finishing strike, preventing Orochi from copying anything. But that was far-fetched. Orochi's own power made that scenario nearly impossible. More concerning, Orochi could copy heavenly restrictions, using them more terrifyingly than Maki herself. Fortunately, this isn't a fundamental evolution. If it mastered his reverse technique, that'd be a nightmare. Yuji Itadori's main strength lay in his enhanced body and raw cursed energy. Sukuna's influence offered extra resistance and durability, but Orochi couldn't copy the King of Curse's soul. Still, the Orochi's movements lagged. Hajime's speed overwhelmed it. Ultimately, it crumbled. The final blow was delivered by Yuta Okatsu. As Orochi dissolved, Yuta turned to Hajime. That's the 5th time. Optimistically, this was its last life. Worst case, we've only killed its avatars. Everyone remained tense. No anomalies. Until Itadori, scanning the sky, said. The rain stopped. The clouds are breaking. No one had noticed until now, but the storm's end had begun. Hajime looked up, realization dawning. The sunlight streamed through, gentle, warm. It should have brought relief. Instead, a figure descended through the rays. Maki, take Itadori and go. He had sensed it. Something was wrong. The descending figure had a flawless, sculpted body, genderless, ethereal, divine. Naked but exuding purity and power. Its face calm and inhuman. Maki didn't hesitate. She dragged Itadori and retreated. Orochi, reborn once more, hovered inches above the ground. His glowing purple eyes betrayed no emotion. What the hell is that? Yuta whispered. Hajime knew. He'd seen it too. A halo floated behind Orochi, barely visible. Within it, something moved. Orochi raised his hand and pressed it to his chest. His flesh rippled like water, and light escaped from within. Time will spin. Hajime activated his technique to interrupt Orochi and test his new state. Yet Orochi moved inside time null. That shouldn't have been possible. Time wheel. Orochi's hand fully submerged into his chest, then re-emerged, holding a beam of light. Hajime had no time to analyze it. Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri descended upon Orochi. Clash. With one clean strike, the cursed blades shattered. Two weapons between grade 1 and special grade, broken effortlessly. A deep gash tore into Hajime, organs visible. Any deeper, and he'd be dead. Time wheel, reverse. The injuries vanished. The blades reformed. Hajime had escaped death. Orochi didn't pursue. He merely hovered, holding that light. Yuta moved, copying Hajime's technique, discovering the same anomaly. He copied it. Hajime murmured grimly. He's not just copying techniques now. That light, it's dangerous. Orochi raised the glowing beam, and from the halo behind him, 8 spectral snakes emerged, transparent, divine. They coiled around him, forming a protective ring. The next moment, light fell from the sky. Chapter 102, Edge of Oblivion. The transparent dragon serpents stretched their glowing forms across the sky, light and shadow woven together like living divine murals. It was hard to fathom that such colossal entities could emerge from a light will no taller than a human, hovering behind Orochi. These serpentine creatures, holy in appearance but deadly in reality, slithered through the sky like sacred beasts. Yet to Kamihara Hajime and Yuta Okatsu, they were nothing less than a deadly threat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from view. Despite their seemingly graceful movement, their speed was monstrous. In a flash, they struck the earth, obliterating mountains and tearing the ground open like parchment. The previously cratered battlefield was now completely disfigured, reshaped by the descending wrath of dragon serpent shadows. Towers of upheaved earth, like crumbling skyscrapers, twisted into the air and collapsed on themselves. In mere seconds, the battlefield had been rendered nearly unrecognizable. Pure cursed energy, but this feels different. It's so refined, it's almost like a technique in itself. Standing at the edge of the ravaged zone, Hajime and Yuta watched as the dragon serpents reformed, returning to Orochi's side. The creatures danced in the air with grace, yet carried an oppressive sense of death. Hajime narrowed his eyes, then turned to Yuta. Let's test his current state. Be on guard, every movement matters now. Activating his technique, Hajime forced Orochi into the time null state once more. But what was terrifying wasn't Orochi's response, it was his lack of one. He entered the temporal stillness automatically, without a moment of conscious effort. This wasn't instinct. This was something deeper, something alien. Yuta quickly followed Hajime into the time null state. Then Orochi moved. In a blur, the godlike figure appeared before them. The light he held, previously shrouded, was now revealed, a long, straight-bladed sword, elegant and lethal. It shimmered with a faint mist of gold and white, condensed into a blade no mortal blacksmith could create. Not forged of steel, but of divine essence. And Hajime understood instantly, this was no ordinary cursed weapon. This had to be the stolen artifact, Tatsuka no Tsurugi. But something was off. According to the records at Jujutsu headquarters, the blade had originally appeared as a dull, unremarkable iron sword. Durable, yes, but never divine. Yet now, in Orochi's hands, it radiated celestial power. It was no longer just a weapon, it was a relic. As Orochi lunged, Hajime refused to confront the blade directly again. Instead, he dodged back, releasing a charged time arrow in the same breath. Yuta and Rika, on the other side, compressed their cursed energy and unleashed a joint attack toward Orochi. As the divine sword cleaved through the air, it met Hajime's time arrow, and sliced it cleanly in two. The arrow dissolved, the residual blast harmlessly dispersing over Orochi's body without leaving a scratch. As Hajime planned his next move, a searing pain struck his chest. He looked down to see a thin, crimson line, an aerial slash. It hadn't come from any visible movement. Remote slash. That has to be from the sword itself. His instincts confirmed it. The blade could strike from afar, its reach wasn't bound by mere range. Without hesitation, Hajime launched forward, using the opening created by Yuta's attack. He closed in, forcing Orochi slightly off balance. With both Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri in hand, he struck at Orochi's neck. The blades connected. And then, stopped. Only a thin trickle of blood emerged. Orochi's hand reached up, gripped the blade, and squeezed. The sheer force pulled Hajime forward, but he reacted instantly, releasing the hilt and sending a punch straight into Orochi's face, cursed energy surging through his fist. The impact landed. Blood splattered, shimmering purple, like liquid gemstones in the air. But Orochi barely flinched. He twisted his body at an unnatural angle and brought down Tatsuka no Tsurugi in a clean, direct arc. No flourish, no technique, just speed. And that speed was terrifying. Despite sharing time null enhancements, Orochi's movements now far surpassed Hajime's. His blade tore through Hajime's side midair. Even before he fully rotated, Hajime saw the gash, deep enough to reach organs. Yet, within a breath, he reversed the damage. Time wheel, reverse. The wound vanished. Hajime recovered his blade and pulled back immediately. Orochi's body was tougher than anything he'd ever encountered. Even with Maki's heavenly restriction, nothing should have been this durable. His slashes barely left marks. His black flash, wasted. And Orochi wasn't done. He turned away from Hajime and struck at Rika, who had gathered immense energy. A single strike. The slash didn't just hit her, it tore through the air behind her and reached Yuta. Even though Yuta had anticipated it and dodged, a gash still appeared across his torso. Only Hajime's reversal saved him. Yuta gritted his teeth. Kamihara-san, I want to try something. I'll imitate his technique. Hajime hesitated. It was a dangerous gamble. Orochi's power likely wasn't a technique, it was something more. Something fundamental. But Yuta had already moved. Using Rika's stored remnants of Orochi's body, he activated imitation. At the same moment, both their time wheels reached their limit. Recovery phase initiated. Yuta charged Orochi, attempting to mimic his ability. He allowed himself to be cut down, deliberately. Hajime once again reversed the damage. But Yuta's face turned pale. It didn't work. Hajime wasn't surprised. Orochi's revival wasn't just a technique. There was something else. Something that couldn't be copied. It reminded him of Gojo Satoru's limitless, unique, bound to the self. Suddenly, the sword glowed again. The 8 dragon serpent shadows returned, bursting from the halo behind Orochi. The 2 spellcasters instantly felt it, an overwhelming, primal danger. Time stop. Hajime activated the technique in its perfected form, grabbing Yuta and pulling him from harm's way. Yet Orochi's range had expanded grotesquely. Even though the light couldn't reach inside the time stop zone, Hajime witnessed the chaos beyond. Beams of light shattered across the sky, and from within them, even brighter explosions bloomed. What emerged wasn't destruction, it was radiant annihilation. But then, darkness. Black cracks began appearing in the sky, thin and almost invisible. Only the contrast against the blinding light made them detectable. Hajime retreated, dragging the time stop field with him. The darkness spread, until it reached its limit. He released the technique. The light faded. The black fissures vanished. Silence. All that remained was a lifeless, circular crater hundreds of meters wide. Not even pebbles had survived. The soil itself had turned to dust. Yuta, stunned, couldn't speak. Rika had disappeared from the sheer damage. Hajime felt his body failing. Pain erupted from every nerve. His technique had overexerted his physical limits. He felt his consciousness slipping. No. He understood. Orochi had adapted. Even time wheel's recoil no longer hindered him. But worse, Hajime had entered a moment of collapse. After the dual clash of forward and reverse, his technique became unresponsive. In that brief window, he couldn't activate it at all. His mind was unraveling. Consciousness thinning. This was no longer metaphorical. This was death, real, irreversible. If he didn't regain control, he would die. A sorcerer never dies with regret. Yaga's words echoed. Regret welled up, then passed. Hajime let go of it all. And then, he saw it. His technique. Not physically. But in some strange metaphysical space, he saw it. A blur. A circle. Shifting forms, spikes, gears, uneven spokes. A clock. It shifted again, then condensed into a perfect sphere. Master it. He reached for it. The moment he touched it, the world exploded outward. He stood on time itself, riding its currents, walking its banks, watching the flow. And at the edge of oblivion, he woke up. Hajime opened his eyes. Before him stood Orochi, radiant and divine. The sword gleamed. And Hajime, breath steady, whispered. Time wheel. Send power stones, thanks wilted flower. Chapter 103, Domain Expansion, Returning to Nothingness. Time rippled backwards. Kamihara Hajime watched as the reversed river began flowing upstream, gears of time turning. The imminent threat of death vanished. He and Yuta Okatsu returned to their stance before Orochi's attack, while Orochi remained nearby. Kamihara-san. Yuta murmured, the realization clear on his face. Rika reappeared beside him. They gazed at Hajime, who seemed momentarily lost in thought. Our assessment was off. Yuta continued, its copied power isn't bound by the original user's limits. Imitation won't work then. I'll have to use domain expansion. Kamihara-san, if it fails, you must escape, right? Hajime, still anchored in inner focus, nodded silently, his instincts agreeing with the plan. Yuta released Rika and summoned his domain expansion. Domain expansion. Hajime vanished from Yuta's side, reappearing in midair near Orochi. Orochi's strike faltered strangely, and Hajime seized the gap, landing a heavy punch to its chest. The impact unleashed surging cursed energy. Instead of dissipating, the energy penetrated Orochi, causing only an invisible ripple, but Orochi was pushed back. Moments later his chest reformed, and Yuta's domain had taken effect. Pure love. Under this domain, reality warped, mirrors reflected their forms infinitely. The three stood surrounded by endless reflections. Yuta's domain didn't guarantee a sure hit, it simply amplified one chosen technique. He smiled with steel in his eyes, blood trickling from his face. One reflection of Orochi detached, drilled into the mirrored floor, and emerged. It carried the same sword and halo, indistinguishable in power. A sudden spray of blood flew toward Yuta, he'd just witnessed Hajime clash with that clone. The slash had come from the sword. Neither side could outlast one another, both had extraordinary regeneration. Yuta exhaled sharply. The domain works. Hajime nodded. Orochi had still not mastered domain expansion, maybe not even a simple domain yet. That left hope. But then everything shifted again. Orochi's clone and Hajime pushed it back, forcing Orochi into retreat. Yet just then, the halo and sword glowed fiercely. Orochi lifted the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, and a beam of light shot upward through the mirrors, fracturing the domain. The mirror shattered. Sword light cut through clouds, carving a long fissure in the earth. Yuta, still recovering, was caught off guard. Orochi struck again through broken void. Hajime dodged, but Yuta was sliced apart. Once more, he was healed by Hajime's reversal. Yuta gritted his teeth. You must leave, now. No, I can't let it go. It'll wreck everything. I know. Hajime said calmly amid the chaos. I'll handle it. Behind him, the dragon serpent shadow reformed. Yuta recovered rapidly, imitated Hajime's technique, and with Rika vanished from the scene. Orochi remained, taller now. A vertical eye opened on its forehead, an orb of pure light. Destruction spread once more. Hajime closed his eyes. Trust your true self, don't think, don't hesitate. His fingers weaved into form. A silent barrier dropped. Light vanished. The entire space held without change. Formation, dwelling, decay, emptiness. 4 kalpas of annihilation. Domain expansion, returning to nothingness. Hajime's mind returned in sudden silence. He found himself standing on unfathomable water, opaque and bottomless. All around were fragmented screens, each projecting broken scenes in loops. Some advanced, some rewound, others flashed and froze. All ultimately shattered and fell into that dark sea. He sensed himself sinking, but the hit to his senses forced him into stillness. No cursed energy flowed. No technique could be declared. Just empty darkness. He stood there, aware of 3 hours and 26 minutes, then a day, a month, a year. Gradually he lost the sense of time and self, merging with the void. Then, age unknown, he reached oblivion's bottom. Finally, daylight. He understood it was sunlight. Recalling his memories, standing in a giant circular pit. He vanished from the pit, reappeared on solid ground. No sign of Orochi, only faint scorched patterns. He looked back at the perfect hemisphere hundreds of meters wide. Orochi was gone. Returning to nothingness, death itself. So this is the origin and end. Hajime understood, everything inside this domain returned to eternal nothingness. No trace remained, not artifact, not enemy. Time to return. Cut to Hoshi Palace. Tengen sat opposite Suguru Geto, Kenjaku in disguise, her face uneasy. Kenjaku sighed gently. Kenjaku. What path will you force me onto now? He smiled, patient. You can refuse, but that path you walk has never served true purpose. It leads only to failure. Tengen's technique granted immortality, but not conscious survival. Herself would be lost in transformation. That transformation was unacceptable. She nodded, acknowledging the trap. Kenjaku smirked slightly. The prison realm. Orochi, and Sukuna. That's your plan, right? He frowned, turning inward. He placed passive cursed spirits inside to monitor Orochi's battle. The reports came, Orochi had retrieved at least part of Hajime's technique, then battled fiercely. Then Yuta's domain triggered, and Orochi vanished immediately afterward. Tengen gasped. You mean, it died already? Yes. Unexpectedly fast, but part of the design. We need momentum. He rose, leaving Hoshi Palace's barrier broken. He found Tengen's true body, mummified and dormant, and activated his technique to take control. Where is Sukuna's body? Tengen nodded, then teleported them to a secret room. The body lay wrapped, an ancient Sokushinbutsu. Kenjaku touched it gently. Perfect. He left. Mahito, next move, Gojo Satoru might be sealed soon. Now is time. Back with Hajime and Yuta, they learned of Gojo's seal being executed. 3 special grade sorcerers killed, Jujutsu High breached, Suguru Geto resurrected, all were secondary. This remained their first priority, break Gojo's seal at Shibuya Station. This fanfiction doesn't exactly follow canon, you might also be wondering why bro's acting like he has no knowledge about canon. TBH, I don't know, just think of it as him not remembering much, it's still fun to read either way. __. Pick between. Domain expansion, collapse of all things. Domain expansion, returning to nothingness. Become a patron to get access to chapters in advance on all my works. Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Gojo Satoru has been sealed. Dagon's domain expansion unleashed an unending tide of Shikigami, fish-like apparitions drilling out of the air like torrential seawater. Megumi Fushiguro, along with Nanami Kento, Nobara Kujisaki, and Junpei Yoshino, were cornered inside this relentless domain. Megumi's chimera shadow beast, evil prison dog, was streaked with fluid from slicing through the demons. Though his technique tore them apart, his allies suffered for each kill. Alert to the incoming swarm, only Megumi's round deer provided crucial support. They faced a clear choice. Megumi's options were Summon his newly tamed tiger funeral, fuse it as a chimera via technique amplification, and strike a decisive blow. Expand his domain and perform that amplification from within, maximizing success odds, though domain clashes were uncertain. His cursed energy could support only one plan, and the enemy allowed no recovery. Retreat was impossible as Megumi gazed on piles of shattered bones, there was no turning back. Nanami, he ordered, eyes steely, this domain offers little defense. I'll expand mine, open the exit. You escort the others out. Nanami nodded. Wounds ragged on his shirt, yet he remained composed, send Nobara and Junpei away. I'll stay with you, consider it an adult's stubbornness. Nobara chimed in, fierce, let me stay. Fushiguro, I have one more strike left, I want to land it. Before Junpei could speak, Nobara intervened gently but firmly, you must go, Junpei. You'll only be in harm's way. Nanami added, trust us. Find survivors outside, you'll be safer. Gripping his own powerlessness, Yoshino accepted. I'm sorry. Megumi had no time to process it. He prepared for the final move. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. His new domain unfurled inside Dagon's. The moment the edges overlapped, the two domains began their deadly clash. A shadow whirlpool opened beneath Junpei. Through it, he escaped. His final words drifted away as Megumi poured everything into the technique amplification. Hand signs forming a tiger's head, Megumi summoned Tiger Funeral, a fierce, ethereal tiger adorned in black and white flames, towering at human height. It roared, scattering any Shikigami brave enough to approach. Then, four shadows, Khan, Nu, Max Elephant, and Round Deer fused with the tiger, transforming into a towering armored spirit warrior. The mask, now tiger-like, the form, 3 meters of righteous fury. In its grasp, a sword of pure shadow. Thus rose the new evil prison dog, a ghostly samurai warrior. It darted toward Dagon mid-battle with Nanami. Summoning fresh Shikigami from waves, Dagon aimed to overwhelm. But evil prison dog cut through them, each slash sent rippling lines of shadow energy across the domain. Evil prison dog drew a second blade. At the forefront of the battle, it had but one purpose, annihilate. Nobara kicked debris aside, retrieving her nails with determination. Ready. This one's mine. Nanami, glasses crooked, gripped his weapon calmly, Fushiguro, keep your domain steady. We'll take it from here. The wave of Shikigami crashed in. Evil prison dog slashed, and the water itself shredded into voids. Shadows blended into blade lines, tearing apart everything in its path. Shikigami that escaped were cut down by Nanami's precision. Nobara, fiercely chanting, straw doll technique, resonance. Nails plunged into Shikigami, connecting to Dagon's network. With a black flash, her strike exploded. Even minor damage reached the cursed spirit's deeper form. The waves faltered. Dagon weakened visibly, Megumi saw the chance. He commanded evil prison dog to strike with both blades, Aragami. The slash burst across the domain, a maw of shadows consuming everything. The domain collapsed. Dagon, critically wounded, could not sustain his technique. Shadows consumed the sea, the skyline, even the Shikigami. The world transformed into grayscale gloom, lit only by a faint black sun. Inside that ruin, evil prison dog towered larger, armored in feathers and dawn shadows. Khan remained by Megumi's side, Nobara slumped exhausted, Nanami checked the perimeter. Dagon's voice whispered his regrets, Hanami. Jogo. Mahito. I also helped. Silence swallowed him. Then the shadow blade dropped. Dagon's consciousness shattered. Their final gambit succeeded. Megumi stood drained, collapsing his domain. The chimera vanished. Only Khan remained as Megumi's protective Shikigami. Nobara sank to the ground, panting, her energy nearly spent. Nanami checked news on his phone. Both stared at him when he spoke. Gojo Satoru has been sealed. Cut to Shibuya Station. Kamihara Hajime entered alone, accompanied only by Yuta, Maki, and Itadori. Civilians had been evacuated, the station was a battleground. Dr. Yeri approached hurriedly, anxious. Hajime-san, Yuta, you must know. Gojo Satoru is sealed within the station. The Zenin leader is there, too. Curse Masters appeared suddenly, clearly targeting Gojo. Hajime nodded. Understood. I'll handle it. You all move out. Yuta, with Rika's assistance, was drawn to another threat. Maki and Itadori were assigned duties outside. Hajime stepped alone into the underground station. There, Zenin Naobito and 2 Curse Masters fought fiercely over a sinister object, a square talisman with eerie eyes. As soon as Hajime appeared, the Masters froze. They recognized him, fear flickered in their eyes. He approached and lifted the object. It was heavier than expected, requiring cursed energy just to hold. Then he spoke, voice cold and unwavering. Have your hands been stained with innocent blood? 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, a game has begun. Of course, they're all wanted. Calling them wicked is an understatement. They scurried out like rats when they heard Gojo Satoru was sealed, Zenin Nobito said mercilessly. The two defeated curse masters and their hidden allies were opportunists, some had fled abroad and perished, others hid. Now, believing Gojo gone, they'd re-emerged. His words cut to the truth. These were low to mid-tier masters whose survival relied on fear and hiding. One glance revealed they were no match. Even Koji, sweating and shaken, tried casting a talisman summoned Shikigami, a smoke-wreathed old man, but the spell collapsed before he could flee. His companion transformed into a snarling wolf-like monster with claws, tail, and gray bristles. Kamihara Hajime noted dryly, so there really are werewolves. Vampires might be out shopping, maybe from the Kamo clan. The werewolf pounced, but before it landed, Hajime reappeared and killed both Master and Shikigami in one move. Then he turned his attention back to Nobito, whose condition was serious. This cursed tool, what's your plan for freeing Gojo Satoru? Hajime asked. Nobito stared at the artifact, the prison realm cube with eyes on its surface. He poured from his liquor gourd and admitted he'd only a vague recognition, suggesting asking Tingen or family experts. Hajime frowned. He resisted using return to nothingness to destroy it, afraid that might kill Gojo too. Instead, they exited the station and Nobito contacted his clan. Soon the news came, Tingen had vanished. Hoshi Palace breached, but its barrier remained intact. How? This signaled an unprecedented breach, Gojo sealed, Tingen missing, nothing could be assumed safe. We must rescue Gojo first, Hajime said decisively. Intel confirmed the tool was a special-grade cursed item designed to seal a jujutsu sorcerer's death. Breaking it meant killing the user or using a disruptive technique, not your average strike. Outside on-site, Yaga Masamichi agreed. Attacks are ineffective. We need someone with a unique technique. A suspicious agent, Ishino Yoji, arrived from headquarters, offering cursed tools help, but Hajime dismissed him coldly. State your purpose, clearly. Ishino started to explain but was cut off and quietly dismissed by Hajime's glare. Yaga and Nobito stepped away. Alone at the center, Hajime placed the tool on the ground. If return to nothingness is too destructive of Gojo-sensei, I'll try time stop. This artifact needs cursed energy to seal. If we halt time. Pulling out Tatsuka no Tsurugi, Hajime activated time stop. The others watched, astonished. Hajime's slashes left marks as time froze, revealing its resilience. Even after several attempts, it healed slowly. Finally, he carved a deep black crack and stepped back. The time stop ended. The prison realm unraveled like a shattered Rubik's Cube, and Gojo Satoru tumbled out. Hajime's breath caught. What had he walked into? Gojo-sensei, he asked. Gojo gave a familiar half-smile, his eyes distant. Handled that other scene, right? Hajime nodded. Yes. Found your domain. And I've mastered a domain too. Cursed spirit gone. But, are you okay? Gojo waved in greeting to Yaga and Nobito. Feels like no time passed. But I saw someone familiar who shouldn't have been there. Suguru Geto. Hajime guessed. Yaga furrowed his brow. But wasn't he? Gojo nodded. Six eyes confirmed, but intuition says otherwise. So that fake Geto is aligned with Mahito and the cursed, Hajime deduced. Gojo then learned Tingen was missing, but since the barriers were intact, she wasn't destroyed. Next mission is finding Tingen, he said, then the RTN alarms tripped. Barriers across Japan experienced anomalies. Over 1,000 people simultaneously fell asleep, some voluntarily. It was no accident. It's a game, the intel had said. With Gojo freed, barriers disrupted, slumber spreading, a new crisis dawned. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, The Game of Sleep and the Cursed Walls. Across Japan, 8 mysterious barriers suddenly emerged, each sprawling across vast regions. These were not entirely new, they appeared to be mutations of dormant barriers that had once quietly existed in various parts of the country. At first, when the Jujutsu authorities discovered them, they feared a repeat of the Shibuya incident. But these barriers defied expectations. They posed no obstacle to civilians, who could enter and leave freely. Instead, they actively hindered Jujutsu sorcerers, especially those with greater power. The stronger the sorcerer, the more resistance they encountered. The initial chaos led to swift evacuations by most civilians caught inside. But the barrier's real danger wasn't just their mutated structure, it was what appeared within them. Unknown spellcasters, violent and unregistered, emerged in large numbers. Alongside them were cursed spirits. The first sorcerers to enter these zones suffered heavy casualties. At the same time, another unsettling phenomenon was unfolding nationwide. Thousands of people had inexplicably fallen into a deep sleep. Initially scattered and unnoticed, the sleeping epidemic gained serious attention after an unexpected clue came from a low-ranking official known as a supervisor. This man, lacking a technique or sufficient cursed energy, was never suited to be a full-fledged sorcerer. But after the incident began, he reported a vivid dream. In it, a faceless entity asked if he wanted to join a game, promising him what he desired most, a technique. If he could survive until the game's end, even without being the final winner, he would awaken with the ability he craved. Skeptical at first, he later gave in. Perhaps it was curiosity, desperation, or something else, but he followed the ritual. A hand gesture. A chant, realm of false dreams, guide my path. And then, sleep. He never woke up. This alarming detail confirmed the jujutsu world's worst fears. If such a simple method worked for someone like him, what about the rest of the population, those with dormant cursed energy, but no training? Could they too be lured into this so-called game? The answer was yes. That very realization shifted national priority. The barrier incident was critical, but this sleeping game now took precedence. Information was immediately classified. If word spread, many would undoubtedly be tempted to try it. The desire for power is rarely rational. One need only look at the attention Kamihara Hajime and his allies received in recent months. Though he himself remained low profile, avoiding public spaces for some time, curious civilians had already dug up old records and grainy photos featuring him, Yudo Katsu, Gojo Satoru, and others. Panda even joked that if any of them ran for prime minister, they'd win in a landslide, proof of how much civilians yearned for power and safety. Techniques are innate. The average person cannot simply train into them. So when news, no matter how vague, spread of a possible path to power, the impact on society's psyche was immediate. Naturally, when Hajime and the others caught wind of this, they held an emergency meeting. No matter what, we must investigate this further, Yaga Masamichi said. Everyone agreed. The conditions for entering this game were suspiciously simple, but the potential threat was too great to ignore. Zenin Naobito, twirling his beard with a wry smirk, muttered, situations like this. There's never a shortage of volunteers. Gojo Satoru and Yaga exchanged silent glances. As much as they hated to admit it, Naobito was right. Some people would willingly act as test subjects for a chance at power. Hajime understood the temptation. If not for his current position, having seen the beauty and terror of the jujutsu world firsthand, he, too, might have taken that offer. What about the barriers? Hajime asked. Should I head out? The others agreed. While the sleeping game demanded caution and coordination, the barriers needed urgent reconnaissance. Hajime departed alone, heading toward the barrier closest to Tokyo. This one enveloped both urban and suburban areas and was currently the most unstable. Many casualties had already been reported there. Cursed spirits and rogue sorcerers, dubbed curse masters, roamed unchecked. As Hajime approached, he studied the barrier. It rose like an obsidian wall, arching skyward until it met the clouds. He extended a hand, only to be immediately repelled. He had expected resistance. The stronger one's cursed energy, the stronger the repulsion. But for Hajime, who had long since mastered control over his energy, it was manageable. He activated his technique, briefly freezing time. With the interference halted, he touched the barrier again. No resistance. He passed through it as if walking through a sheet of water. The moment he entered, the air changed. Ruins stretched before him. Shattered streets, collapsed buildings, scorched walls. A battlefield, ravaged by countless unseen battles. Almost immediately, he encountered roaming grade 2 and 3 cursed spirits. They moved brazenly in small groups. Hajime exorcised them without effort. Following trails of residual cursed energy, he pressed forward, until he found another human. The man's tattered clothes and blood-soaked hands betrayed recent combat. Cursed flesh clung to his arms, he had just slain a spirit. He turned, spotted Hajime, and sneered. Hey, I just want to ask you something, Hajime started. The man lunged. Not unexpected. The curse masters weren't exactly known for diplomacy. In an instant, the man's face slammed into the dirt beneath Hajime's heel. His arrogant charge had been met with overwhelming strength. He hadn't even activated his technique before being subdued. Spare me, sir, the man coughed through broken teeth. Hajime stepped off him and warned, I'll let this slide once. Don't push your luck. There are plenty of others here. The man scrambled up, dusting himself off while forcing a crooked smile. Ask away, Hajime-san. I'll tell you everything. Inside, though, he was panicking. Who is this monster? Kenjaku never warned us about someone like him. Hajime motioned for him to follow. He turned his back, unworried. Tell me what's going on here. Start with your name, and don't lie. My name is Chunping, the man said. I'm a sorcerer from 300 years ago. I made a deal with someone named Kenjaku. He promised to resurrect me so I could pursue my own goals. Hajime narrowed his eyes. 3 centuries? How? Through incarnation, Chunping replied quietly. Kenjaku transplanted our consciousness into new hosts. We couldn't escape the barrier once revived. We're trapped inside. Hajime frowned. The man looked modern, clothes, posture, even his dialect. But if he was telling the truth, every one of them had come back by killing an innocent host. Chunping sensed Hajime's judgment and grew uneasy. But instead of striking, Hajime simply said, "Take me to the strongest curse masters here. Don't play dumb." Chunping hesitated, then met Hajime's cold gaze. He's not soft. I can't bluff this one. Understood, Hajime-san. Follow me. Chunping began to guide him. But internally, his thoughts turned calculating. Maybe I can lead him into a trap. Let him fight those monsters. Either way, I win. If he dies, great. If they die, even better. With this twisted optimism, he led Hajime toward the heart of the zone. Eventually, they reached a small town. Oddly enough, this place wasn't in ruins. The destruction was minimal, and then Hajime spotted a civilian. A middle-aged man darted in and out of a convenience store. Upon seeing the sorcerers, he panicked, clutching a steel pipe and trying to ward them off. I'm with the authorities, Hajime said calmly. I'm here to help. The men froze, recognition dawning. You're Kamihara Hajime. He dropped the pipe, falling to his knees. I thought we were done for. Hajime helped him up. The men sobbed quietly, overwhelmed by relief. In time, Hajime learned that the men had tried to escape with his family but was cut off when Curse Masters intercepted the evacuation team. Hiding in their basement, they'd evaded both enemies and spirits, barely surviving. Food had become the issue, which led him to risk venturing out. From the side, Chunping commented, "They're lucky, Hajime-san. Those monsters nearby cleared out most of the other threats. That's why they're still alive." Hajime pulled out 2 protective talisman dolls from his earring and handed them to the men. Keep these close. They'll shield you to some extent. Stay hidden, and I'll come find you when I'm done. The men nearly collapsed again in gratitude. Thank you. Thank you, Hajime-san. As he left them, Hajime turned back to Chunping, who was now practically bouncing in place, eager to see the monsters destroy each other. This guy's schemes are too transparent. I wonder what his face will look like when I ruin his little plan. And with that thought, Hajime laid eyes on them. Ishigori Ryu, the sorcerer once known as the strongest cursed energy output in the Date domain. And Yuro Takako, the legendary assassin from the Fujiwara clan's Sun Moon Star Advance team. 2 ancient titans had returned. And Hajime had come to meet them. Chapter 107, Ancient Curses. Not long after, Chunping's guiding was no longer needed. Hajime had detected a massive disturbance ahead, a towering pillar of cursed energy shooting skyward and fading near the horizon. That output. Breathtakingly powerful, Hajime murmured, astonished. He hesitated. Is it raw cursed energy or a technique? If the latter, it changes the calculation. Chunping, visibly nervous, offered an explanation. Hajime-san, that's Ishigori Ryu, one of the strongest cursed energy emitters in Date domain history. Not the top like Kashimo Hajime, but still beyond most sorcerers. Soon enough, they reached their target. Ishigori Ryu, dressed fashionably, sporting a pompadour reminiscent of Elvis, stared at Hajime from a distance. Chunping nearly collapsed, but kept pace under Hajime's steady gaze. Are you the sorcerer from 4 centuries ago, Hajime? Ishigori asked, jumping down from a building. You wouldn't come here alone unless you were strong. Hajime stroked his chin. Maybe. I'm here to gather intel. Tell me everything you know, maybe I'll spare you. Ishigori's grin gleamed with excitement. Too bad I never got to face Kashimo Hajime before he died of old age. I thought rebirth would bring old rivals, but instead I find someone even older. Suddenly, energy surged from Ishigori's hairstyle. A hole-shaped glow erupted from his pompadour. Granite blast, he roared. A radiant burst smashed into the ground, carving a canyon toward Hajime. Chunping darted back, torn between fleeing and the hope of watching a fight. Only Hajime remained. Unperturbed, Hajime raised his hand. Time wheel, reverse. The attack reversed midair, vanishing without a trace. Ishigori, and Chunping were stunned. Then a chilling voice echoed from above. A nearly naked woman, her body seemingly stitched with shifting space, descended from the sky. Her skin was so pale her pupils seemed absent. "I'm Yuro Takako," she announced. "I'd rather talk than fight, Pompadour-man." Hajime called out, "Technically, you're centuries older. I should call you senpai." Yuro's smile froze. She seethed. Then she lashed out, bending space in her hand and rising above her teammate. Ishigori's face lit with a wicked grin. "So your technique only boosts output? Let me show you mine again." His hair flared, and Granite Blast lit up the sky once more. This time, Hajime let the blow crash toward him. Both Ishigori and Yuro watched in disbelief, as the energy simply passed through, until Hajime appeared behind them. "He's gone." Yuro hesitated midair. Her keen perception failed her. Ishigori spun around and snapped, "Time control, his technique is time control." Hajime confirmed them both. "I reversed your attack, then casually walked here. No tricks." Yuro's eyes widened. Even someone who had faced eclipsing nightmares like Raiman Sukuna and top Fujiwara assassins had never encountered a technique quite like this. Her thoughts raced. He's not just strong. He's at a different level. Hajime offered a deal. "You have 1 minute. Don't run or team up, fight me, but don't die. If I win, you cooperate and answer my questions. It'll save me another trip." Ishigori and Yuro exchanged a glance. They craved combat, not death. They agreed. Domain expansion, woven glass sky. A kaleidoscope of warping air framed them. Trees and buildings curled and refracted. Hajime stepped in, touching the boundary with curiosity. Everything stretched before him, but his limbs remained real, untorn. "Spatial distortion, visual, not physical," he murmured. Yuro taunted, "You can't even touch me, this is my domain." Suddenly, Ishigori launched another attack from behind the distortion. Hajime responded, "I'll make you truly lose," and activated Time Wheel, spin. Cursed energy poured forth, drained, restored, and unleashed again, in a raw display of power. Ishigori's eyes widened. This was the first time he'd seen someone match his own output. Their energy clashed in a blinding storm, a shockwave sweeping away debris, yet Yuro's domain held firm. Again. Ishigori roared. He launched a triple Granite Blast. Cracks spidered across the ground, stone shattered, and light exploded. Hajime met it head-on, smiling as he raised his hand once more. Time Wheel, spin. His technique, that fearful power to manipulate time, collided with the raw might of ancient titans. And as the world quivered in that moment, "I extend my sincere gratitude to those who have chosen to support my work by becoming patrons. Thank you, arigato. For anyone interested in contributing further to the continuation and growth of this project, support can be extended through the following link." Chapter 108, 108, Kenjaku. Yuro Takako's domain still crackled with energy, even as the shockwaves hit it repeatedly. Ishigori Ryu's offensive might was raw and relentless, his pure cursed energy output, ferocious recovery, and total reserves were enough to obliterate weaker opponents without needing a refined technique. His power made it seem as though every strike was his technique. So how could Hajime possess comparable output and a defensive technique that could nullify Ryu's blow? Yuro pieced together the clues. Hajime was alternately accelerating his energy output, then reversing its state to replenish, enabling ceaseless offense, and just as intriguingly, the ability to negate Ryu's power entirely. Yuro launched her attack, Ushio Raiden. Saira, and fractures blossomed across the space-warping curtains of her domain, converging on Hajime. The impact struck like static lightning, silent, powerful, and subtle, far different from Ryu's roaring blasts. Space-based technique. Hajime deduced. Then without warning, he formed the seal and executed Time Wheel, reverse, halting Yuro's attack along with a fresh wave of Ryu's cursed energy. In that instant, reality felt like it rewound. But cursed energy, unlike flesh, isn't undone, it's displaced. Hajime exploited this, dispelling the technique midstream. The energy spiraled out of control and detonated near Ishigori. Ryu staggered, and Yuro hastily reinforced her domain, warping its walls to contain the explosion, only to inadvertently redirect the blast toward herself. From Hajime's lips came another reverse, and the redirected attack vanished entirely. With the battlefield cleared, Hajime summoned Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the sacred sword, and sprinted toward Ryu, who emerged beaten but defiant. "Damn it, break!" Ryu roared. A devastating surge of cursed energy erupted from him, a beam powerful enough to crumble stone and hollow wood, but Hajime met it head-on. The sword's blade intersected the energy, slicing it in two as effortlessly as cutting through mist. Ryu was repelled, the beam splintered around him. Then Hajime struck. A fist, shrouded in blacklit energy, plowed into Ryu's defense. Broken teeth rained from Ryu's mouth, his cursed energy guard shattered. Hajime pressed the advantage, slamming him hard into the ground. 5 seconds. Hajime said coolly. Above, Yuro's domain trembled under strain. Blood dripped from her brows as she fought to maintain it. Her technique, the power to mold space like canvas, was draining her fast. But she refused to yield. The sky and earth blurred around her, a painted apocalypse. With her domain breaking down, she prepared her final move. 3, 2, 1, time stop. Everything froze. In that stillness, Hajime became the singular force in the world. He leapt skywards in a graceful arc and grabbed Yuro by the throat. Descending, he slammed her to the ground, curse sword piercing her shoulder. Time resumed. The domain shattered, reality snapped back. Yuro gasped for breath, pinned beneath Hajime's weight, her domain gone. Domain, how did it shatter? She wheezed. Hajime sat beside her, sword at the ready. 1 minute. Now talk. Start with Kenjaku, who is he? Yuro glared at him. Her fate, she realized, had been written from the start. I didn't know who he was, she spat. When I was dying, he offered me resurrection, a deal too good to refuse. Rebirth in exchange for loyalty. She explained that Kenjaku had promised reincarnation and that her mission as elite assassin of the Sun Moonstar squad under the Fujiwara had fueled her remorseless path. Ishigori, battered nearby, nodded and added, Kenjaku can shift bodies, he survived centuries. He popped up before me with different faces, and that stitching on his head matches. Hajime's mind raced. Suguru Geto's body, Kenjaku's vessel. Gojo's 6 eyes account. The pieces aligned. I don't think bro watched/read JJK in his past life LMAO. Now they faced new questions, and closing barriers. What's the barrier's secret? How do we break it? Hajime demanded. Yuro answered, weary, kill all reincarnated sorcerers, or maybe just most. The barrier grows weaker the more death occurs. You're trapped alone until enough die. It's a war zone. She paused. Spirits and sorcerers die. Their energy is absorbed, fueling the barrier. It's a trap. A sacrificial puzzle intended by Kenjaku. Hajime removed his sword from both of them, healing them with terse calm. 8 barriers. 8 slaughterhouses. Kenjaku's perfect plan. Don't die, he told them. I'm going to report this, and end it. Yuro and Ryu, battered and defeated, fell silent. Hajime exited the barrier, delivering survivors to containment units outside. He called Gojo Satoru. Dream Realm, Gojo confirmed. Some personnel are awakening, and they've grabbed intel on it too. Hajime exhaled. Barriers. Resurrection. A game of sleep. All pipes leading back to Kenjaku. The next move would define the Jujutsu world. Chapter 109, Entering the Dream Realm. This is a killing game. Everyone who enters the Dream Realm will have 1,000 lives. The first time a killer kills someone, they will awaken their technique in this illusory world. After that, every time they kill someone, their technique will grow stronger. You can think of it as them competing for a certain energy. The killed person will lose energy, and their technique will weaken. Conversely, the more times they kill, the more energy they gain, and the stronger their technique becomes. It is said that once they reach a certain level and become the so-called winners, they will awaken their technique in reality upon waking from the dream. Those who enter the Dream Realm cannot voluntarily exit until their kill count reaches 100. At this point, they will have one choice, either lose everything and wake from the dream, or continue playing the game and pursue the power they long for from the void of the dream. Gojo Satoru's words echoed through the room. Yaga Masamichi and the others wore solemn expressions, while Yeri Shoko held a half-burnt cigarette between her fingers, several cigarette butts already scattered at her feet. Hajime looked at the man lying on the hospital bed in the room. He was a somewhat haggard, deranged man, now deeply asleep under the influence of medication. He was one of the personnel responsible for entering the Dream Realm to gather intelligence. His name was Nobuo Suda, a third-grade sorcerer. While he might seem weak in terms of strength, he was chosen for his rare quality. He was an absolutely upright, kind, and dutiful jujutsu sorcerer. But precisely because of this, in order to escape the Dream Realm, he underwent an unknown struggle, ultimately destroying 100 lives with his own hands, even though it wasn't real killing. And when he emerged from the Dream Realm, after nearly incoherently repeating the intelligence he gathered, he broke down. After Yeri Shoko's examination, no physical abnormalities were found on him. The final diagnosis was that only his mind had issues. When Hajime first returned, Nobuo Suda was merely muttering some words with vacant eyes, most of which were confessions for those he had killed. After explaining the general situation to Hajime, Gojo Satoru continued, the most important thing about this Dream Realm is that its time flow is different from reality. Our personnel have been in there for about 10 days, but only less than half a day has passed in reality. I'm afraid that soon, or perhaps already, there will be final survivors inside, and what role will those people play in the upcoming changes, whether they can truly awaken their techniques and wake up in reality. Gojo Satoru looked at Hajime, then laid out their planned strategy. The method of entering it currently seems safe enough, so we are now preparing to dispatch our main forces into the Dream Realm to stop this game. Then Gojo Satoru's expression faltered for a rare moment. Hajime, there's something I need to tell you. Tsumaki, she has been confirmed to have entered the Dream Realm. Although Hajime's expression didn't change much, his gaze and posture shifted the moment he heard this news. Gojo Satoru also knew his temperament. In such matters, he would always act with unstoppable determination. Hajime, listen to me. Whether your technique will even work in there is a question, and the barrier incident outside also requires your strength. So, Fushiguro and I will both go into the Dream Realm. Leave Tsumaki's matter to us. Hajime remained silent. Theoretically, he should have complete trust in Gojo-sensei's arrangements. With Megumi Fushiguro there, the determination to rescue Tsumaki should not be underestimated, plus Gojo-sensei. The situation in the Dream Realm had not been fully investigated. Nobuo Suda's strength was limited, and the intelligence he could obtain was only the most basic game rules. He had no ability to access some unknown restrictions beyond that. Therefore, it was actually somewhat risky for Gojo Satoru to go in personally. The best choice would have been for experienced first-grade sorcerers to enter first, and only when the higher rules of the Dream Realm were understood or the situation became most dangerous would the few existing special-grade sorcerers enter. The barriers in reality could be anticipated, but this was a dream. Although most of the rules superficially resembled reality, the fact that everyone had 1,000 lives was unrealistic enough, and this inevitably led to the worst thought in everyone's minds, that even a special grade could die in this dream world. Thump. Thump. The door was gently knocked, then Megumi Fushiguro pushed it open. Seeing Hajime's expression, he guessed that the latter had probably already learned about his sister from Gojo-sensei. Gojo-sensei, we should move. Gojo Satoru patted Hajime's shoulder as he passed him, then walked over to Megumi Fushiguro, ready to leave with him and begin preparations to enter the Dream Realm. At this moment, Hajime's voice rang out behind them. Then I'll leave it to you, Megumi. You must succeed. We finally found the culprit behind Tsumaki's coma. Compared to inside, the flow of time in the real world is very slow. If you don't come out quickly, I will make the same choice as you. Megumi Fushiguro looked at Hajime, forcing a smile. I'll greet my sister for you. You just wait patiently outside. Give me a chance to show what I can do. Their figures then disappeared into the corridor, and Hajime also bid farewell to Yaga Masamichi and Yeri Shoko, as the barrier matters still required his attention. Yuta, let's go. Accompanying them were Nanami Kento, Mei Mei, and several other spellcasters. People from Kyoto were also in action, and Hajime and his group were responsible for the barriers distributed across the greater part of the country's lower regions. Their purpose on this trip was singular, to prevent the ancient spellcasters from killing each other as much as possible, by any means necessary, maximizing the reduction of their death toll. The simplest way to achieve this was to force them to make short-term, binding vows, thus creating an overwhelming power disparity against most of them. Therefore, in this operation, apart from Hajime, Yuto Katsu, and Yuki Tsukumo, everyone else would operate in teams, striving to achieve partial objectives. Difficult targets could even be left for Hajime and his group to handle. Communication with the outside world is impossible within the domain, so it will be troublesome for Maki and the supervisors already on standby around the barrier. They will enter and exit the barrier to provide two-way contact. Amidst the roaring of fan blades, Hajime explained the communication issues to everyone. They were now aboard an official transport helicopter, having arrived at the first barrier. Are you ready? After the cabin door opened, a fierce wind howled in. Hajime then grabbed Nanami Kento and Panda, while Inamaki Toge jumped onto his back. After sealing the transport helicopter in place with amber, Hajime immediately jumped down without hesitation. Under the force of gravity, Hajime, along with the three others, embraced the earth. The howling wind tore at their hearing at that moment, making even Panda's shouts indistinct. Looking down from the sky, the presence of the barrier on the ground was still astonishing. As they approached the ground, their vision gradually became obscured by the massive barrier. Even with Nanami Kento's extensive experience, he felt a surge of emotion at that moment. If they were to crash directly into the top of the barrier without taking any measures, their only fate would be to fall to their deaths. Panda couldn't help but remind Hajime, Hajime. We're about to land. Salmon. Hajime listened to their chaotic shouts in the wind, but he just opened his mouth, and his words were torn apart by the wind. But the action was visibly real. In that instant, an invisible domain expanded with Hajime at its center, and time within it ceased its march. Then, Hajime, along with the three similarly static individuals, passed through the top of the barrier without hindrance, continuing their descent towards the true ground. Just as they were about to make intimate contact with the ground, Hajime deactivated his technique, then shouted, "Now." Inamaki Toge, who had been briefed beforehand, quickly pulled his parachute as soon as time resumed its flow. The momentum of their fall was instantly nullified, and this low altitude naturally couldn't impede them. In fact, to land more quickly, they even voluntarily cut their parachute cords, then landed effortlessly on the ground. For anything, contact the outside world through the relevant personnel. Nanami Kento immediately left with Panda and Inamaki Toge to execute the plan, while Hajime's technique recovery quickly finished. After time reversal acted upon him, in the next instant, he was back on the transport helicopter. Next barrier. After sending the others into the barriers using the same method, Hajime finally arrived at the target he was to handle. In reality, he had made one less trip. Yuki Tsukumo, after finishing her tasks, didn't immediately return to Jujutsu High, and the sudden barrier incident had delayed her. Upon learning about the barriers, she also entered the nearest one to her. Her method of entry was quite violent, forcibly tearing a temporary opening. Barriers impede spellcasters, but they are not absolute, otherwise, such a restriction would surely have more stringent conditions. In fact, Yudo Katsu and Hajime could also do this, but since they were already there, and the latter's method was actually more convenient. After falling into the target barrier he was responsible for, Hajime, in a hurry, used his technique immediately after recovering, beginning to search for traces of the ancient spellcasters. Often, when he found them, these spellcasters were either fighting cursed spirits alone or several were engaged in a melee. Hajime would instantly subdue them in a time-null state, then release his technique. Then, pressing Tatsuka no Tsurugi against their throats, and telling them their predicament in a few words, most people, under the sudden subjugation and threat of death, made the most correct choice. After all, it was only a short-term binding vow, and its content was not overly demanding. But just as Hajime expected, there would always be some deranged individuals who tried to do something. However, at this point, Hajime had no time to waste words with them, especially since many of them were curse masters. With a display of force, even other wavering spellcasters immediately changed their minds, and Hajime only needed to complete binding vows with nearly half of the spellcasters. The content of the binding vow also included that if they saw other disruptive spellcasters, they would need to stop them and make them form the same binding vow. To make them willing, the content of the binding vow was actually quite simple. The agreed-upon time was only 3 days, and they could also retaliate if enemies threatened them, but they could not cause death or harm to potentially existing ordinary people. Although they were also bewildered, under the strong suppression, most still agreed to make the binding vow. After all, the fate of those who refused or thought they were smart enough to try tricks was clearly visible. Time passed quickly. Hajime had already completed the first barrier, achieving the goal of preventing most deaths. As he was about to go elsewhere, he received contact from personnel inside the barrier. "Hajime, there's a message from the rear." Hajime, who was just about to leave the barrier, received a call from Principal Yaga after exiting. Hajime, Gojo, and the others haven't come out yet, but he passed on intelligence through someone who woke up. He said they found Tsumaki, and she's also controlling her technique well inside. Also, there's good news and bad news. The good news is that Gojo is still powerful inside, and he should be able to stop the game from unfolding. But the bad news is, the first round of the game has ended, and the winners are nowhere to be found, including their bodies in reality. After indicating he understood, Hajime sighed in relief, then rushed to the next barrier, wondering where those winners in the dream realm had gone. One must know that according to the game rules, each of their so-called winners must have personally killed at least hundreds or thousands of people. Even if this was just a game, it was incomparable to games on computer screens. One could glean a bit from Nobuo Suda's experience. The slaughter within the dream realm would likely be so realistic as to be indistinguishable from reality. Otherwise, the former wouldn't have suffered a mental breakdown from self-interrogation, and what about those winners? They, of course, truly knew that they were slaughtering their own kind. Even if they could hypnotize themselves into believing they had more than one life, did their hearts truly never consider the inevitable outcome for those who lost all their lives? No. They had to think about it, because the rules of the game were automatically known to everyone when a player entered the dream realm. In other words, any winner who could survive to the end, those who were originally ordinary people, they would all be curse masters in the true sense of the word. They would be killers lost in power, viewing others' lives as mere trifles. And their whereabouts, of course, also needed to be confirmed, but Hajime quickly learned the whereabouts of these winners from a voice message forwarded by Mei Mei. "Hajime, I'm in big trouble over here. A super troublesome ancient spellcaster, and several madmen. Thank you all for the constant motivation, it really means a lot, and we've come such a long way together. Blue Heart." Chapter 110, 110, It feels just like reality. The moment Megumi Fushiguro opened his eyes, he was met with a familiar sky stretched over rows of towering buildings. The steel giants loomed on either side of a street, forming an artificial canyon beneath the open sky. He lay on the asphalt, the coarse sensation against his back startling in its realism. Every bump in the pavement, every scrape of friction through his clothes felt tangible. Too real. As his mind sharpened, Megumi quickly got to his feet, eyes narrowing with caution. He hadn't forgotten, this was the dream realm. A domain where people hunted each other in the name of power. What lay before him looked uncannily like a real-world street. The surrounding shops still had lights on, though eerily devoid of life. No workers. No sounds. No signs of anyone else. A large screen hung at a nearby intersection, not displaying ads, but a simple map and a fluctuating number, 1754. As Megumi stared at it, the number dropped to 1752. His eyes darkened. Players. That was the number of remaining participants. 2 had already been eliminated. Then, footsteps echoed down the empty street. He didn't have time to hide. The source of the sound was moving directly toward him. There. Found him. 5 figures emerged, each armed with crude weapons like baseball bats and knives. Their expressions were fanatical, eyes gleaming with twisted anticipation. "Boss, that guy looks familiar," one murmured. "Isn't he a jujutsu sorcerer? I think I saw him in one of those live broadcasts." The leader faltered for a second, but his sneer returned quickly. "So what? They're all the same in here. Kill him once, and he'll respawn. Come on, don't you want to make a name for yourselves?" They weren't backing down. Not after already taking lives. There was no turning back for them. Surrounded, Megumi didn't show fear. The truth was, he couldn't sense his technique here. His connection to cursed energy was faint, distant. But that didn't matter. His instincts, his experience, his combat skills, none of that had been lost. Judging by their cheap weapons and disorganized movements, these thugs were likely weak. If they had real power, they wouldn't still be swinging store-bought blades. No mercy. They had already forsaken their humanity. If spared, they'd only continue killing others for strength. The wind howled as Megumi dashed forward, dodging a wild swing from a bat. He crashed into the attacker's chest, ripped the bat from his hands using a grappling move, then drove it into the man's gut with a heavy thud. The alloy bat whistled with each strike. Another rushed in with a knife, but their swordplay was laughably poor. Megumi parried with precision, battering them down one by one. Their form was sloppy. None of them had proper training, just brute strength and desperation. It was street fighting, nothing more. Within seconds, all 5 were either unconscious or groaning on the ground. Yet even then, they scrambled to their feet, murder still in their eyes. As if pain and death didn't register at all. Megumi's eyes narrowed. He didn't hesitate. With precise strikes, he incapacitated all 5, permanently this time. One by one, their bodies began to shimmer, then disappeared completely, blood, weapons, and all. And then, they reappeared. Just like that. Unharmed, standing exactly where they had been. They immediately snatched their weapons off the ground and charged at him again. TCH. Khan. With a surge of limited cursed energy, Megumi summoned Khan. The divine dog emerged in a flash of blue light, teeth bared and growling. Despite the strain, it was enough. Khan pounced, tearing through the attackers with savage precision. Megumi gave no quarter, commanding Khan to eliminate them quickly. This time, they vanished, and didn't return. He knew the rule now, when a player died, they could choose where to respawn. If they didn't reappear, they'd chosen a different location entirely, likely far away. Megumi exhaled. He looked back at the screen, still hundreds of players left, and pressed on in the direction it indicated. The dream realm felt too real. If not for the absence of hunger, or the fact there was no sun in the sky, one could easily mistake it for reality and lose themselves in it. He noticed something else. The city wasn't infinite. As he navigated and compared locations to the displayed map, he realized the area was confined. Large enough to explore, but still with boundaries. He encountered another group, not attackers this time. They were being hunted. Without hesitation, Megumi intervened, dispatching the hunters and saving the 2 survivors. Even after realizing who he was, the attackers still tried to fight. Khan ended them quickly. The 2 he rescued explained that not everyone here had turned into hunters. Some, like them, were just trying to survive. There had once been a group of survivors, an actual organization. But it was torn apart when a powerful hunter appeared. One who had slaughtered dozens, gaining overwhelming strength from the kills. Because the survivors refused to kill, they had no defense. The result was a massacre. These 2 were among the few who escaped. Megumi took them along, learning more about the dream realm as they moved. Apparently, the city was looped. Walk far enough, and you'd return to where you started, just like circling a planet. As his cursed energy gradually returned, Megumi's strength grew. The hunters that followed were no match for him. He began to build a group, starting with 2, then 5, then over 30 people. When he suggested they wait in hiding while he searched for Gojo Satoru, none agreed. They chose to follow him. He allowed it. But then, it happened. Woof! Khan gave a warning growl. A figure appeared at the end of the street, thin, grinning, eyes gleaming with cruel intent. Megumi immediately sensed it. This was no ordinary opponent. My name is Hori Sadatoshi. Remember it. No time for talk. He charged directly at Megumi, fist glowing with cursed energy. But something was off. His speed was deceptive, fast in approach, yet oddly slow when attacking. Megumi dodged. Khan lunged, but Hori's defense was lightning quick. Too quick. Khan struck again. Blocked. Again. Blocked. And then, Hori hurled Khan aside with raw force. Megumi watched closely. The man's defense was flawless, but his attacks, strangely sluggish. Was it part of his technique? Could it be, he's trading offensive speed for defensive reflexes? He began experimenting, switching up his rhythm. The pattern held. Hori could block anything, but his attacks came slow, predictable. Then it changed. After a dozen failed attacks, Hori's next strike suddenly became a blur. The fist Megumi thought he dodged smashed into him with bone-cracking force. Boom. Glass shattered. The air exploded. Megumi was launched through a building wall, buried in rubble. Khan growled, standing between the dust cloud and the approaching Hori. The men grinned, eyes gleaming with madness. Come on, show me how strong you really are. 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Sounds like a fair trade, a real win-win if you ask me. Chapter 111, Reunion of Siblings. An intentionally missed attack. Followed by a devastating blow. If this is the effect of his curse technique, then it must be accumulating the power of missed attacks and unleashing it all at once. Megumi Fushiguro was enveloped in pure white light. Thanks to the healing from his Shikigami, round deer, his earlier injuries had mostly healed. After unsummoning it, the weight on his body lessened considerably. But if his theory was correct, and Hori Sadotoshi's curse technique functioned by stockpiling failed strikes to enhance later ones, then things were grim. Megumi's cursed energy was already low due to the dream realm suppressing his abilities. Even executing a proper technique amplification was pushing it. Meanwhile, Hori Sadatoshi exploited his technique to the fullest. Each of his attacks carried terrifying might. Megumi was forced to take some of them head-on just to avoid the technique's accumulated damage. But enduring those normal strikes wasn't a sustainable strategy either, not when he hadn't yet recovered his full strength. Hori Sadatoshi stepped through a gaping hole in the wall, his slight frame belying the crushing aura around him. Standing amidst the ruined street, the sinister cursed energy rolling off him was impossible to ignore. Sensing it, Megumi narrowed his eyes. Even though he had a guess, he still asked, "How many people have you killed?" Hori Sadatoshi responded with a mocking grin. "You jujutsu sorcerers are all the same, pretending to uphold justice. But how many lives have you taken?" He tapped his chin and continued, "Let's see, maybe 5 or 6,000. Give or take. The city's crawling with ants. It's not hard to rack up that number if you stroll around a bit." He cast a glance toward the distant group of hiding survivors and bared his teeth in a crooked smile. "This game has just begun. Once I harvest the rest, I'll reign as the master of the new world." Without another word, he launched himself forward, shattering the ground beneath him. Though his attacks came at a restrained pace, Megumi recognized the pattern. Sadatoshi was baiting him into dodging. Each dodge would only strengthen the next explosive hit. But Megumi was already a step ahead. Just as Sadatoshi closed in, Megumi formed a hand seal and summoned another Shikigami, Rabbit Escape. His shadow rippled and twisted into the form of countless rabbits. One rabbit, solidifying midair, intercepted Sadatoshi's fist just in time. The impact stalled the attacker briefly. Frowning, Sadatoshi picked up a piece of rubble and hurled it at high speed, the projectile whistling through the air. But it failed to land cleanly. Sadatoshi finally looked mildly impressed. "You're quick to catch on. Most of my opponents never figured out my technique until they were already dead. Well then, Phase 1 is over. Time for Phase 2. He darted forward again, this time, holding nothing back. His movements regained their natural speed. Earlier, he deliberately held back to lure Megumi into taking hits. Now the real fight began. Each strike came faster, sharper. Megumi and his Shikigami scrambled to hold the line. Though Rabbit Escape was weak individually, its numbers and low cursed energy cost made it a surprisingly effective counter against Satoshi's ability. But there was a limit. Megumi didn't have the stamina for a prolonged defense, and worst of all, he lacked a finishing move to defeat his opponent outright. Should I let him kill me once, then use revival to regain strength? It was a desperate thought, but one that crossed his mind. In the dream realm, death wasn't necessarily permanent. Satoshi must have sensed this hesitation. Smiling maniacally, he closed in, and this time, landed a heavy blow. Megumi coughed blood as he crashed to the ground. His Shikigami was smashed aside, badly damaged. Satoshi didn't press the attack. He stood there, grinning. Go ahead. Die. Or kill yourself. Makes no difference. Either way. You're finished. But just as he sneered down at Megumi, a crimson light burst through the sky. His mocking expression froze. He turned his head, but too late. The beam of cursed energy, focused and precise, tore through him. What the hell? Blood dripped from his lips. His body was nearly erased, a neat circular hole carved through him and several buildings in the distance. He fell to his knees. A new figure emerged from the dust, tall and composed. White hair danced in the breeze, and piercing blue eyes locked onto the battlefield. Gojo Satoru. Megumi let out a breath of relief. Gojo walked over, hands in his pockets, as if he hadn't just fired off a long-range curse technique, reversal, red. The attack had nearly vaporized Satoshi. Megumi, Gojo said coolly. You finish him off. Megumi nodded, summoning a Shikigami and sending it forward. Satoshi didn't resist. He simply chuckled as he lay dying. Haha. I'll be back. Stronger. Next time, I'll beat you all. The Shikigami delivered the finishing blow. Gojo clapped Megumi on the shoulder. Glad I made it in time. If I was a second later, I'd have to go digging for your corpse. Then, with a mischievous glint, he added, wanna hear some good news? Guess who I found? Megumi's heart skipped. He looked up, hope rising. Gojo pointed down the street. Over there. A figure ran toward them, graceful and radiant. Megumi's breath caught. The familiar scent hit him before she reached him. Tsumaki. She threw her arms around him, holding him tightly. Megumi's eyes welled up. I'm sorry, he whispered. Tsumaki ran her fingers through his hair. Don't say that. I'm the one who worried you for so long. She smiled at him, bright and warm. You haven't changed at all. It's like we were never apart. She looked around. Where's Hajime-san? I must have worried both of you. Megumi wiped his eyes and smiled. Hajime has important work to do outside. He wanted to come, but Gojo convinced him otherwise. He said if we didn't find you, he'd charge in here himself. Tsumaki laughed softly. Still so stubborn. He and I used to bicker all the time. She glanced down the ruined street, her smile turning wistful. In this brutal world, waking up alone had terrified her. But she'd endured, for herself, for Megumi, and for Hajime. All right, we should go. We need to send a message out. Otherwise, Hajime will break in here next, Gojo called from a distance. Megumi nodded, turning to Tsumaki. Let's go, sister. I'll get you out of here. No more suffering. Uploading daily isn't easy, especially while balancing work and studies. Your support truly means a lot to me. Chapter 112, The Price of Power. Kamihara Hajime was slightly surprised to see Mei. They weren't in combat, but rather standing in a wide open-air stadium, eerily calm, like old friends reunited after years apart. From the moment he entered the barrier, Hajime noticed something was off. The entire route to this location had been quiet, too quiet. No signs of any ancient sorcerers. The city felt hollow, lifeless. Only cursed spirits lingered, circling like vultures over a dead battlefield. As Hajime stepped into the stadium, his presence was instantly felt. Inside were three distinct groups. The first included Mei, Nobara Kujisaki, and Takuma Ino, assigned to manage this section of the barrier. The second group was composed of two men and a woman. The woman's once beautiful face was marred by a brutal scar. Beside her stood a large, muscular man and a carefree-looking guy with a lazy grin. The last individual, standing apart from the rest, leaned calmly on an iron rod. His hairstyle, two buns, stood out oddly in this deadly setting. Phew, Hajime, you got here fast, Mei sighed, her hand gripping a massive axe. With how this mission shifted, you should demand extra compensation. She didn't say it aloud, but the child she once knew had grown strong enough to give even her a sense of security. Compared to Mei, both Nobara and Ino visibly relaxed the moment Hajime appeared. They had clearly been under pressure. Neither of the opposing sides shared their ideals, and conflict had been looming. The bun-haired individual, oddly detached, had halted his aggression. The trio on the other side hadn't attacked either, holding off for a single reason, the arrival of Kamihara Hajime. I rushed here as soon as I could, Hajime said casually. I was about to enter the dream realm when Gojo-sensei shared some good news. Then I saw your request, Mei-san, and came straight here. He turned his gaze to the other side. Are those the ones? They didn't ally with the ancient sorcerers. Mei shook her head. No. According to them, they're not reincarnated sorcerers. They're awakened ones, survivors who won the Dream Realm's twisted game. That's right, the grinning man interrupted, rising from his crouch and clapping. I'm Shinji. These are Satada and Rinka. And yes, we were the victors. He placed a hand over his heart. Kamihara Hajime, we know your name. You're famous. We've been looking forward to meeting you. Then he added, almost with admiration, you're younger than us, but hey, that's the beauty of the jujutsu world, right? Power speaks louder than age. Hajime stared at the forced smile and cut him off bluntly, get to the point. I'm interested in you too, but I don't have time for flattery. Shinji chuckled but kept his composure. We want to join your side. Simple as that. But in the dream realm, we weren't given a choice. So we did what we had to do. Hajime's voice turned cold. Then tell me, how many people did you kill in there? Shinji's smile cracked slightly. Satada, the brute, scoffed. Told you this wouldn't work. They'll never accept us. They act like jujutsu is sacred and untouchable, but we earned our power too. He sneered. And the number of kills? Who knows? Those people respawned anyway. It was like a game, you kill, they come back. Why count? Then, grinning madly, he added, but I'd say, a lot. You bastards. Nobara and Ino snapped in unison. Hajime remained calm, but his next words were sharp as a blade. I believe in treating others with respect, and expecting the same in return. But if you chose to slaughter people without remorse, you should be ready to face death the same way. No excuses. Shinji's face twisted in desperation. Wait, we were forced into that world. With our strength, we can help now. Before he could continue, Rinka, who'd stayed silent until now, spoke with a cold rasp. I told you, Shinji. No one cares about our suffering. Only we do. Hajime's gaze turned sharp. Then why didn't you leave when you had the chance? You had an opportunity, didn't you? Why give it up? Shinji's face faltered, stunned. Hajime had seen enough. These weren't misunderstood victims. They were people who got a taste of power and embraced it without responsibility. They weren't special, they were dangerous liabilities. He glanced at the bun-haired man. That man. His eyes were devoid of emotion. Detached. Like he saw the world from outside it. You three are nothing but executioners begging for acceptance, Hajime said coldly. You're not worth saving. If those were your final words, then prepare to atone to your victims, personally. Tension cracked in the air. Satada growled, his grin widening. Told you we needed to prove ourselves. Let's kill him. That should change things. Shinji and Rinka didn't respond. Unlike the hot-headed Satada, they knew better than to underestimate a special-grade sorcerer, especially one known for manipulating time. Suddenly, a voice cut through the building pressure. If you kill them now, it plays right into Kenjaku's goals. It was the bun-haired man. Calm and composed, yet now visibly intrigued. My name is Kashimo Hajime, he said, electricity lightly crackling around him. I live for one purpose, fighting the strongest. I missed my chance to fight Sukuna centuries ago. Now, I've been reborn for this. Their names are similar, search up Kashimo Hajime's to know who he is. He locked eyes with Kamihara Hajime. You're strong. Strong enough to make me forget Sukuna, even just for a moment. Kamihara Hajime tilted his head slightly. I know. But it's only 3 people. And I won't let them leave this barrier alive. Satada opened his mouth, but didn't finish. Kamihara Hajime vanished from sight. Blood sprayed. Satada's body fell in 2 clean halves. His cursed technique hadn't even activated. Shinji and Rinka stood frozen, horror etched across their faces. Satada was dead before he even reacted. Kamihara Hajime stood calmly, Tatsuka no Tsurugi in hand, not a drop of blood staining the blade. He turned to face Kashimo. Let's make a wager, Kashimo said, excitement sparking across his skin. If you win, I'll follow your lead. If I win, you help me get to Sukuna. He smiled with intensity. Of course, you can kill me. I don't mind. I just want to see the limits above me. Kamihara Hajime didn't refuse. Unlike the others, this one was strong enough to matter. Ishigori Ryu had mentioned him once, the strongest from 400 years ago. Kashimo Hajime. All right, Hajime said simply. I have time. Let's see if you're worth the legend. Electricity exploded outward. Kashimo's body surged with lightning, roaring like a storm. There was no hesitation, he knew holding back would mean death. Technique release, he intoned. Lightning God, Amber. Send Power Stones Wilted Flower. 100 is equal to 1 bonus chapter. 200 is equal to 3 bonus chapters. Chapter 113, Calamity from 400 years ago. Kashimo Hajime was enveloped in lightning, his form distorting into something monstrous. Bolts of raw thunder coiled around him, forming an armor of primal energy with beast-like features. Now visibly larger, Kashimo gripped his iron rod tightly. The earth beneath him cracked violently, spiderweb fractures spreading across the stadium floor. In an instant, his figure vanished from view. A piercing bolt of lightning sliced through the air, striking straight toward Kamihara Hajime. The stadium trembled from the shockwave, the thunder roaring behind the strike. Hajime's hair whipped around his face, a tingling sensation crawling across his skin. The speed shocked him. This wasn't ordinary agility, it surpassed even the Zenin clan's projection sorcery. The strike was ferocious, but... It's still not enough, Hajime muttered calmly. With a blur, he met the lightning head-on, fist drawn back. As his punch shot forward, it collided with the iron rod, barely shifted into position by Kashimo, whose reaction couldn't keep pace yet somehow always aligned. The resulting explosion of energy blasted outward. Fierce winds tore through the stadium, and the pristine green turf was reduced to dirt and rubble in seconds. Evacuate. Mei ordered sharply, pulling Nobara Kujisaki and Ino Takuma toward the exit. Even near the stadium's edge, it wasn't safe. Once outside, Ino adjusted his knit cap and peered back toward the raging thunder within the arena. His voice carried disbelief. Incredible. I'd heard rumors of his strength, but this is the first time I've seen it myself. Nobara, standing beside him, was awestruck. Unlike Gojo Satoru, Kamihara Hajime wasn't as publicly known, but what unfolded before her was clear, this was a true special-grade sorcerer. The lightning alone radiated enough cursed energy to threaten anyone watching. The stadium shook violently. She didn't doubt that it would be reduced to rubble before long. So. This is what it means to be a special grade, she whispered. Back in the stadium, Hajime was beginning to understand what, the strongest 400 years ago, really meant. Kashimo's cursed energy had fully materialized as lightning, forming an offensive and defensive force that enveloped his entire body. Each strike delivered both explosive impact and surging electricity, capable of paralyzing or penetrating even the most formidable defense. Even with Hajime's advanced cursed energy control, bolstered by his time-based technique, he felt the sting of every blow. But that wasn't what intrigued him the most. It was Kashimo's reaction time. He wasn't reacting logically or consciously, his body moved almost instinctively, like it had memorized Hajime's movements before they happened. It was an eerie, unnatural precision. Hajime suddenly paused mid-motion. He focused his senses, eyes narrowing as he scanned the air. Those faint electrical currents floating around me, is that your trick? From the veil of lightning, Kashimo's smirk flickered. Correct. Their currents extended from my body. Whenever you move within them, I feel the disturbance. It's like sonar. My body reacts through them, even if I can't match your speed consciously. He continued, voice laced with honest admiration. Still, even that isn't enough. I know you haven't used your full power yet. I can feel it. And this form. I can't maintain it forever. So now. I'm going all in. Kashimo gripped his iron rod tighter. Muscles bulged, and with one flex, the crude weapon shattered in his hands. A surge of purple lightning erupted from the core. Crackling arcs shot outward. Within seconds, the steel liquefied, dripping to the ground in molten streaks. From the storm emerged a single-edged blade, glowing with purple light. Kashimo held it aloft. This is but Samitama, he said, reverently. A legendary spiritual blade. Kenjaku gave it to me. He raised it, letting the lightning dance across its surface. His exact words. This sword's compatibility with you is perfect. Use it to kill Kamihara Hajime. I hope you're ready. Without hesitation, Kashimo drove the sword into his own chest. It exploded into lightning, surging across his form like divine wrath. The torrent grew denser, spiraling around him like a typhoon. Take my Kazuchi, Calamity God. Thunder roared as the energy spiraled upward, shattering the stadium roof. The sky split apart, a column of lightning punching into the heavens and tearing a hole in the clouds. The lightning began to recoil, swirling inward toward a singularity at the stadium's center. Then came the change. From the eye of the storm, two colossal hands burst through the lightning, tearing it open. First came armored forearms, then a full body. A towering humanoid figure emerged, clad in ancient, ornate armor forged from lightning itself. A horned, Oni-like mask concealed his face, regal and terrifying. Purple bolts pulsed along every inch of his form. But Hajime wasn't watching the armor. His eyes were locked on something else. Behind Kashimo floated a faintly glowing ring, a perfect circle of purple light. It radiated with quiet divinity. Hajime's breath caught. That light. It mirrored the aura he had once seen behind Orochi, that demonic godlike figure. Different in detail, but unmistakably the same in essence. Is this connected to the spiritual swords? Or, are they evolving the same way? As the lightning retracted into the light ring, it grew deeper in color and intensity, confirming Hajime's suspicion. But this wasn't the time for research. A deep, distorted voice echoed through the thunder. I'm coming. Kashimo's new form stepped forward. Every footfall sent tremors through the ground. Lightning danced along his palm as he gripped the air, forming a blade of pure devastation. But Tsumitama reformed in his hand, sharper than ever. With a swing, he unleashed a blade of near-black lightning, an arc of death tearing toward Hajime. Kamihara Hajime didn't flinch. His cursed energy wrapped around Tatsuka no Tsurugi. With his technique, even a broken blade could be reversed to its original form, so long as it didn't suffer domain-level damage. This meant Hajime could push his weapon to its limit, enhancing it with nearly indestructible cursed energy. Time will spin. One sword lightning cut. Hajime crouched slightly, sword sheathed, then vanished. The sky-shattering bolt from Kashimo fractured midair, disintegrating as Hajime's blade sliced through it. The air screamed from the pressure, the stadium shrieking in protest. He glanced down. Tatsuka no Tsurugi trembled in his grip, on the brink of collapse. With a breath, Hajime reversed it back to normal using his technique. Looking up, he locked eyes with Kashimo. The remnants of their clash, the broken lightning, the scattered debris, froze behind him, suspended in time. None could reach him. But Kashimo was already moving again. This time, his speed was real. He had caught up. A grin spread across Hajime's face. That's more like it. Chapter 114, Clash of Gods. The stadium could no longer withstand the onslaught. After being pierced by bolts of scattered lightning, the once modern structure collapsed with a thunderous roar. From the swirling dust and smoke, two figures shot into the air. In a flash, the first of them vanished. Standing far from the waves of dust created by the destruction, Hajime gazed into the smoke. The crackling lightning within still gleamed, fierce and brilliant. Around him, the rain began to fall once more, only to freeze midair, suspended like glass beads. Hajime raised his blade. The airborne raindrops distorted, stretched, and twisted, transforming into countless thorn-like arrows in an instant. As his blade descended, the arrows disappeared, leaving behind only a chaotic blur in the air. A sudden gust tore through the smoke. The invisible arrows tore it to shreds before striking a radiant figure hidden within. The lightning faltered for a moment, but surged again. The figure shattered the smoke and reappeared. Now on the open street, under streaks of sunlight, the godlike form of Kashimo Hajime hovered. Lightning-forged armor clung to him, and the radiant halo behind him pulsed with divine brilliance. He had not lied, he was reaching an unprecedented peak. Yet at the same time, he teetered on the brink of collapse. This was not his power. When Kenjaku handed him the Butsumitama, his intentions were never hidden. He wanted Kashimo to use this power to face the strongest modern sorcerers. In Kenjaku's plan, Kashimo was a blade, nothing more. But Kashimo had accepted that. As long as he could fight monsters that transcended time, even being a tool was enough. Only someone like Kenjaku could fuse cursed objects with people, without the path of incarnation. But because of that, I've seen a glimpse of power beyond. He stretched his arms wide, as if to embrace the lightning. The wheel of light behind him darkened to a deep purple. Lightning patterns danced across it, majestic, divine, and the surrounding energy bowed in reverence. Kashimo's curse technique was unique. It held overwhelming power, but also inflicted destruction upon himself. At the peak, it could obliterate both him and his enemy. So he adapted. He used his curse technique to analyze energy, allowing his body to carry lightning's destructive force without directly invoking his ability. In doing so, he reached the height of his era, without ever activating his technique. But the golden age of Jujutsu had passed. There was no longer a peak to climb. He was not Tengen, who could live through generations. He was a man, a mortal, praised as the strongest of his time. Death waited for him. No matter how far he reached, it would always be there. And then Kenjaku came, offering him a deal he couldn't refuse. A chance to fight Raiman Sukuna, the demon god of the Heian era. How could he say no? Let me feel alive again, he had thought. Let me not be alone. The Butsumitama pulsed with power. Lightning gathered around it, drawn toward the blade in Kashimo's hand. Then he swung. The lightning fused with the slash. Though there was still distance between them, the arc of destruction crossed it in an instant. Hajime had already inverted Tatsuka no Tsurugi at his waist, as if sheathing it. As the apocalyptic purple light filled the sky, time itself seemed to halt. What did lightning look like when frozen? To Hajime, it was a painting. A three-dimensional masterpiece. And within his domain, he held the brush. The slashes cut through the lightning. Cursed energy, forged into blades, tore the sky open. One massive strike stopped midair, frozen like a rift through reality. If only I could cut space, Hajime mused. I'd make a decent overpowered protagonist. The severed arcs of lightning remained motionless outside his domain's influence, forming a network of lines that fragmented the incoming storm. Time resumed. The sword light exploded in all directions. Thunder scattered into light. Kashimo's body shattered, his armor lost all defensive strength, sliced cleanly into pieces. Hajime relaxed, thinking the battle had ended. But something was wrong. There was no blood. No flesh. Only remnants glowing purple, crackling with faint electricity. Those fragments lifted into the air, converging once more beneath the purple halo above. Hajime watched in disbelief as Kashimo's body reassembled. Before the lightning obscured his face, Kashimo smiled. Thank you. The light engulfed him. Thunder surged. The god of lightning rose again, divine sword raised high. A radiant burst exploded behind him. From Hajime's view, it looked like a massive purple eye opening in the sky. An oppressive aura swept over everything. Slash. Kashimo's voice echoed, not his own, but something ancient and divine. The sky dimmed. Clouds gathered in silence, then erupted with lightning. Thousands of bolts converged in the air, twisting together. A massive figure, identical to Kashimo in his divine form, took shape in the sky. It held lightning as a sword. And with it, it brought the end of the world. At this point, Hajime no longer faced a man. He faced a god. All sorcerers within the barrier could see it. From the edges of the domain, Nobara Kujisaki's eyes widened. Are they even human anymore? Why are they world-ending disasters while we're still throwing punches and using cursed tools? Ino Takuma shielded his eyes. Mei, are we really just going to wait here? Mei stood still, her crow perched on her arm. Yes. This is the closest barrier. We just wait until Hajime-san finishes up. You think he can? Believe in him, she said. This is the new generation's time. All I need is a pension and a sunny beach. As the storm swelled, the sky lit with divine judgment. Then, a figure rose into the air. Hajime. He had left behind a cratered street. Now he soared upward, facing the towering god of thunder. As they collided, Tatsuka no Tsurugi vanished. He brought his hands together. Domain expansion, returning to nothingness. A black barrier spread outward, swallowing most of the thunder god's shadow. All the power that had built to a climax vanished. From Kashimo's perspective, it happened in a blink. The black barrier absorbed everything, lightning, fury, divine form. And then there was nothing. Not even air. Not even light. Just absence. Bang. Hajime fell from the sky, landing nearby. Kashimo stood, armor gone, his divine sword returned to a mundane blade. I lost. There was no sorrow in his voice, only peace. And perhaps, a hint of joy. He looked at Hajime with a soft expression. Hajime-san. Do you feel lonely? 100 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 power stones equals 3 bonus chapters. Thanks for the support. Chapter 115, Bonds Forged. Hajime squatted on the ground, holding the Butsumitama in his hand. He inspected the spiritual sword thoughtfully as he responded to Kashimo Hajime. This thing. He began. He trailed off, unable to explain that he couldn't truly speak to Kashimo, a barrier he couldn't breach. It was the deepest kind of isolation. I used to feel like this world was a game, Hajime continued, with everyone as NPCs and only me as the player. If it were just a game, that would be fun. But reality suffocates. Seeing empathy in Kashimo's expression, Hajime cleared his throat. That's not the case anymore. I've met people worth caring about, and I've found philosophical meaning in them. Hajime plunged the unremarkable Butsumitama into the ground before Kashimo. Once radiant, the artifact now appeared as nothing more than an ancient relic. Our connection to this world comes through others, whether good or bad. You feel lonely because no one truly understands you, right? Kashimo accepted the blade and stood. He had unleashed an explosive surge of power using it and seemed destined to fall, but Hajime's interruption saved him. Silently, Kashimo recalled distant faces, blurred. Even their names were gone. Hajime waited. Beneath the surface, he wanted information on Kenjaku. He felt moved by Kashimo's past, but his mission came first. To gain something, you must give something. Start by trying to understand others. But that can wait. Tell me about Kenjaku. Kashimo nodded, then shared what he knew. Kenjaku dates back to the Heian era, the golden age of Jujutsu. I think he has a method of extending his life, similar to Tengen's immortality reset, maybe through his curse technique, or another means. One thing's clear, it involves his body. I've seen him 3 times. In each, he used a different body and appearance. The only constant was the forehead mark. I don't know everything, but I can guess. Holding the ancient sword, Kashimo continued. This barrier exists to force us to fight within it. When I killed some others, I felt them merge with it after death. And when he gave me this cursed object, he mentioned your name from the start. He never thought I could beat you. He must know you deeply. You should ask Tengen about Kenjaku, Hajime suggested. He's been alive through eras too. Kashimo's eyes flickered, then he remained silent. He wouldn't say that Tengen had disappeared. Kenjaku was a mystery, a Heian-era figure who still acted today, able to change bodies over centuries and retain abilities and memories. Hajime considered whether Sukuna might have knowledge about Kenjaku, but realized that even Sukuna had remained dormant for months, unusual to Itadori. Sorcerers remained wary, especially after the loss of Sukuna's fingers stored at Jujutsu High. There had even been proposals to supervise Yuji Itadori directly, but it was rejected. He was always under the watch of Gojo or Yuta. I need to deal with these barriers, Hajime said. Do you plan to stay or leave? If you want to escape, we can make a pact. Hajime saw Kashimo's strength firsthand. If he couldn't kill him, perhaps he could make him an ally. The Jujutsu world desperately needed powerful sorcerers. After some thought, Kashimo agreed. Bound by the contract, he could not leave the barrier unless he killed other spellcasters, but Hajime now had a way to help him exit. The agreement was simple, Kashimo would aid Hajime's side until Kenjaku was dead or 3 months passed. In exchange, he got his freedom. Neither party was surprised. Kenjaku had created dozens of barriers and reincarnated many sorcerers to fight in them, he was no savior. Kashimo had fought but never sought to torture or kill recklessly, it was too dull compared to battles like the one just fought. They spoke briefly. If you were from that era, you'd be legendary, perhaps I've witnessed history firsthand. Hajime smiled and led Kashimo back to Mei and the others. They watched warily, but relaxed when Hajime introduced him. Hajime, you wouldn't be. Mei guessed immediately. Despite Kashimo's threat earlier, he hadn't tried to kill them. It made sense that Hajime would strike a deal. She greeted Kashimo warmly. Nobara Kujisaki and Ino Takuma observed silently, trusting Hajime completely. After using time stop to escape the barrier, Hajime received updates. Yuta and Yuki Tsukumo had helped resolve 6 barriers. Only 2 remained. One was manageable, but the last was the most dangerous, with at least 4 special-grade cursed spirits and massive cursed energy reactions. The plan, split into 2 teams. Hajime agreed. But Kashimo volunteered to join Hajime on the final barrier, and Hajime accepted. Shortly after, Hajime received a message from Gojo Satoru himself. Hajime, good news and bad news. Good as Tsumaki has been rescued, this round is over. Hajime stopped. Gojo's voice continued, I'm fine now, don't worry. You handle things over there. Relief washed over Hajime. Thousands of words stuck in his throat, but he managed only, okay, I'll be back. Then Gojo delivered the bad news, the Dream Realm has completed 1 round. It shows no sign of dissolving and may enter a second very soon. But don't worry, we've got this side. You just focus. Understood, Hajime said. Chapter 116, The Quake-Born Catastrophe. At 3:46 p.m., a magnitude 4.2 earthquake rippled outward from the central region, affecting 4 cities before the seismic energy gradually subsided. Initially, most assumed it was just another minor tremor common to this land. But soon after, another quake followed, stronger than the last. Then another. And another. These repeated tremors were abnormal, enough to draw serious attention. Due to its geographical location, small earthquakes weren't uncommon in Japan. But this level of persistent seismic activity was anything but normal. Soon, the seismic analysis results came in, confirming the epicenter to be within a known barrier zone. The only plausible explanation, a terrifying cursed spirit was behind the chaos. By the fourth quake, the tremors had grown significant. Kamihara Hajime and Kashimo Hajime wasted no time, arriving at the outer perimeter of the barrier. If this frequency continued, the consequences could be devastating. While a curse's power had limits, no one was willing to gamble on what they were. Thankfully, the surrounding population had already been evacuated. If not, the death toll would have been catastrophic. Inside the barrier, what greeted Hajime's eyes was a towering, grotesque cursed spirit, spider-shaped, with an obese black and yellow body. Its bloated form was riddled with bulging, pustule-like sacs. The ground still trembled under its weight, but those vibrations only seemed to excite the creature. The true source of the quake is still ahead. This one. Kashimo Hajime began, readying his staff. I'll handle it, Hajime interrupted, stepping forward. It'll be faster that way. In the next instant, Hajime vanished. The spider curse barely had time to react. Its body twitched as a wet, tearing sound echoed through the air. Without warning, its limbs began to tear off one by one, fluid spewing from ruptured sacs. With a screeching hiss, the cursed spirit grotesquely dismembered itself before it ever glimpsed its attacker. Its final moments were filled with confusion. From within its fractured body, its compound eyes caught a descending figure cloaked in cursed energy, but it was already too late. Its head hung below its abdomen, and the blade-like legs lay shattered, slick fluids flooding the ruined street beneath it. It never understood how the attack slipped through its defenses. It simply died, dissolving into residue. Let's move, Hajime said, sheathing his cursed tool as he and Kashimo pressed onward. This barrier truly lived up to its title as one of the most dangerous zones. Before long, they encountered another formidable cursed spirit. The weaker ones didn't even warrant mention. They were everywhere, mindless pests that Hajime and Kashimo eliminated with ease. Spellcasters, however, were noticeably absent. The barrier had become a cursed playground. Another special grade, Hajime muttered after dispatching a phantom-like curse. It was the fourth such spirit, each one strong enough to be classified as special grade. Yet none had survived long enough to even activate their techniques before falling to Hajime. Still, this was concerning. The longer they remained here, the more likely they'd be pulled into Kenjaku's trap. Killing these curses meant they could be absorbed into the barrier's network. But curses were unlike sorcerers. They didn't submit, didn't hesitate. They fought to the end. If Hajime held back against every threat, how long could he keep that up? He had to eliminate those that posed danger. The main target remained the cursed spirit triggering the earthquakes. It wasn't just a threat within the barrier, it was affecting the outside world. Left unchecked, the damage could spread across the entire country. They didn't need to search long. A new anomaly appeared, drawing their eyes, and anyone else still alive inside. A massive section of land began to rise into the air. The ground itself twisted upward, lifting soil, buildings, and debris into the sky as if gravity had reversed. Earth and stone floated above like some inverted mirage. Is this a technique? Kashimo asked, stunned. Even from a distance, the scale of destruction rivaled what he had unleashed at full power, maybe more. This wasn't an illusion. Real earth, real buildings, had broken off and now hovered midair. If they fell, the damage would be catastrophic. And the force suspending them. That had to be the work of a powerful special-grade cursed spirit. As they approached, the source revealed itself. Amid the floating land, a massive figure sat cross-legged in midair. 4 arms. An elephant's head. A humanoid body. Its hands clutched giant prayer beads, and under its maintained hand seal, cursed energy rippled outward in waves. A deity. Looks like a figure from some obscure Asian mythology. Rare to see, Hajime remarked. Before they could analyze further, the ground below them heaved. From the cracked earth came another monster, this one shaped like an enormous fish. It burst into the air, silent and smooth like a skyscraper thrown skyward. Its sheer size was staggering, yet its ascent made barely a sound. And with that, the tremors returned. The central ground shattered violently, tilting in all directions. Concrete slabs rose like tombstones. Buildings toppled like toy blocks. The earthquake-resistant architecture stood no chance. Hajime dashed to the top of a fractured landmass, curse sword already drawn. 2 curses, one clearly the source of the earthquake, the fish-like one. It could only mean one thing. Kenjaku. This had to be cursed spirit manipulation, the technique he inherited from Suguragedo's body. Was Kenjaku here in person? No time to dwell. Hajime launched himself into the air. Above him, the elephant-headed curse continued its hand seals, while the fish curse spirit plummeted like a meteor. Fish-like. Earthquake-linked. There was only one myth that came to mind, the earthquake catfish. A legendary creature said to predict quakes. But this was no omen, it was a natural disaster incarnate. Still, logic didn't apply to curses. If it could be killed, that was enough. Hajime ready to expand his domain but paused. The elephant-headed curse was changing its hand seal. His instinct screamed at him. Time will spin. Entering time null state, Hajime landed atop the earthquake catfish's body. He executed a precision operation, ripping through flesh, bone, and cursed defenses using only his fists and cursed energy. The earthquake catfish spiraled downward, body ruptured and mangled. Hajime followed it, locking eyes on the entity still floating in the sky. Then it moved. With a strange, deep chant, the elephant-headed curse triggered a new technique. The floating earth above began to collapse. I'll back you up. A flash of lightning surged across the battlefield. Kashimo Hajime materialized a spear of lightning, then hurled it into the sky. It morphed into a colossal lightning dragon, roaring toward the godlike curse. But just before it could hit, it vanished. The lightning disappeared entirely, like it had been erased from existence. Only the falling debris remained, and worse still, the earthquake catfish Hajime had just dismantled leapt into the air again, seemingly unharmed. Hajime's eyes narrowed. That wasn't technique reversal, but the result was the same. That elephant-headed curse. It's technique. It's not a reversal, but the effect is similar. What kind of ability is this? Looks like no bonus chapters again today, enjoy the 2 daily ones instead. Chapter 117, Yuji Itadori has been stabbed. I fused the powers of the Yasakani no Magatama and the Yata mirror with the Dream Eater to create this dream realm. It has the power to turn illusions into reality. The technique awakened within it is real and true, existing independently from reality. This will be a critical step in releasing Sukuna. Mahito listened thoughtfully, then pressed, but didn't you indirectly help humanity by creating those sorcerers? Kenjaku gestured dismissively, humans are complex. Their conflicts among themselves are often more savage than those against curses. You've seen how those yearning for power behaved in the dream realm. For power, they slaughtered comrades without hesitation. That is something Jujutsu sorcerers refuse to tolerate. They will become enemies. Mahito grinned cruelly, once Yuji Itadori is sent into this dream realm, I will deal with him. Before that, I'll deliver a profound gift. Mahito turned his head to Kenjaku and paused, but what if they decide to kill Sukuna? Kenjaku's expression flickered, human nature is complicated. They may commit ugly deeds for certain motivations, yet they also compromise for family, companions, and such. You need not worry. I hope these little trinkets hold him back for a while longer. On the screen the barrier's interior played out. From a distance the collapsing earth looked like torrents falling from heaven, dwarfed figures scattered below. Barrier interior. As the mountain-sized plunge of earth threatened to crush the ground, Hajime stepped onto the mud mass before him, using it like a ladder toward the sky. Each step punched craters beneath him, but he climbed swiftly and reached midair. Domain expansion. Positioned between the two massive cursed spirits, Hajime attempted domain expansion. At the very moment he formed the hand seal, he sensed something else, an invisible force suppressing cursed energy. The suppression was so intense that his domain failed at the first attempt. Still in time null state, he instead unleashed a concentrated cursed energy arrow. Under his technique's enhancement, the arrow seemed to vanish from existence as it flew, an illusion of transitioning from existence to non-existence. Hajime watched the arrow fade inch by inch. He recalled how earthquake catfish recovered despite gravely injured. The anomaly intrigued him. Thankfully, this isn't a technique that copies others. It seems to negate damage rather than reverse it. Yet it still manipulates earth and structures. It's more complex. He paused, then leapt using the remaining floating earth and debris toward the elephant-headed curse. He landed on the earthquake catfish's head, only a few hundred meters remained to the elephant-headed curse. A short distance in their scale. He dispelled time null. Instantly both cursed spirits noticed his presence. The elephant-headed curse shifted hand seals. The earthquake catfish writhed beneath him, attempting to dislodge him, but its enormous body became a liability. Unable to reach Hajime effectively, it dove toward the ground. Based on its earlier emergence from the earth, it likely moves through subterranean terrain at will. Hajime pushed off. As the fish dove, it accelerated rapidly. Hajime launched upward in the opposite direction, closing in on the deity figure. The curse shifted seals again. Hajime mid-air froze. Flames erupted around him, coiling into a fiery sea. At the same time water materialized beneath his feet, instantly freezing into ice shards that shot toward him. Materialization from nothing, a construction technique, but defensive, not neutralizing my attack. And fire and ice appear simultaneously. He held his stance. Then activated his technique again. Time wheel, reverse. Resisting the magical suppression, Hajime forced out a dense mass of cursed energy. He threw it. A visible streak formed, and for an instant it struck the elephant-headed curse. The impact shrank visibly, but it didn't vanish. It struck the body, prompting a powerful roar. Smoke of clashing fire and ice billowed behind him. Hajime grasped the curse's technique a little clearer. But then the ground shifted again. The earthquake catfish, resurfacing beneath him unexpectedly, launched another attack. A massive earth pillar shot skyward at great velocity, shaking the ground. "I'll handle you first." Entering time null state, Hajime drew Tatsuka no Tsurugi and plunged it into the incoming stone pillar to slow his descent. He jumped several times and reached the ground quickly. Now only a bit of the fish's body peeked above the surface. Domain expansion. He released hand seals and formed the black barrier. Moving away from the elephant-headed curse weakened the energy suppression. Hajime adapted quickly and succeeded on his second attempt. Returning to nothingness. The barrier dissolved everything inside. Aside from Hajime himself, all matter vanished, including the earthquake catfish embedded in the earth. He stood in a deep crater, gazing upward at the elephant-headed curse, miraculously intact. The ground trembled as muddy earth surged again, attempting to bury him. Kashimo Hajime nearby was forced to retreat until aftershocks passed, then returned. Hajime reversed the blade of Tatsuka no Tsurugi in his hand, now pointing upward at the curse. He poured all his energy into reinforcing his body. The ground beneath collapsed. His arms tensed like steel. In one explosive motion he hurled the blade upward. A sonic boom rattled the sky. Though invisible, the thrown blade cut through the air toward the elephant-headed curse. Blood sprayed as it fell from the sky, and the blade reappeared in Hajime's hand. Physical attacks are effective. Its technique suppresses jujitsu, but not brute force. He recalled the mythological template, Ganesha, elephant-headed deity known for removing obstacles. If this curse was its manifestation, the technique fits, erasing obstacles equals negating jujitsu attacks. But more than elimination, the curse materialized illusions into reality, levitation, fire, ice, earth manipulation. It resembled a construction-style ability derived from imagination, but limited in its scope. A powerful strike could still outrank it. He positioned under the falling deity. Everything in the sky froze. Without needing his domain, he activated Time Stop, arresting the curse's cursed energy. Then he erased its body. With both cursed spirits exorcised, the earthquake's cause ended. Hajime stood on broken soil and reunited with Kashimo Hajime after the aftershocks. He was preparing to exorcise remaining powerful curses when urgent information appeared. Emergency. Yuji Itadori stabbed, Ryaman Sukuna reappears. Contact immediately. Chapter 118, Bargains and Betrayals. Gojo-sensei, is that settled? Megumi Fushiguro asked, his expression calm yet firm. He found Gojo Satoru's proposal logical, he was merely confirming. Gojo Satoru inclined his head. The requirement to kill 100 people refers not to the number of bodies, but the equivalent amount of cursed energy you absorb. That equals the energy from 100 lives. Rescuing Tsumaki is straightforward. But saving most individuals in the dream realm means sacrificing some. Fortunately, many don't deserve to be saved, so the moral dilemma becomes easier. Despite Gojo's casual tone, Megumi recognized the weight of the choice. It wasn't about guilt, but how decisions like this chip away at one's moral core. By accepting this plan, execution became clearer. The dream realm defied logic. For example, Gojo could replicate his six eyes there, even though he shouldn't theoretically. Yet that illogical edge is what made the dream realm unpredictable and useful. Megumi wondered what would happen if he summoned Meihoraga, the final Shikigami of his 10 Shadows technique, especially that enemy Shikigami he hadn't yet conquered. Unfortunately, there was no time, and his sister's rescue took priority. With several strong hunters subdued, Megumi could use technique amplification to fuse his divine dog and evil prison dog into hybrid forms, no domain, no fatigue needed, thanks to the dream realm's rules. Paired with a nearly whole Gojo Satoru, their positions reversed, they hunted the hunters. Capturing or defeating them wasn't difficult. The real hurdle was convincing the survivors, those who had refused to kill, to finally act. But only one act was needed. These hunters had amassed enough kills to escape, they had the cursed energy needed. Megumi and Gojo devised a rule: if someone killed a hunter using the weapon held by a survivor, the energy transferred to that survivor. This rule allowed the survivors to perform the executions themselves, meeting escape conditions, while Gojo and Megumi orchestrated everything behind the scenes. One by one, the hunters were dispatched by reluctant hands, their cursed energy fueling others' escape. Those who left gained no power, only the memory of the dream remained. Only 3 remained: Megumi, Gojo, and Tsumaki. Tsumaki had fulfilled the conditions with Megumi's help. Though she initially resisted, she eventually complied. Let's go. Hajime is waiting outside. They awakened in a cleared room in reality. Present were Yaga Masamichi, Shoko Yeri, and Yuji Itadori. Others were absent or handling field issues. They sighed with relief upon seeing Gojo, Megumi, and Tsumaki awake. The dream realm may have been illusory, but the experience, and the effort, were real. Reports arrived of other victims awakening from comas. When Gojo and the others regained consciousness, it marked the final step. Gojo addressed the group, the threat isn't over. We don't know how many times the dream realm will recur. The enemy may lure more people into it. Stay vigilant. Megumi, worried about Tsumaki, summoned Shoko. After examination, Shoko reported her recovery. Maybe she's been asleep too long to wake immediately. Megumi didn't have to wait. Tsumaki opened her eyes. She looked at the ceiling, then fixed her gaze on him. Megumi. Tears welled in Megumi's eyes. Tsumaki managed a gentle smile and awkwardly stroked his head. Don't cry, Megumi. I'm back. She gestured toward someone nearby. Yuji Itadori stepped forward, awkwardly humbled. Hello, Fushiguro-san. I'm Yuji Itadori, from Sendai. I'm Megumi's classmate. Tsumaki tried to stand. Megumi supported her and she asked about Hajime. Where's Hajime? Has he returned? It's been so long. I wonder what he's like now. Megumi explained Hajime was on another mission. Yuji chuckled. Hajime-san is a special grade sorcerer, like Gojo-sensei. I wanted to join him on the mission, but Principal Yaga wouldn't allow it. Tsumaki beckoned Yuji closer. Let me see the friend Megumi finally made. Yuji walked over and began to speak, but froze. Yuji looked down to find a short, black-bladed knife plunged into his chest. Pain surged even without blood. A pale hand gripped the hilt, Tsumaki's. Sister. Megumi gasped. Tsumaki smiled brighter, pressed the blade into Yuji's throat, and moved behind Megumi. Yuji's consciousness fragmented. A mocking laugh echoed, like Sukuna. He never understood why Tsumaki betrayed him, or what conspiracy this was. His mind broke. He fell backward, hanging midair in unnatural contortion. Slowly his body drifted upward and downward. Then Gojo and others noticed. In this confined space, Gojo suppressed his cursed energy. Attacking risked collateral damage. The hostage situation was complete. Yuji, Megumi, and Tsumaki, all controlled by the enemy. Sister. Megumi breathed. Tsumaki whispered in his ear, you knew, wouldn't you? That I'm not who you think. Megumi's despair deepened. He realized the truth. This was an ancient spellcaster reincarnated. Gojo spoke from the edge, an ancient technique, so you orchestrated all this to awaken Sukuna. I assume Itadori's consciousness was sealed and sent into the dream realm. Tsumaki, now confused as Yorozu, smiled. Correct. I'm Yorozu. That body was sent into the dream realm. Only then could Sukuna awaken. She glanced at Sukuna with fervor. He ignored her, facing Gojo directly. He wasn't fully recovered, but understood modern sorcerers clearly. Gojo motioned for Yaga and Shoko to step back, then addressed Sukuna and Yorozu. You expect me to wait until Itadori returns to suppress you again? Do you intend to threaten me with Megumi? Or do you plan to escape now? Sukuna stroked his chin. Let's make a deal. Time given until Itadori returns. I will regain full strength, then we fight. If I lose, I leave Itadori's body, and hers. You can refuse, but only if you abandon your student and your relative. Megumi felt rage as Yorozu's grip tightened. Black tendrils now wrapped him, immobilizing vital points. Gojo studied them silently. Then his 6 eyes, as explained by reliable sources, focused. He nodded. I accept. Chapter 119, Megumi's Resolve. The binding vow had been set. Yorozu released Megumi Fushiguro, and the terms agreed upon were simple. The next day, within the cleared Tokyo barrier, there would be a one-on-one duel. Sukuna hadn't stated his victory conditions outright, it felt unnecessary. Everyone understood the unspoken threat. If he lost, Sukuna would abide by the vow and expel himself from Yuji Itadori's body. The same went for Tsumaki, currently possessed by Yorozu. While the agreement had appeared straightforward, both sides were clearly hiding their true intentions. Gojo-sensei, my sister in the dream realm, she's real. I can feel it. Megumi clenched his fists, head lowered, voice tight. Gojo Satoru didn't argue. In truth, he agreed. Tsumaki's presence in the dream realm had never once felt artificial or manipulated. Nothing about her demeanor matched the traits of someone possessed by an ancient sorcerer. And in that realm, what existed wasn't physical form but consciousness, soul. So perhaps, Tsumaki was in a situation much like Itadori's, a shared vessel. The sorcerer who called herself Yorozu coexisted within her. That meant that Tsumaki, Megumi had spoken with, laughed with, protected in the dream realm, was truly her. That was why neither Megumi nor Gojo noticed anything wrong while inside. Only after leaving did Yorozu seize full control. From then on, Tsumaki's will had likely been pushed to the background, submerged, unnoticed. After all, when ancient sorcerers reincarnated, they could retain their host's memories, allowing them to mask their presence until the time was right. Go inform Hajime. Yaga, the dream realm situation isn't over. I have a bad feeling this is where the enemy's real move begins. If we must, we'll forcibly shut down public access to the dream realm, even if it means revealing everything. The enemy won't let this chance slip by. Gojo Satoru's voice was sharp as he gave instructions. We also need to decide who enters the dream realm next. The binding vow with Sukuna isn't what matters, don't trust the enemy. Once Itadori is freed, Sukuna will naturally be suppressed again. And Tsumaki. Gojo glanced at Megumi. Once Hajime returns, if he can take control, even if that ancient sorcerer tries to self-destruct, she won't succeed. As long as Tsumaki's consciousness survives, we will find a way to save her. The second half was for Megumi. His student wasn't the type to easily express emotion, but Gojo knew what truly mattered to him, his Shikigami, his comrades at Jujutsu High, his teachers, and most of all, his sister. If Tsumaki were hurt, Gojo had no doubt Megumi would never forgive himself. If Hajime had entered the dream realm, maybe none of this would have happened. Megumi's voice was a low murmur. Yaga and Yeri Shoko had already stepped away under the pretext of making arrangements. Gojo Satoru laid a hand on Megumi's shoulder. The boy looked composed, but Gojo could feel it, he was like a dormant volcano on the verge of eruption. Lost in regret, caught in what-ifs, tormenting himself with alternate outcomes. If Kamihara Hajime had entered the dream realm, Yorozu's scheme, to send Itadori's consciousness into it and awaken Sukuna from the outside, might have failed. But Megumi didn't realize he was spiraling. From where he stood, Gojo saw it clearly. Had Hajime intervened then, Yorozu would have simply found a new opportunity to accomplish the same goal. Though Gojo hadn't been able to act immediately, his six eyes caught the clues. The black, short blade that had fused into Itadori's body, the one that hadn't physically harmed him, stood out sharply in Gojo's vision. That blade had acted as a medium. It sent Itadori's consciousness into the dream realm. And to pull off such a feat, only one name came to mind, Kenjaku. Kenjaku likely knew more about Kamihara Hajime than what had been exposed during the live broadcast. The plan was always fluid, ready to pivot depending on Hajime's movements. What mattered now was pulling Megumi back from self-destruction. But before Gojo could speak. Gojo-sensei, I want to go back into the dream realm. Itadori needs to be rescued. As for my sister, I'll leave that to Hajime. Gojo didn't need to hear more to understand. Objectively, Megumi wasn't wrong. But there was something else in his words. He wanted to confront the final Shikigami, the ultimate weapon of the Ten Shadows technique. The one said to have once clashed with the head of the Gojo clan in a duel to the death. Megumi had considered summoning Meihoraga back in the dream realm, but the situation hadn't allowed it. Now, with renewed guilt and shame over his weakness, he was clearly ready to push himself to the edge. Before, he might have summoned Meihoraga recklessly. Now, with Hajime and Gojo present, he had changed. He wasn't just chasing power, he wanted control over it. And to that, what could Gojo say? He saw it, the boy was transforming. Not because he'd mastered domain expansion or evolved his technique, but because he'd gained resolve. Then go, Gojo said. We'll take care of things on this end. If. He left the sentence unfinished. It represented the worst-case outcome, if Sukuna and Yorozu broke the vow, if they failed to save both Itadori and Tsumaki peacefully. That was when the binding vow would serve its true purpose. Because the cursed energy and blood involved in sealing the pact would reveal Sukuna and Yorozu's exact locations if they breached it. Gojo would know where they were, every moment. This was why he had agreed to Sukuna's terms in the first place. If things collapsed, they would still have a lead, an opportunity to retaliate. Besides, Gojo had a strange hunch. Sukuna wouldn't break the vow. Not because he cared about the hostages. No, it felt like he was planning something else entirely. This feeling again, us exposed, the enemy hiding in the shadows. Just like back then. Gojo clenched his fists, a cold memory flashing through him. The enemy waited unseen, scheming, before delivering a fatal blow. A game of shadows, and Jujutsu often tilted the board in their favor. Kenjaku's exact location remained unknown. Even for someone like Yudo Katsu, who was among the most sensitive spellcasters, Kenjaku's concealment techniques made it nearly impossible to pinpoint him. That was the price of standing in the light. Open threats could be dodged, but hidden ones. Those were far deadlier. The tension that had briefly eased spiked again. The authorities issued an urgent, nationwide warning. It concerned the dream realm, but the details were vague, emphasizing only its extreme danger. There was no need to exaggerate. Many participants from the first event had failed and remained trapped in a coma-like state, bodies alive, minds asleep. Publicly, they were perceived as vegetables. Such real and visible consequences were enough. It was obvious Kenjaku would expand the dream realm's reach. That was the simplest way to delay Itadori's rescue and create chaos. The government's warning aimed to dissuade impulsive individuals. Yet, they couldn't expose the full truth either. There would always be reckless people who underestimated the risk. And Kenjaku? He wouldn't make the dream realm public. Not because he couldn't, but because of the cost. The dream realm wasn't infinite, it had limits. It couldn't support a vast population. So Jujutsu Society's goal became twofold: limit public access, and dispatch elite sorcerers to contain it from within. Meanwhile, the external strategy was clear: neutralize Sukuna and hunt down Kenjaku. Compared to him, curses were mere distractions. Kenjaku's scheming had always been at the heart of every crisis. Lord Sukuna. The voice came from a white-haired figure kneeling on the ground. Their features were sharp, almost androgynous, but elegant. Their expression gleamed with reverence and excitement. Sukuna gazed down at them, then smiled faintly. Yuram, it's been a while. So, Kenjaku found you too? Yes, Lord Sukuna. He's the one who ensured your return to the human world, Yuram replied, holding out a small box. He gave me these as well. Inside were several withered fingers. Sukuna's expression darkened, unreadable. Humph. That man really thinks of everything. Fine. I'll go see him. What about me? Yorozu's voice was laced with both sweetness and madness. Her eyes shone with twisted affection and obsession. Sukuna didn't even glance at her. This body is important. She's a key piece of the plan. You're coming too. Yorozu beamed at his response, the smile on her face unhinged and brilliant. Before she could speak again, Yuram turned sharply toward her. You dare speak to Lord Sukuna like that? Yorozu arched a brow, then sneered mockingly. Ah, the little errand boy. Still alive. How unfortunate. Yuram stiffened. Recognition flashed in his eyes. You. But before the confrontation escalated, Sukuna, having already absorbed several fingers, cut in. Enough. Let's go. It's time to meet an old friend. Chapter 120, Kenjaku and Sukuna. Long time no see, Yuji Itadori and Suguru Geto acknowledged each other, though what existed inside them now were different souls entirely. Kenjaku observed with satisfaction. It seems my plan succeeded exactly as intended. Everything pointed back to Kenjaku. He orchestrated Yuram's actions, provided the Black Blade harnessing Dream Eater power, and ensured Tsumaki remained herself in the dream realm. By preserving her consciousness, he enabled a seamless betrayal upon her return to reality. Without Kamihara Hajime, who controls time technique, in the dream realm at the critical moment, Tsumaki's blade strike on Itadori unfolded precisely as planned. Yuram smiled coldly, settling herself on the sofa. Her face radiated arrogance and triumph. Was all of this really necessary? Are today's sorcerers worthy of such extreme caution? Kenjaku laughed softly. He knew Yuram only had fragmented information, her actions were guided mostly by what he'd told her, not first-hand experience. Never underestimate modern sorcerers. In combat power, some have reached or even surpassed Heian-era level. Especially one sorcerer, Kamihara Hajime. You remember him, yes? Yuram nodded. He's not blood-related to the girl, but I recall the black-haired young man. Although I saw no jujutsu in his actions. Kenjaku retrieved a videotape from his sleeve. With a gesture, a nearby monitor booted up. This is recorded from a relative's vantage point. Watch carefully. The video displayed candid, covert footage. Hajime moved about without noticing any surveillance. As Yuram watched, her expression darkened. Kenjaku turned to Sukuna seated nearby. Is this plan truly viable? Sukuna's voice was calm. This path differs from my previous one. But yes, I will succeed. Kenjaku smiled. It's risky, first of its kind, but since it's you, I'm confident. You've already failed once before, Sukuna said. But now there's another chance. As the Curse King, it should be effortless. The conversation shifted to Tingen. I heard she's aiding you, Sukuna added. Kenjaku nodded. Without her, mastering those barriers so swiftly would have been impossible. But her technique binds her, temporary confinement by human thoughts. She imprisons herself. Yuram interrupted, Sukuna, when are we getting married? Neither Kenjaku nor Sukuna responded. The air chilled. Veins bulged at Yuram's temples. You saved Lord Sukuna, she said contemptuously. A loyal servant kneels in gratitude, yes. Yuram's words hung in the air like poison. Without her, Sukuna's return would have been far more difficult. Still, Kenjaku remained silent. Sukuna finally spoke. Tomorrow, we may all die there. He smiled with unnerving composure. Yuram fell silent, awed by the power of modern sorcerers she had estimated too low. She had rescued Sukuna from oblivion, yet now she feared everything could unravel before she could fulfill her wishes. Kenjaku addressed her seriously. Yuram, do not act rashly. Your current body is vital. Your memories might mislead judgment. If you die, if the vessel dies, everything collapses. If you and Sukuna survive, our plan continues without obstruction. Yuram understood, though it enraged her. She had envisioned saving Sukuna, creating a new life together, only for modern sorcerers to ruin that dream. Sukuna glanced at her. Can you change back to your original appearance? I preferred that. He turned to Kenjaku. Is the final finger with you? Kenjaku shook his head. No. It's with Tokyo Jujutsu High. But don't worry, our plan will use the former body as a conduit. Sukuna nodded, nostalgic. Finger or no, without fundamental transformation it's meaningless. Gods and Buddhas, he murmured. Kamihara Hajime returned to Tokyo Jujutsu High expressionless. Having released his time technique, he went straight to Gojo Satoru. Gojo sighed. He recounted every detail, including the binding vow. Hajime absorbed the information silently. After a long pause, he asked, Sensei, do we have any means to deal with souls? Gojo considered. There's research from Yuki Tsukumo on dealing with souls, but it's not practically applicable yet. He hesitated, then added, another individual surprisingly shows some affinity, Yuji Itadori. It's unclear whether it's innate talent or something else, but he has a unique sensitivity we haven't explored fully. We planned to, but circumstances halted us. Hajime's gaze sharpened. So, if we defeat Sukuna tomorrow and rescue Itadori, we might still save Tsumaki. Gojo nodded. Theoretically, yes. First we stabilize the situation. Then even if Itadori can't, there are other options. Hajime inhaled deeply, tamping down turmoil within. He opened his eyes, cold as ice. Wherever they flee, I will kill them. Sukuna, Kenjaku, anyone involved. Gojo placed a hand on his shoulder. I'll be there tomorrow too. Besides Fushiguro, Yuki and Yuta will be in the dream realm. We will rescue Itadori and Tsumaki. Chapter 121, Yuji's Righteousness. Dream Realm. The awakened Megumi Fushiguro slowly sat up, his senses alert. Around him was a narrow alleyway, familiar, yet slightly distorted, like a faded memory. He scanned his surroundings, already calculating his next move. Separated again. It was no surprise. Everyone who entered the dream realm at the same time had been scattered. His top priority was clear, find Yuji Itadori. Megumi stepped out of the alley, moving cautiously through the empty street. As he walked, he left subtle marks behind, signs that only someone like Yuji would recognize. If Yuji saw them, he'd know Megumi was looking for him. Itadori. I hope I find you quickly. You and Tsumaki can't afford to stay out there too long. His search hadn't gone far when fate intervened, though whether it was fortune or misfortune, Megumi couldn't yet tell. He came across a familiar sight, a group chase. A handful of individuals sprinted through the street, clearly fleeing from others behind them. Both groups looked ragged and tense. The gap in power between them hadn't yet widened, likely because the game was still in its early stages. Megumi, standing alone on the street, naturally drew attention. From a distance, the groups assumed he was just a bystander. The fleeing party deliberately changed course, rushing toward him. Their intent was unmistakable, use him as a distraction. And their pursuers, well, they weren't going to pass up the opportunity for a potential kill. In this realm where the supernatural power of Jujutsu reigned supreme, the hunger for strength was insatiable. Those who had chosen to enter the dream realm had already demonstrated they'd risk everything. Some had already awakened the initial forms of their cursed techniques. Though weak, the mere taste of power had warped their judgment. Greed. Anger. Ignorance. The three poisons dulled their minds and hardened their hearts. Caution was gone. Morality, forgotten. They were desperate to reach the finish line of this twisted game, and seize the power that awaited them. So when they saw a lone, seemingly defenseless civilian, their choice was obvious. Kill him. Then chase down the rest. The attackers charged, armed with crude weapons. But Megumi didn't flinch. He calmly assessed the battlefield. Ignore the fleeing group. Focus on the pursuers. They were the threat. One attacker squinted, noticing something about Megumi's face. That guy, wait, isn't he? Recognition flickered in his eyes, but before he could finish the sentence, Megumi struck first. 5 in total. All had techniques, but their cursed energy was pitiful. Their attacks were sloppy, their control clumsy. It didn't take long. Megumi dispatched them with precision, each strike calculated. When it was over, he stood in silence, barely winded, his cursed energy subtly replenished. There was no emotion in his eyes. The dream realm. This was his final chance. His opportunity to subjugate the last of the 10 Shadows Shikigami. Meihoraga. The most dangerous and unpredictable of the 10. To defeat Meihoraga, he would need overwhelming combat strength. His evil prison dog and bull demon were powerful, yes, but not enough. Meihoraga was different. A creature that could adapt endlessly to any technique or power used against it. Like a never-losing game of rock-paper-scissors, it would eventually overcome anything thrown at it. Unless it was obliterated in a single, overwhelming blow. Meihoraga would adapt, survive, and retaliate. Long ago, a Zenin family head summoned Meihoraga in battle, dragging the Gojo family head, who wielded both Limitless and Six Eyes, into the subjugation ritual. The result? Mutual destruction. To this day, no 10 Shadows user had ever successfully tamed Meihoraga. It was an eternal paradox. To defeat Meihoraga, you needed more power than Meihoraga, but you couldn't gain that power without defeating it. A dead end. But Megumi had a theory. A conjecture. He'd seen how the evil prison dog evolved into the bull demon through technique amplification. So what if he could amplify and fuse all 9 Shikigami, excluding Meihoraga, into a single, terrifying force? Would that be enough? The dream realm might offer the opportunity. There were fewer constraints here. Fewer rules. More possibilities. All he needed was power. And if he had to become a butcher to acquire it, if he had to stain his hands and face judgment later, so be it. He glanced toward the trembling survivors from earlier. Not yet, he told himself. He gave them a warning instead, even offered a name, Yudo Katsu, as someone leading rescue efforts. Then he vanished, off to hunt. Hunters. Elsewhere in the dream realm, Yuji Itadori stumbled through an eerily quiet cityscape. There weren't many players here, not yet. Yuji was still reeling. In his mind, the moment replayed again and again. Tsumaki had stabbed him. Why? How could she? That kind sister Megumi had described. She couldn't. What if? What if that wasn't really her? Yuji clenched his fists. More than his own pain, he worried about what this meant for Megumi. He must be hurting. But there was no time for grief. No way to reach the outside world. He had to survive here first. You have to kill 100 people to leave. The words echoed in his mind. A cruel condition. Yuji hated it. He couldn't just kill random people to escape. No matter the justification, he wasn't that kind of person. What should I do? He sighed. It was pointless to dwell on it. Surely Gojo-sensei or someone else would come for them soon, right? For now, he needed to stay moving. Yuji wandered the city for what felt like hours, finally encountering a lone player. The moment he greeted the person, they lunged without hesitation. Yuji could sense the intent. Pure malice. This opponent didn't have cursed energy. They barely registered above average. But they weren't an amateur, they were desperate. Yuji didn't have any techniques himself, but that didn't matter. His physical prowess was absurd. Even without cursed energy, Yuji's strength, speed, and endurance were leagues above the average human. In another life, he might have been an Olympic legend, or an ancient warrior praised in battle songs. Here, in this distorted world, Yuji was still a monster. He took the opponent down quickly. Surprised to still be alive, the defeated attacker looked up, panting. Why didn't you kill me? I don't have any friends with me. Yuji shook his head. I won't kill you. You may face punishment, but it won't come from me. The men laughed bitterly. What? Are you some kind of hero? Did you come here to save us? His voice rose with anger. Don't act so self-righteous. Everyone here chose this. We all knew what we were doing. We came here for power. And now you stand there like some saint, preaching forgiveness. Spare me. Yuji remained calm. I didn't choose to come here. I was forced in. But that doesn't matter now. He took a deep breath, then spoke with quiet resolve. Someone once told me, if you can help someone, do it. As much as you're able. So I will. Even if I can't save everyone here, if I can save even one person, then it's worth it. The men fell silent. Yuji turned, his step steady as he walked away. In this twisted realm of greed and death, he would remain who he was, a boy who believed that saving even one life mattered. Read ahead of everyone by becoming patrons. Also, thank you for the support. Chapter 122, A Villain Resolve. Game Upgrade, First Stage. Each player will receive the location of the nearest player after completing one execution. Authenticity has been enhanced. More players will be deployed soon. May you achieve victory. The message echoed in the minds of everyone trapped within the barrier. The voice, unidentifiable by gender, rang faintly in their ears, repeating the message 3 times before vanishing. This sudden announcement naturally drew the attention of every participant, though the parts they focused on varied depending on their intent. For Akutagawa Kaoru, one thing stood out, the ability to obtain the location of the next closest player. It was perfect. No more wasted time. No more uncertainty. Goodbye. Kaoru calmly flicked his finger at a bloodied figure crawling away in fear. Though he held nothing, his motion carried a hidden force. Without warning, a bloody hole appeared in the victim's chest. Life vanished in an instant, and the body began to fade into the dream realm's ground. Kaoru remained still, eyes closed for a brief moment. Then he smiled faintly. He had received the new target's location. Cursed energy. I'll claim this power. And after that, I'll bring judgment. Akutagawa Kaoru was 22. His life had been smooth, excelling in academics and gaining admiration easily. Though his intelligence often made him distant, he masked it well. He was expected to live a normal and successful life, a stable job, a beautiful partner, and eventually, a warm family. But that life was shattered by curses. The curse outbreak that changed the world left devastation in its wake. Though authorities did what they could, Kaoru was among the unfortunate few personally impacted. The day it happened, he couldn't even recall how he got to the hospital. He only remembered standing in front of 2 mangled bodies, his parents, while men in black coats offered mechanical condolences. They told him a curse had attacked his neighborhood. His parents didn't survive. The most he got from their explanation was that the responsible jujutsu sorcerers didn't respond in time. He alone arranged the funeral. He saw his parents' remains, half destroyed. What haunted him most wasn't just their deaths, it was that people told him he was lucky to even have bodies to bury after a curse incident. The curse that attacked his home should have been manageable. The only issue. The area's designated sorcerer failed to detect it early. They didn't issue an evacuation warning. The result? Dozens died. The responsible sorcerer was punished, but with the shortage of manpower, it was nothing more than a slap on the wrist. They returned to their post like nothing had happened. Kaoru couldn't accept it. His sorrow twisted into fury. Where were the protectors? The heroes? The sorcerers? They said curses came from negative emotions. If so, why didn't his hatred give birth to one? Was his pain not enough? No. It was enough. Enough to destroy him. He thought about ending his life. That was the only logical conclusion to his grief. But then, came the dream realm. It began with a dream. Someone, something, told him of a place where power could be attained. Where cursed energy could be his. The cost? Kill other players in a game-like world. He agreed instantly. If this world was built on monsters and bloodshed, then he'd become the worst monster of them all. Better to burn out than fade away. His first target was a girl, naive, curious, hopeful. She thought the dream realm was an adventure. He played the role of a kind stranger. Lied through his teeth. Misled her. And when she hesitated at the rules, when she faltered, he killed her. Yes, players revived eventually, but that didn't erase the horror on her face. Or the part of himself he felt die in that moment. Was it guilt? Regret? Humanity? No. That's worthless. He crushed the feeling. That was the last time he'd hesitate. From there, the killing began. In the chaos, he awakened his cursed technique, empty motion. After testing it, he found it manipulated vibrations. Any motion he created, a punch, a snap, a flick, could carry violent energy. He could kill someone from afar, collapse buildings, amplify damage beyond physics. The more he killed, the stronger he grew. He could now trigger minor earthquakes with ease. Still, he knew it wasn't enough. The elite sorcerers on the live broadcasts were monsters. Their power was terrifying. Compared to them, Kaoru was barely scratching the surface. But that didn't matter. He would keep fighting. Keep killing. Keep evolving. Until the very end. The new rules only helped. He could find players faster now, wasting less time. A guiding arrow appeared before his eyes, hovering unnaturally but clearly visible. It pointed him toward his next victim, a player hiding in a nearby structure. Kaoru didn't care about the person's type or strength. The result was already decided. Shatter. He gathered cursed energy into his fist, then struck the air. The shock wave erupted violently, vibrations rippling out and twisting physics itself. The small building crumbled under invisible pressure, turning to dust and debris in seconds. Kaoru watched, expressionless, as the structure collapsed. The moment he felt the faint boost in power, he turned away, already seeking his next prey. Thanks to the new update, he no longer needed to hunt aimlessly. He was practicing relentlessly, refining his combat skills, pushing his technique's limits. If a jujutsu sorcerer saw his progress, they'd call him a prodigy. But Kaoru didn't see himself that way. He didn't want praise. He wanted power. More, and more, and more, until the pain inside him was finally quiet. How many now? 1,000. 10,000. Whatever. On to the next. He approached a new target, another player. This one stood confidently among a crowd. Kaoru smirked. "Hello," he said. "Before I kill you, I'll let you say your name." The young man turned to him, unflinching. "My name is Yuji Itadori." Chapter 123, Kaoru, the Maniac. "What are you going to do with me?" Yuji Itadori posed this question calmly. After his earlier display of strength, he had returned to being the ordinary high school student he was. He hadn't killed the other men because he believed the men still had a chance at redemption. He had seen it before, people who lashed out because of pain or misunderstanding. This one was no different. His hatred for jujutsu sorcerers, while misguided, wasn't baseless. Yuji understood not everyone in the jujutsu world was like those at Jujutsu High. There were those who went astray, curse users and others who twisted their ideals. But that didn't mean the entire system was rotten. So, he made a choice, offer the men a chance. "You should come with me," Yuji said. "I can't let you go on like this, hurting others. If you hate the kind of people you believe are hypocrites, then be different. Come with me and save people instead. If you despise what this world has become, then become the kind of person you'd respect." The men stared at him, unreadable for a moment. His expression shifted, conflicted. But eventually, he scoffed and turned his head, though not with the same hostility as before. "I'll watch your foolish dream, and see it crumble." He was no longer trying to fight back. Maybe it was Yuji's strength. Or maybe, some part of him was moved. But then he muttered under his breath, "No. I can't think that way. I need to see who you really are." Takeda Gihu reminded himself of his original hatred. Still, when he saw Yuji stand and begin walking, he followed silently. "My name is Yuji Itadori." "What's yours?" Yuji asked. You don't need to know. Takeda Gihu is not a Kutagawa Kaoru." The new rules of the Dream Realm, locating players after a successful kill, weren't much help to Yuji. He wasn't focused on hunting. As he made his way forward, he encountered several other players, none of whom were affiliated with Jujutsu High. Most were newcomers, drawn into the Dream Realm in pursuit of power, despite the warnings from the authorities. Some were frightened. Some were desperate. Others had already begun spiraling. Yuji's first instinct was to reason with them. Many had yet to be hardened by the system. Some, once shown the truth, chose to step away from violence. And so, his group began to grow. Still, not everyone accepted his hand. Some feigned surrender and tried to kill him. Some had abandoned their humanity altogether. Yuji never claimed he could save everyone. He was just a teenager with strength. When it came down to it, he wasn't afraid to fight those who truly deserved it. The Dream Realm amplified strength through conflict. And as Yuji fought, his body, already a powerhouse, grew stronger. His cursed energy flourished. Still, he hadn't awakened a cursed technique. Whether it was because of how he entered, or something innate, he didn't know. But he didn't let that slow him down. Strength was enough. As the team grew, it became easier to gain trust. New players saw safety in numbers. They joined without hesitation. Of course, not everyone believed. Some groups fled the moment they saw Yuji's team. Others tried to attack, but the numbers were too large now. Few dared to fight openly. Yuji didn't chase those who fled. He had no desire to spread more violence. But it didn't matter how big his team grew. Trouble found them anyway. It came in the form of a lone hunter. He stepped into the street ahead of them, fearless despite being outnumbered. Yuji immediately sensed danger. This wasn't a rookie. The calm posture, the confident stance, this was someone dangerous. The men gave a slow smile and said, "My name is Akutagawa Kaoru." "And you are?" Yuji raised a hand to signal his team to stay back, then replied, "Yuji Itadori." Akutagawa rolled up his sleeves, his smile sharp with malice. "Then, all of you, become my nourishment." He stomped the ground, and the world shook. Yuji's instincts screamed. He leapt back, yelling for the others to retreat. And then the street exploded. The ground cracked and ruptured like something massive had awakened beneath it. Debris shot upward. The earth shattered into jagged fault lines. Yuji, barely maintaining balance, was nearly buried. He shoved a chunk of stone off himself and turned. Screams echoed behind him. Some hadn't escaped in time. They were gone, buried in the collapse. And standing amid the rising dust was Akutagawa Kaoru. So fragile. He muttered, voice calm. The dust burst outward as if shoved by an invisible force. Yuji braced himself, too late. A heavy, invisible strike sent him flying. He crashed into the ruined ground with brutal force, coughing up blood from the impact. What was that? One stomp had triggered an earthquake. Now, an invisible punch. What kind of cursed technique was this? There was no time to reflect. Kaoru stepped through the dust like a demon made flesh. Still breathing, he said with amusement. He had never met someone who survived this long against him. It intrigued him. Yuji scrambled up, using the broken terrain to close the distance, but Kaoru raised a hand and fired another invisible punch. Rhythm of the void. This time, Yuji saw it. A ripple in the air, like reality itself cracking. Everything in its path, stone, metal, dirt, shattered into fine fragments. He knew it was coming straight for him. He reinforced his arms with cursed energy and crossed them to block. The impact landed like a train. Bone snapped. His arms twisted unnaturally. White bone pierced through bloodied flesh. Still, he stayed conscious. He had to. If he died now, everyone else would be slaughtered. But Kaoru was just getting started. He lifted both hands and began mimicking the motions of playing a piano. Each tap unleashed invisible blasts, like cursed bullets. Yuji saw one coming, too late. A streak of blood crossed his cheek. Then dozens more followed. Wounded, exhausted, broken, Yuji was overwhelmed. Blood exploded from his body as he collapsed again. Am I going to die, he thought. But death didn't come. A figure stepped between him and the next barrage. The man's back shielded him from the attacks. Blood sprayed from him, and then he collapsed. Yuji blinked in horror. It was one of his team members. Someone whose name he barely remembered. Just a guy who had joined for hope. The man looked up with fading eyes and smirked. Damn it, it's not like we die for real here, he muttered, coughing blood. But I hated those bastards too. Couldn't bring myself to fight. So, let me do this, at least. His voice faded. His body dissolved. Boom. The earth shattered again, and Yuji was crushed beneath the rubble. Kaoru, satisfied with the small power boost, turned toward the rest of the group. Too many to count, but it didn't matter. One stomp. One sweep. They would all die. But then he paused. A familiar figure stood in front of him again, battered, bloodied, unbroken. Yuji Itadori. You revived here? Kaoru said, amused. To die again. You think you can stall me for their sake? He chuckled, shaking his head. No need to worry. I'll kill them all anyway. And this is just the beginning. Read ahead of everyone by becoming patrons. Also, thank you for the support. Chapter 124, Phase 2. Technique Amplification, Teng Snake. Under Megumi Fushigiro's control, the shadow beneath his feet expanded rapidly. From the rippling darkness, dozens of serpentine shikigami slithered out, Teng snakes, darting forward with only faint traces left in their wake. The enemy's offensive momentum was suddenly broken by Megumi's appearance. The man turned sharply, his fist launching into the air. A pulse of invisible energy burst outward, clearing the flying snakes in an instant. Fushiguro. Yuji Itadori's voice was laced with relief and tension. Though Megumi's arrival was a welcome sight, he showed no expression of triumph. His gaze had already locked onto the opponent before them, Akutagawa Kaoru. Yuji, having died countless times in attempts to test Kaoru's curse technique, warned frantically, Fushiguro, don't meet his attacks head-on. His technique can cause massive destruction even from a distance. But Kaoru didn't even glance at Yuji. His attention was fixed on Megumi Fushiguro. Humph. You're with him, aren't you? You're definitely stronger than the last one. Megumi didn't respond. Instead, he summoned another Shikigami using his refined technique amplification, a towering beast, Ushigami. Larger and more savage than before, the monstrous Shikigami radiated a presence approaching that of the deeply fused evil prison dog. This new Ushigami was the result of Megumi's relentless training. His cursed energy output had surpassed conventional levels, and his understanding of amplification techniques had grown exponentially. Kaoru chuckled, finally showing some genuine interest. Until now, he had been holding back to prevent his opponents from fleeing in fear. When Yuji and the others, foolishly brave, challenged him, he purposefully limited his attacks to keep them returning. This method of harvesting was more efficient under the Dream Realm's rules, where power transferred to the killer upon death. The stronger the victim, the more energy the killer gained. That made Megumi an ideal target. They're just leftovers. You, though, you're the main course, Kaoru muttered with a twisted smile. Without hesitation, he charged forward, undeterred by Ushigami's looming threat. The beast's tentacles lashed out, some fully transformed into shadows, allowing for immediate reconstruction if severed. Ushigami's massive fists compressed the air as they struck toward Kaoru. The men didn't flinch. He welcomed the impact, his arrogant smile glowing through the rising haze of cursed energy. He's not quite a monster in terms of raw cursed energy, but the destruction he causes is real, Megumi thought. Itadori's warning wasn't exaggerated. The moment their clash began, a tremor coursed through the ground. Megumi's surroundings distorted like a broken video reel. A single punch from Kaoru dissolved Ushigami's form into a spray of shadows, scattered by the shockwave. Megumi dove into the ground through the shadows just in time. Darkness rippled across the shattered terrain before he emerged several meters away, gasping. Itadori. Get everyone out of here, he shouted. There was no doubt now, Kaoru's strength could obliterate Shikigami like Ushigami in one hit. Itadori and the others didn't stand a chance. Megumi knew he hadn't yet completed his full mastery of the 10 Shadows technique. Fusing all 9 Shikigami remained just out of reach. He couldn't defeat Kaoru alone, but he might still escape. Meanwhile, Yuji had also realized the grim reality. Despite Kaoru's earlier attacks being survivable, it was clear now they were intentionally restrained. If he'd known Kaoru's real power, he would have fled sooner. But with Megumi's arrival, Yuji saw a chance. He rallied the small group of sorcerers who had stood beside him. Though Megumi looked like just another student, they trusted him without hesitation. They turned and retreated with Yuji, heading for safety. Kaoru noticed the movement immediately. Too late. Where do you think you're going? He said coldly. Inhaling deeply, he turned toward the fleeing group and roared, "Break!" The single word tore through the air. Sound rolled forward like a crashing tsunami, shaking the atmosphere itself. The very ruins quaked and crumbled further, and the wave of sound surged toward Yuji's group like a living storm. But just before impact, a massive blade cleaved down from above, interrupting the wave. Kaoru sidestepped instinctively. The giant weapon belonged to a figure emerging from a cloud of shadows, an arm clad in obsidian armor held the blade aloft. From the center of the swirling shadows, something colossal stepped forth, adorned in black feathered armor, wielding twin swords, and wearing a demonic mask. Evil Prison Dog, Megumi's most advanced fusion Shikigami, had arrived. Without a word, it lunged at Kaoru, blades flashing. The ground cracked beneath its feet. Kaoru's eyes glinted with anticipation. Rhythm of the Void, Great Void Annihilation. His fists traced a deadly arc in the air. Just before contact, his cursed energy surged outward, releasing destructive vibrations that knocked the Shikigami swords aside. But Evil Prison Dog was no ordinary construct, it was the amalgamation of 6 fused Shikigami, and the new Megumi had mastered its every move. Even after the devastating blow, the creature held firm, its shadowy limbs repairing instantly. The broken swords dropped, melted into the ground, and were replaced by new ones from the shadows. Kaoru narrowed his eyes. This wouldn't be over quickly. What's worse, Megumi's ability to slip into the shadows made it impossible to corner him. The entire battle was a delay tactic. If I destroy this thing, let's see how long you can last, Kaoru muttered. Meanwhile, Megumi was reaching his limit. Evil Prison Dog consumed a tremendous amount of cursed energy, and its repeated revivals, enhanced by Round Deer's fusion and its reverse curse technique, was draining him fast. He was counting the seconds. If Yuji had gained enough distance, it was time to retreat. But abandoning those marked by the Dream Realm's rules. Could he really do that? His thoughts were interrupted. Kaoru's next strike came crashing down like thunder. Every collision shattered more ground, and Evil Prison Dog was flung back, rebuilt, and flung again. Megumi bit his lip. This recovery rate, it's not just regeneration, it's Round Deer's ability at work, he realized. Evil Prison Dog wasn't merely reconstructing, it was healing through a reverse curse technique. That's what made it different from ordinary cursed spirits. Finally, Megumi felt the time was right. His cursed energy reserves were almost gone. It was now or never. Here it comes. Kaoru caught the moment of weakness. The fading aura of Evil Prison Dog tipped him off. In one swift motion, he launched a full power strike, exploding the Shikigami into black mist. He surged forward, targeting Megumi, who was already phasing into the shadows. Converge the vibrations, limit the range, ultimate penetration. The impact tore through the void. Evil prison dog, barely reconstructed, intercepted the strike like a final defense. It shattered instantly. This time, it didn't return. Megumi didn't make it out unscathed. A gaping wound appeared across his chest, blood spurting from his lips. But he managed to slip into the shadows, barely. Kaoru paused, eyes narrowing as he sensed Megumi's aura vanish. TCH, missed again. But we'll meet soon enough. Then, the world seemed to pause. A familiar, emotionless voice echoed across the barrier, reaching every participant. Phase 2, reality increased. World scope reduced. Escape conditions altered. Send stones. Chapter 125, Price of Creation. This will be the final game. To bring about the rules we desire, this is the necessary price. Inside a dimly lit chamber, Kenjaku stood face to face with Mahito. His tone was calm but calculated, explaining the setup behind the dream realm. It's not a bad idea for you to enter. Based on my estimates, if things reach the final stage, your technique will thrive in that environment. He paused, then added, if we manage to eliminate someone from Jujutsu High, like Yuji Itadori, that's just an added benefit. But our true objective is for the players to engage in slaughter, whether willingly or by force. From his sleeve, Kenjaku retrieved a small magatama. This is the key to activate the final phase. When you use it is your call. It also comes with privileges, like accelerating your power accumulation. Mahito accepted the magatama. He no longer bore his usual careless grin. Since the deaths of Jogo, Hanami, and Dagon, his purpose had sharpened. He didn't trust Kenjaku, far from it. But they shared a common goal. Kenjaku sought to awaken Sukuna and resurrect the golden era of Jujutsu from 1,000 years ago. That vision overlapped with the curse user's aim to restore the dominion of cursed spirits. Although Mahito's side had considerable strength, the number of monsters among the Jujutsu sorcerers was simply overwhelming. Gojo Satoru's unmatched power was beyond comprehension. Until facing him directly, no curse could have imagined such an insurmountable gap. And Gojo wasn't the only one. Another figure, one who manipulated time, had narrowly allowed them to survive once. Since then, even Kenjaku had avoided any direct confrontation with that sorcerer. The crushing pressure of such foes had once pushed them to despair. That was when Kenjaku proposed his plan, to create an existence capable of standing toe-to-toe with the highest level of Jujutsu sorcerers. The foundation of this plan was to construct a parallel curse era. That way, even if they couldn't defeat Gojo Satoru or Kamihara Hajime, the altered balance of the world would render future outcomes impossible to predict. Even if we don't get to see the new world ourselves, just knowing it's possible is enough. That belief had driven Jogo, and now Mahito, to embrace death and sacrifice. Their lives, and even their bonds, were the price of ignition. But they believed it was worth it. Every great inferno begins with a spark. So what if they had to be the firewood? The curse era, the barrier, and now the dream realm, each element was a brick in the foundation of the final battle. Titles like Special Grade Sorcerer or Special Grade Curse were mere illusions. In the end, only absolute combat power determined who would win the war between humans and curses. Unfortunately, Mahito and the others weren't yet at that pinnacle. Even Kenjaku, for all his genius and manipulation, lingered in the shadows. If he were truly that powerful, he wouldn't need puppets. But the vision at the end of their path. That might be real. Jogo had already sacrificed everything, and Mahito had also committed fully to the mission. All that was left was to allow the game to play out. If they could also eliminate Yuji Itadori, the vessel of Sukuna, along the way, even better. It didn't matter if the dream realm birthed a new generation of Jujutsu sorcerers. Their growth was still limited by the realm's rules. A single misstep, a single moment too slow, could mean the difference between survival and death. The rule was simple: to gain something, one must lose something. This binding vow was as much philosophy as it was power. Mahito and his allies were willing to forfeit their very selves. What did a few rising sorcerers matter? Only the final piece, the ultimate existence, would determine the outcome of the conflict. Dream Realm. After escaping the confrontation, Megumi Fushiguro summoned round deer to stabilize his wounds. Then, using the link left by Rabbit Escape, he followed the trail and caught up to Yuji Itadori and his group, who were still on the move. Itadori, the rule about guidance. Before Yuji could even ask about Megumi's condition, Megumi cut in with concern. He referenced one of the newly added rules, guidance, which could mean a direct tracking system from their enemies. Yuji understood immediately. Akutagawa Kaoru likely had another tracking signal targeting someone among them. If they didn't eliminate that target or resolve the issue, running would be pointless. Yuji had already anticipated this and made preparations, the basic solution, splitting up. They designated a rendezvous point in advance. The Dream Realm wasn't just a maze of buildings, it included unique landmarks. After establishing the meeting place, the group divided. Several volunteers led smaller groups along alternate paths. If Akutagawa caught up, the marked person would break away again. This would continue until they lost him with minimal casualties. They even ran into other hunters along the way, but that was better than running alone. It was clear now that the updated rules benefited hunters heavily, clearly the work of someone behind the scenes. Then there was the new rule set labeled Phase 2. Among these changes, one in particular chilled Megumi's heart, the exit condition. It had shifted dramatically. Previously, one needed to kill 100 people to exit. Now, that number was reduced to 1. But such a drastic reduction came with a caveat. The new rule stated that a sorcerer must reach a designated safe point in the center of the dream realm to exit. At first glance, it sounded easier. But for Megumi, it reeked of a trap. Whoever had dragged Yuji into the dream realm clearly had a plan, and that new rule likely existed to lure them in. Yuji had to escape as soon as possible. Megumi didn't need to think twice, someone would be waiting at that so-called safe point, either to kill Yuji or worse. Their only options were, charge in and risk ambush, or grow stronger first and delay the confrontation. When Megumi shared this with Yuji, the latter looked grim. He was caught in the same dilemma. Megumi also gave him an update on the outside world. Though Gojo-sensei and Kamihara Hajime were active, the situation involving Tsumaki remained unresolved. Few sorcerers specialized in soul techniques. According to Megumi, there was one student from Kyoto with a soul-related ability, but it only worked on herself. They could only offer academic insight, not healing. To save Tsumaki's soul, their best hope was Yuji. Recently, it had been discovered that Yuji possessed a rare affinity for soul influence. It was part of why he could suppress Sukuna. That made him their priority for extraction. I'm sorry. I should have left sooner, Yuji said quietly. But Megumi shook his head. He didn't blame him. He knew Yuji wouldn't kill innocents just to escape, even at the cost of his own life. Yuji held stronger principles than most. It wasn't that he feared death or violence, he simply held to his ideals. That's why he had spent his time defeating hunters, trying to meet the conditions honorably. But helping people had slowed his progress. At one point, Megumi had felt a flicker of resentment. But he reminded himself, Yuji was just being Yuji. That guilt wasn't his to bear. Megumi himself would probably abandon strangers to save his sister. But how could he condemn someone who chose differently? Enough, Megumi said, changing the subject. This rule is targeting us, Itadori. We need to strengthen ourselves immediately. There's no other choice. Yuji nodded. With the dream realm shrinking and hunters becoming more aggressive, the opportunity to grow stronger would come faster. Megumi also revealed his plan, to complete his final technique amplification and attempt to subjugate Meihoraga inside the dream realm. With both of them reunited, regrets were no longer useful. The only thing they could do now was move forward. Let's go, Itadori. We don't have much time left. Chapter 126, Mahito. The changes in the dream realm reflected its illusory, shifting nature. The most immediate alteration, the shrinking of the realm's scope, occurred without warning. One moment, tall buildings lined the streets, and the next, they vanished like a mirage, too abruptly to determine if they had ever been there at all. This spatial constriction, paired with the expanding influence of the realm's effects, made the third game the largest yet in terms of scale. On the surface, the rules seemed designed to reduce casualties, with official guidance warning players and encouraging caution. But in truth, this state was already the result of significant prior success. The first game had served its purpose, eliminating weaker participants or capturing survivors, who were either consumed by the barriers or detained by jujutsu sorcerers. The second game saw intervention from Gojo Satoru and others, leading to a few individuals managing to fulfill the conditions to escape. To compensate for this and meet their ultimate objective, Genjaku's faction invoked a binding vow, altering the dream realm's mechanics. The result, a final, massive wave of involuntary participation, a strategic pull that brought in both civilians and sorcerers. And though the rules had changed to make the game easier to survive, it hinged on one condition: those who entered could not act recklessly. That's precisely what Megumi Fushiguro and his group were doing now. After rendezvousing with the rest of their allies at the designated meeting point, they gathered to assess the aftermath. According to the accounts of his companions, Yuji Itadori learned that Akutagawa Kaoru had pursued the split-off team. As expected, they were wiped out. What surprised everyone was Kaoru's attitude. He didn't interrogate, question, or threaten. He simply appeared, executed those he found, and moved on, as if they were just obstacles in his way. Yuji and Megumi couldn't discern Kaoru's intentions, but they knew that wasn't the most urgent issue. Their focus now was the group of berserk hunters scattered throughout the dream realm, players who had gone mad chasing power. Megumi needed them. With so many people relying on him, he required their energy, a form of spiritual currency embedded in the dream realm's mechanics, to increase his strength and help others escape. Fortunately, the rule changes made it easier to accomplish this. This new level of realism is insane, Yuji remarked. Techniques feel no different than in the real world. Come to think of it, shouldn't I have awakened a technique by now? Or do I not have one? He scratched his head, perplexed. Awakening a cursed technique was a prerequisite for becoming a player in the dream realm, or at the very least, the potential to awaken one. The dream realm simply accelerated that process. Maybe you didn't enter the normal way, Megumi replied. It's possible they forced you in using some other method. Yuji had no answer. He remembered gaining raw cursed energy when defeating those deranged hunters, but that was it, no sense of a true technique forming. What about you? Yuji asked. How close are you to being ready? Megumi stood still, enveloped in dark ribbons of shifting shadow. They clung to him like a living aura, his simplified form of the 10 shadows technique. These shadows were highly efficient, barely consuming cursed energy and able to transform into Shikigami instantly. They also honed his control over his power. 2 more days passed inside the dream realm. During that time, Megumi continued clashing with insane hunters, eliminating them without mercy to strengthen himself. He had reached the point where merging with evil prison dog no longer strained him. Yet when he attempted to integrate certain Shikigami, like Rabbit Escape, he faced resistance. It seemed 9 was the current limit for fusion. And each attempt to go beyond that nearly drained him completely. The final entity he sought to summon, always just a breath away, refused to materialize, hovering on the edge of emergence from the ever-surging shadows. The time difference here gives us some breathing room, Megumi said. At this pace, I should be ready in 2 or 3 days. He spoke calmly, but his movements betrayed the urgency building within. Had he not retained his discipline, or had Yuji not been nearby, he might have already succumbed to the temptation of rushing headlong into power. As they walked the streets, Yuji looked around warily, then turned to Megumi. I'm thinking of bringing these people with us when we leave. Megumi kept his senses alert while replying. In theory, that's possible. But someone will definitely be guarding the safe point. If we can beat them, the rest should be easy, Yuji added. If we can't. Wait, someone's nearby. Megumi's warning came instantly. His instinct screamed danger. But when they turned, what they saw wasn't a threat, it was 2 familiar faces, Yuta Okatsu and Maki Zenin. Their arrival was a surprise, and after a moment of recognition, both groups exchanged information. Yuta explained that upon entering the dream realm, he had quickly eliminated several hunters seeking to kill him. He then met Maki, whose heavenly restriction granted her immense strength, more than enough to overpower standard opponents. She, like Yuji, had entered under unusual circumstances. After learning the new rules of the game, both had anticipated that Yuji's team would head to the central safe point, and their hunch proved right. A powerful sorcerer awakened here. Yuta repeated, frowning after hearing about Akutagawa Kaoru. Bad news. Gojo-sensei's theory was correct, my technique doesn't function here. Rick is the only exception. My experience and cursed energy are intact, but I can't use my core abilities. I won't be much help outside of basic support. Megumi knew that wasn't entirely true. Even without his technique, Yuta was still a top-tier fighter. The fact that he had survived this long proved that. Still, it was clear the dream realm suppressed certain specialized techniques, much like domain expansions and Maharaga's summoning. Maki, on the other hand, was thriving. Her raw physical power was increasing, perhaps because of the way the dream realm adapted to her heavenly restriction. She tore through hunters with ease, her body evolving in strength and sharpness with every battle. It was as if her restriction was becoming more perfect, an impossible development, but not one they could afford to dwell on. After hearing Megumi's plan, Yuta quickly agreed. He offered to stay behind with Maki and protect the group while Megumi and Yuji made their move. Now, only final preparations remained. Back at their temporary base, the refugees who had survived this far recognized Yuta immediately. Their morale skyrocketed. If Yuta Okatsu was with them, then hope of escape felt real again. As Megumi moved through the city one last time, he brought back another small group, survivors who now understood the truth of this twisted place and wished to escape. By then, his cursed energy reserves had reached an unprecedented level. He was far stronger than his real-world counterpart. The technique amplification that once strained him now flowed effortlessly. Most importantly, he had mastered the fusion of 9 Shadow Shikigami. But as feared, Mahoraga could not be summoned here, just like domain expansions were blocked. The dream realm couldn't fully simulate certain conditions, but that was fine. This power would be enough. Let's go, Megumi said. Everything was in place. Whether they could get Yuji out, and deal with what lay ahead, would be decided in the next battle. Yuji and Megumi began their advance toward the central safe point, while Yuta and Maki stayed behind. Their objective was different, they aimed to resolve one of the key threats inside the dream realm. The safe point was located in a plaza at the city's heart, marked by a nondescript building. According to the rules, it was the only true safe zone. Once inside, no one could use cursed techniques or even harm others. Total neutrality. Strangely, the path to the safe point was deserted. No players. No hunters. Just empty streets, abandoned intersections, and an eerie stillness. That's when they saw him. Standing alone in front of the safe point was a figure both familiar and terrifying, Akutagawa Kaoru. He said you'd come around this time. Didn't expect him to be right, Kaoru said casually, as if they were arriving late to a meeting. Megumi focused on his phrasing. Their arrival had been predicted. Someone had foreseen their path, possibly leaked it. Either there was a traitor among them, or something, or someone was observing from above. And then, from behind Kaoru, another figure stepped forward. The moment they saw his face, Yuji and Megumi's expressions turned to stone. Mahito. Chapter 127, Clash in the Dream Realm. Surprised. Mahito's smile was like a flower blooming in sewage, brilliant, beautiful, and utterly filthy. Just like his entire existence. He and Akutagawa Kaoru now stood opposite Megumi Fushiguro and Yuji Itadori. Seeing the two of them alone, Mahito sneered. Where are the others? I was hoping for a little more fun. But don't worry, they won't stay hidden for long. Yuji stared Mahito down, the weight of his past atrocities flashing through his mind. And he knew, those were likely just the beginning. Despite his anger, Yuji didn't lose his edge. Mahito's sudden appearance meant something bigger. He wasn't convinced Akutagawa Kaoru had been an ally from the start. Most players in the Dream Realm were regular people, unlike Yuji. But now, Mahito was here too, clearly in league with Kaoru. Which could only mean one thing, Kenjaku. It made sense. Mahito's presence was meant to stall them, to delay or even prevent Sukuna's awakening, so that chaos could erupt in the real world. You don't think you can take us on alone, so you found yourself a partner. Yuji said coldly. I wonder how you even convinced him. They'd already seen what Akutagawa Kaoru was capable of. Mahito was a nightmare on his own. His presence here only made sense if he had a plan. From Megumi's shadow, a rapid escape darted away. Then, several other Shikigami appeared, forming a defensive ring around him. Kaoru caught sight of the rapid escape and laughed mockingly. Trying to send a message. Don't bother. Once I finish with you, they'll follow soon enough. When Mahito had first approached Kaoru, the latter's first instinct was to kill him. But Mahito wasn't weak. He'd survived the initial attack and made a proposition that stayed Kaoru's hand. Even though Mahito was a curse, something Kaoru detested, his offer had weight. Mahito claimed to have partial control over the Dream Realm. That, and the promise of reshaping the rules, appealed to Kaoru's goals. In exchange, Mahito needed Kaoru's help to eliminate Yuji and his allies. They struck a temporary deal, both planning to betray the other once their interests no longer aligned. Under Mahito's guidance, they stormed the city center and began hunting down players. The safe zone naturally attracted survivors and hunters alike. Kaoru welcomed this, he could wipe them out and grow stronger in the process. Together, he and Mahito reigned like predators atop the food chain for days, waiting for Yuji and Megumi to arrive. You're the final obstacles, Kaoru declared. Once I kill you and harvest the Dream Realm, I'll stand alone at the top, and then... His words were interrupted by a rumble. With a heavy stomp, Kaoru cracked the earth beneath their feet. The battle had begun. Yuji jumped to evade the quake but was caught mid-air by a sharp, unseen force. He twisted just in time, but a deep gash opened on his arm, bone visible. Mahito's arm had morphed into a pale, blade-like appendage. Mahito pulled back, legs bending unnaturally, and launched forward with terrifying speed. At the same time, Kaoru rocketed toward Megumi like a human cannonball. Megumi summoned Evil Prison Dog, and rope-like tendrils shot from his shadow, latching onto debris and yanking him away from the cracked ground. The Evil Prison Dog leapt forward, gripping a twin shadow blade in its jaws. It slashed fiercely at Kaoru, who clenched his fist and tanked the blow with his bare body. A shockwave blasted outward, the force of the impact shaking the city around them. Absolute void law. Kaoru's hands glowed with dense cursed energy. He stretched them through the air, manipulating invisible threads. Waves of pressure surged outward, not as devastating as his finishing move from before, but fast, layered, and relentless. The Evil Prison Dog swung its twin blades, the arc of light forming a silver crescent. But some of Kaoru's attacks slipped through, tearing open deep gashes on the Shikigami's body. Your summon's gotten better, Kaoru said, taunting. Guess you weren't slacking off. While the Evil Prison Dog reeled under the pressure, Kaoru closed the distance between them. Megumi's sharp eyes caught his stance, 2 fingers pressed together. I call this one. Piercing Star. Let's see if you can dodge it again. Even before it landed, the pressure was suffocating. Megumi knew Kaoru had grown stronger, likely from massacring other players to amass power. Humph. Megumi readied his next summon, but the invisible strike was already flying toward his forehead. He couldn't see it, but he could feel it. Just before it struck, the shadows beneath him surged upward. A giant mouth formed and swallowed him whole. The shadow reformed into a thin strip, then shattered under the impact of Keiru's attack. Megumi was gone. Keiru scanned the area, frowning. Only Yuji remained, still fending off Mahito's attacks. Keiru stomped the ground, flinging rubble at the evil prison dog before turning his attention back to the battlefield. Moments later, Megumi resurfaced from the earth, dozens of meters away, shadows rippling beneath him. He'd used his Toad Shikigami to escape into the shadows just in time. The evil prison dog could fight head-on, but it lacked crowd control. Keiru had easily bypassed it. Megumi knew he was lucky to be alive. Should I use that technique? The thought crossed his mind, but he shoved it away. Keiru hadn't gone all out yet. It was too early to show his trump card. Great Serpent. Rabbit Escape. Two more Shikigami emerged. The serpent coiled protectively around Megumi, while the rabbits bounced in every direction, creating confusion. His cursed energy had improved a lot, enough to maintain all three Shikigami simultaneously, even in their energy-conserving forms. Keiru's eyes narrowed. Still hiding behind toys? Or are you waiting for your friend to die first? Megumi glanced toward Yuji. He was being pushed further away, barely keeping Mahito at bay. Eyes on me, sorcerer. Great void shatter. Keiru's punch cracked the air. The evil prison dog blocked it, but its twin blades shattered. Its armor crumbled. Even the mask split apart, revealing writhing shadow beneath. Still, it stood firm. The damage was grave, but not fatal. The evil prison dog had merged with round deer, giving it a healing factor. Unless it was completely obliterated, it would recover. Keiru didn't care. With a calm expression, he raised his fist again. Surge. I've held up my end, so, where are my power stones? Chapter 128, Mahito's Domain. Do you want to return to your body? Then you'd better fight harder. Otherwise, who knows what might happen, hee hee. Mahito's laughter echoed in Yuji Itadori's ears, each chuckle a taunt laced with malice. Whenever Yuji's focus wavered for even a moment, Mahito's relentless attacks surged in. Even in the dream realm, Mahito's strength was terrifying. From the very beginning, Yuji had been forced into constant defense. Mahito's idle transfiguration allowed him to alter his form in grotesque ways, making each assault unpredictable. Yuji could only manage to hold his ground because of how far he had grown in this realm. But Mahito's voice carried more than just cruelty now, it held something cryptic, something unnerving. Do you know what the dream realm really is? With a thundering slam, a massive pincer-like limb came crashing down. Yuji barely dodged in time. The ruins beneath were shredded like tofu. A split second later, Mahito's arm morphed into a blade and slashed across Yuji's chest, leaving a fresh crimson gash. This realm exists through consciousness, and also touches the soul. So, what do you think will happen if my technique hits you? The word sent a chill through Yuji's spine. He remembered what little he knew about soul mechanics. Sure, the dream realm allowed resurrection after death, but what if Mahito's technique ignored those rules? Yuji had previously studied soul-based knowledge from multiple sources, ancient texts from the Big Three families, experimental data left behind by a student at Kyoto Jujutsu High, and even fragments Tsukumo Yuki had collected during her overseas travels. Those were supposed to be top-secret records, but with the support of Gojo Satoru and Kamihara Hajime, Yuji had been able to access and study them. It had all started with Sukuna. Because of the king of curses inside him, Gojo believed Yuji needed to understand soul mechanics, and as a result, Yuji had discovered a strange talent for it. Normally, a jujutsu sorcerer couldn't perceive their own soul precisely. At best, they might protect it passively when wrapping their bodies in cursed energy. But special cases, like the student in Kyoto named Nain, were rare. This was why Mahito's technique was so dangerous. Even Shoko Yeri couldn't reverse the transformations caused by idle transfiguration. Soul damage couldn't be healed by the reverse curse technique. If Mahito altered his soul here, would that mean a true death? No. If he could really kill me that easily, he wouldn't be talking about it, he'd just do it. Yuji forced himself to focus. Knowing Mahito's twisted personality, he concluded it was likely part truth, part trap. Whatever the case, he couldn't afford to dwell on it. Instead, he had to focus on breaking the stalemate. Megumi and Akutagawa Keiru's clash had already left the battlefield in chaos. And Yuji could feel his stamina depleting quickly. Megumi's rabbit escape had already been sent. Maki and Yuta might be on the way, but they'd need time. He had to hold on. You're thinking too hard again, aren't you? Mahito sneered. His form writhed unnaturally. His body now resembled a boneless mollusk, soft and grotesque, with jagged blades protruding from his skin as his only remaining weapons. I didn't lie, you know. I just wanted to mess with your head a little. Two arms emerged from Mahito's pliable mass. With the distance now closed, Yuji was in a dangerous spot, and he knew it. Outside the dream realm, Mahito's technique would barely work on Yuji because of Sukuna's presence. But here, in a space detached from his curse, Yuji stood alone. And now, he couldn't dodge. Then I'll counterattack. He chose not to run, not to block, but to strike back with everything he had. Yuji's cursed energy surged as he poured all his power into a punch aimed directly at Mahito's deformed face. To his surprise, Mahito didn't even try to dodge. The punch landed, square in the face, and Mahito seemed to enjoy it. But at the same time, Mahito's hand touched Yuji's abdomen. It wasn't a lethal hit, just a simple palm strike. Yet Yuji froze. In that moment, something changed. His cursed energy dipped, and his aura visibly weakened. He kicked Mahito away with a powerful blow, putting space between them. Mahito reformed from his gelatinous state, his twisted face snapping back into shape as he grinned with perverse glee. Did you feel that? He asked. It's working, isn't it? Yuji's expression darkened. That simple touch had drained something vital. He hadn't died, but his total energy had dropped. Which meant Mahito could steal power, just like killing someone, even without killing them outright. Yuji trembled with fury. The thought of other players being drained this way, of them vanishing forever without even a chance to revive. It's disgusting. Mahito beamed at him. The more Yuji despised him, the more he reveled in it. That's the spirit. I knew you'd understand. Then his gaze shifted, behind Yuji. Two figures sprinted across the broken cityscape. Help had arrived. Maki and Yuta Okatsu. Having received Megumi's signal through Rabbit Escape, they had rushed to the battlefield after helping coordinate the surviving player groups. The moment they arrived, they saw the situation, Kaoru locked in combat with Megumi, and Yuji cornered by a special grade curse. That's Mahito, Yuta muttered, recognizing the threat. He immediately made a judgment call. Yuji's side was in greater danger. Megumi could still manage against Kaoru, but Yuji looked close to collapsing. Landing beside Yuji, Yuta asked urgently, "What's the situation?" "Don't let him touch you," Yuji warned. "His technique still works in the dream realm." "I didn't die, but I lost energy." "TCH. That's bad." Yuta frowned. If every touch could be fatal, then Mahito's attacks were as dangerous as they came. Letting the battle drag on was not an option. "Rika," Yuta called, summoning his greatest ally. A surge of powerful cursed energy manifested beside him. A small figure stepped forth, long black hair, a delicate frame, and an eerie calm. Rika. Though she appeared like the gentle girl she once was, her aura in the dream realm carried all the destructive weight she had in the real world. "Be careful, Rika." At his side, she smiled sweetly, then her form shifted. Within seconds, she transformed into her full combat state, ready to fight. "I'll take him on at close range," Maki said, gripping a heavy iron rod she'd looted from the dream realm. "As long as he doesn't touch me, I'll be fine." The four of them formed an assault team, Rika at the front, Yuta and Maki flanking her, and Yuji providing support despite his weakened state. Mahito's new form bulged grotesquely. He swelled into a towering mass with 4 massive limbs and a humanoid torso rising from the center. 2 oversized arms extended from his chest, 10 long, blade-like fingers twitching ominously. The battle began. Rika struck first, her overwhelming strength pushing Mahito back. Yuta followed up, slicing at Mahito's arms. Maki darted in with precise hit-and-run tactics, landing powerful blows with her iron staff. Yuji attacked from range, forcing Mahito to shift his attention constantly. Mahito's massive body looked formidable, but his attacks began to miss. He was taking damage. Blood sprayed from deep gashes. His limbs were cracking under pressure. Yuji narrowed his eyes. Something was off. Mahito wasn't just retreating. He was biding time. And then it happened. Rika landed a devastating blow. Her hands pierced straight through Mahito's midsection, tearing his body apart. But Mahito just smiled. His core body, now emerging from the shattered mass of flesh, gleamed with sadistic joy. The battlefield had shifted far away from Megumi's location. Perfect. Crack. A sharp shattering noise echoed. Everyone turned, but it was already too late. A dark barrier rose around them, swallowing the battlefield whole. A voice echoed across the space. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Chapter 129, Heavenly Calamity, Dragon Descends. Domain expansion. How is that possible? Isn't it unusable in the dream realm? Yuta Okatsu's breath caught in his throat as the pitch-black barrier took form around Mahito. Both he and Megumi Fushiguro had attempted domain expansion in this realm before, but it never worked. Yet here it was, undeniably real. Then came the voice. That familiar, chilling system voice echoed again, the same one that had broadcasted the new rules across the dream realm. Mahito's idle transfiguration immediately struck Yuji Itadori and the others, its sure hit effect activating within the domain. Yuta didn't even need to be attacked directly, he could feel it. Something was being drained from him. His cursed energy. His physical strength. His very essence. In mere seconds, Yuta's body weakened noticeably. The sharp edge of his combat ability dulled. Domain expansion, pure land of reincarnation. Without hesitation, Yuta activated his own domain expansion. He had to save Yuji and Maki from Mahito's influence, even if it cost him everything. The clash of domains never came. Just before Yuta's barrier formed fully, Mahito withdrew his own. A moment later, he activated a simple domain, allowing himself to be safely caught within Yuta's space. But Yuta knew this wouldn't change the outcome. His domain's power was built around replicating an opponent's technique, using it to create a mirror image. But again, he failed, he couldn't mimic Mahito's cursed technique. That made his domain an empty shell. Useless. Seeing this, Yuta promptly deactivated it. Mahito emerged unscathed, smirking with confusion at Yuta's sudden retreat. Why not use it? Afraid of what'll happen? Mahito mocked. The truth was simpler. Mahito had already won the opening exchange. The moment his domain activated, he'd stolen a portion of Yuta's power. Now, he held the upper hand, and a domain clash was a risk he didn't need to take. Yuta, knowing the gamble wouldn't pay off, backed out before he wasted more strength. Mahito had nothing to fear now, and Yuta's decision only added to his confusion. Damn it. Maki clenched her fists. Her body felt slower, heavier. Yuji had warned them about this effect, but experiencing it firsthand was worse than expected. The weakening wasn't just physical, it felt like her spirit was being compressed. Their earlier advantage had flipped. Now, Mahito was hunting them. How do we fight him now? Maki asked sharply. Mahito had transformed again. His technique was escalating, and their options were shrinking. Each second they dragged this out gave him time to dismantle them completely. Right now, Rika was tanking most of the damage, but even she was being pushed back. Yuta saw it too. They needed to retreat. Stay, and they'd be slaughtered. Run, and it was only a matter of time before Mahito caught up. Fushiguro's side won't resolve quickly either. We may have to pull back. Yuji's gut instinct was to resist. Retreat now, and everything, his body in the real world, Fushiguro's sister, their last hope, might be lost. Mahito wouldn't stop hunting them, and they'd only grow weaker with time. But what choice did they have? On the far side of the battlefield, the flickering of a black domain barrier caught Megumi's attention even while he fought Akutagawa Kaoru. His Shikigami clashed with their foe, but his mind processed the implications quickly. So the realism level of the dream realm has increased. Domains can now be used here. That changed everything. He now had the option of fusing the 9 shadows, using domain expansion to lock it in. It could turn the tide against Kaoru. But it wasn't without risk. What if Akutagawa Kaoru also knew domain expansion? A failed domain clash would result in technique burnout, a dangerous state where even fundamental cursed techniques couldn't be accessed. If that happened, Megumi's plan to fuse the 9 shadows would collapse entirely. Does Kaoru know domain expansion? As if in answer, Kaoru paused and glanced at Mahito's battle with an unreadable look before turning back. You understand what's happening, don't you? He said with a cold grin. You know domain expansion too, don't you? So why haven't you used it yet? Well, it's too late. Domain expansion. Megumi's worst-case scenario had come true. Kaoru did know it. He had seconds to decide, engage in a domain clash or attempt the fusion now before Kaoru's domain fully activated. The barrier had already begun to rise. He thought of Yuji, Maki, Yuta. He thought of Tsumaki, still waiting in the real world. If he failed now, they would all fall. Technique amplification. 10 directions annihilation. The black barrier engulfed them. The scenery changed in an instant. Megumi was no longer on solid ground, no ground existed. He floated in endless void, the concept of up and down meaningless. He felt something solid beneath him, but when he looked down, there was only shadow and emptiness. Akutagawa Kaoru hovered nearby, a look of serenity and obsession in his eyes. I just learned this technique recently, Kaoru said calmly. Thanks to that stitched-faced freak. Not someone I trust, but I'm grateful. This is the power I've longed for. A thrill crept into his voice. This is true jujitsu. I envied you all for having it. But now, this power is mine. And I'll use it to take everything back. As he spoke, he kept his eyes on the rolling tide of shadows around Megumi. He wasn't careless, he knew better. Then Kaoru struck. A simple punch, but in this space, the effect was catastrophic. The void trembled. Megumi felt the vibrations penetrate him, shaking the very structure of his body. The tremors didn't just echo, they clung to him, intent on tearing him apart. His bones strained. His organs shuddered. If this continued, he wouldn't even leave behind a corpse. But suddenly, the pressure lifted. Something pushed the tremors back, as though a greater force had taken the field. The shadows beneath Megumi expanded, shaping themselves into solid ground. A dark tide surged forward, forming a platform dozens of meters wide. From its center, a massive presence emerged. The first thing visible was its jaw, a snout covered in scales, sleek and regal. Then came whiskers, fur, branching antlers, and a winding, serpentine body. It floated effortlessly in the air, wingless, yet more majestic than anything with feathers could ever hope to be. It was a dragon. Its head alone was as large as a building. Its golden eyes opened slowly, staring down Akutagawa Kaoru with an impossible weight. The sky rumbled with its breath. A myth had entered the battlefield. A dragon. Kaoru muttered. This wasn't the Western kind, no wings, no lizard-like bulk. This was a divine Eastern dragon, with the antlers of a stag, eyes like a rabbit, ears like an ox, claws of a tiger, and a body like a serpent. It radiated primal divinity. Thunder crackled around it. The sky itself seemed to bow before it. Kaoru's earlier attack, so powerful it could tear reality, was dismissed in an instant by its presence alone. This was the fusion of the 10 shadows, every Shikigami combined. Not just merged, but reborn. Tiger, dog, deer, toad, snake, elephant, each trait was embedded into this form. No single part was dominant. They worked in perfect harmony, elevating each other beyond what should have been possible. More than summoning. This was ascension. 10 shadows technique, technique amplification, heavenly calamity. Send power stones. Chapter 130, Dragon's Wrath. The colossal dragon hovered in the void, a realm where heaven and earth had ceased to exist. Its sharp horns gleamed, majestic scales shimmered, and long whiskers fluttered as if stirred by an unseen force. Crackling lightning tore through the empty sky, mirroring the tension brewing on the battlefield. New shadow style, simple domain. Megumi Fushiguro dropped into a martial stance. Despite its appearance, it was a technique designed to counter the guaranteed hit effect of a domain expansion. Fushiguro remained inside Akutagawa Kaoru's domain, but he had a plan to fight back. Kaoru stared at the colossal beast summoned before him, a divine dragon born of the 10 shadows technique, more terrifying in presence than the oni-faced samurai from earlier. His fighting spirit surged with anticipation. I didn't expect you to hold back a technique like this. You've made this worth it. Now I can crush you without any regrets. Kaoru clenched his fist and launched another punch. Within his domain, every strike carried amplified force. This one split the air, leaving behind pitch-black cracks that rapidly spread like spider webs. Fushiguro stayed calm. He'd been preparing for this moment. The fusion of the 9 shadows had given birth to a new Shikigami, an apex creation. At last, he grasped the full potential of the Zenin clan's inherited technique, the 10 shadows technique. Before now, even without Meihoraga, the 10 shadows were powerful but far from supreme. So, Megumi had pushed the boundaries. His first theory had been to sacrifice all previous Shikigami to transfer their strength into one final creation. But he had no desire to lose them forever, and it was too risky. If the result failed, everything would be lost. His second approach involved technique amplification, merging Shikigami to create evolved versions. Fused New had already shown great promise. When further fused into Evil Prison Dog, it became clear, combining all 9 shadows would unlock something far greater. And it had. His tireless trials in the dream realm had birthed this dragon, Heavenly Calamity, an entity that embodied all 9 Shikigami's abilities. Max Elephant's water control, New's lightning, and more had been absorbed and refined. Every trait had amplified exponentially. The current lightning storm, vast and violent, was proof of that. The bolts crackled black, cloaked in Heavenly Calamity's cursed energy. Yet, this lightning wasn't evil. It radiated majesty, awe, and divine punishment. Akutagawa Kaoru's space-distorting punch landed, tearing a rift through the air. But when it collided with the dragon's lightning, it only worsened the distortion, never overcoming it. The two forces clashed. Fushiguro moved subtly, directing the immense, winding dragon body in front of him. Heavenly Calamity took the brunt of the attack. Kaoru's strike ripped through the void, striking the dragon directly. A massive section of Heavenly Calamity's body was torn away, leaving gaping wounds. Shattered scales fell like meteors, and black blood sprayed skyward before evaporating in the lightning storm. But for a creature of its size, the damage was negligible. The two glowing white horns atop its head shimmered faintly, activating Round Deer's healing ability. In an instant, the torn body was restored. That was only one of its many gifts. Now came retaliation. Heavenly calamity surged forward, black lightning flooding the domain like a tide. Kaoru shouted with gritted teeth, "Break!" Cursed energy exploded from his body. He countered with a punch empowered by all his strength. A black void opened before him, an abyss that devoured light and space. It clashed violently with the dragon's lightning, the two forces canceling each other out in a blinding burst. Megumi's voice was calm. Heavenly calamity. The massive dragon twisted in midair, then dived straight toward Akutagawa Kaoru, its charge growing more powerful with every moment. As it neared, its jaws opened, revealing another mouth formed entirely of cursed energy, larger and more savage. Roar. The void echoed with a soul-shaking roar. Kaoru felt the pressure instantly. Just being in its path strained his domain. Piercing ox, tiger funeral, savage bite. A brutal fusion technique, simple in structure, devastating in execution. Yet Kaoru didn't retreat. Heavens cleave. He raised his fist again. This time, the space itself seemed to fold under its weight. His punch dragged the void along with it, warping the domain like a canvas being torn. The instant the dragon struck, the impact overwhelmed Kaoru's fragile domain. Crack. A clean sound, then silence. His domain shattered like glass. He hadn't yet mastered his domain expansion. 10 Directions Annihilation collapsed under the force of the attack. Fushiguro and Kaoru reappeared in the real world, alongside the enormous dragon. The scene captured everyone's attention. Mahito, battling Yuto Katsu and the others nearby, looked up. The overwhelming cursed energy from heavenly calamity consumed the entire field. So this guy, he's just a student. That's not something I expected. Akutagawa Kaoru may have reached his limit. Let's see if he has the resolve to go beyond it. With that, Mahito's grotesque body began to change. The monstrous form shrank, refining into a leaner build, now about 2 meters tall. His human shape was gone, only the blade-like extensions of his fingers remained, forming claws sharp enough to split the air. He launched another brutal assault. Back on the battlefield, Megumi acted without hesitation. He directed heavenly calamity upward, the dragon's body now encased in pure black lightning. It had become a thunder dragon. The electric aura spread around it, forming another dragon-shaped outline over its body. Kaoru froze for a brief moment, stunned by the pressure. But he reacted on instinct, punching the ground. Earth surged upward, slamming into the dragon's charge to disrupt its path. It worked, barely. Using the brief pause, Kaoru flashed from sight, reappearing beside the dragon's head. His final reserves of cursed energy flared to life. He struck. The blow destabilized the dragon, knocking it into the ground. Its body plowed through the battlefield, raising dust and debris like waves in a sea. But the roar of a furious beast erupted once more. From beneath the rubble, the thunder dragon rose, maw wide open. A violent torrent of water surged from its mouth, shaped by cursed energy. Dragons, serpents, and beasts formed within the flood. Then lightning fused into the current, forming a net of black electric arcs. Domain, Kaoru tried, but failed. His energy and body were exhausted. There was nothing left. Still, he didn't give in. He faced the incoming attack head-on. He ripped through the lightning net, broke apart the water-formed beasts, but the dragon's mouth kept growing closer. He swung his fist one last time. It wasn't enough. The bite landed. Kaoru disappeared inside Heavenly Calamity's jaws, his final thoughts unraveling. Am I really going to lose? Is this how it ends? If I accept his offer, can I still say I chose my own path? But I can't let it end here. I won't accept defeat. One is based on One Piece and the other on Naruto. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Should I keep going with them or stop? Chapter 131, The Pact of Power. The Chiqua is established. His body began to fade, consciousness slipping into a brief void, until a warm light flickered into view before Akutagawa Kaoru's eyes. The scene sharpened, revealing the source of that light, a feminine silhouette glowing with sacred brilliance. Yet, something was wrong. Her form was draped in phantom gray-black hues that grew unstable the longer you stared, eventually bursting like an overstuffed kaleidoscope. Colors spun in every direction, surreal and chaotic, until the illusion collapsed like a vanishing dream. Though Mahito had never explained this phenomenon, Kaoru instinctively understood, this was the dream realm, the true manifestation of the Chiqua Pact he had agreed to. A transaction that offered immense gain, at a price just as severe. Kaoru had once dismissed the Chiqua as unnecessary, accepting it only as a precaution. He never thought he'd actually activate it. But now, he had no choice. The Chikwa is established. The foundation of the Dream Realm came from a powerful cursed spirit under Kenjaku's control, an entity known as the Dream Eater. Long hidden from the world due to its strange nature, it was not something normally found in reality. Kenjaku, with his centuries of experience, unearthed such secrets. After possessing Suguru Geto's body, he used Geto's cursed spirit manipulation to subjugate the Dream Eater. Yet the spirit alone wasn't enough to realize the Dream Realm. It took two ancient cursed objects, the Yata Mirror and the Yasakani no Magatama. By combining their power with the Dream Eater, and destroying them in the process, Kenjaku completed his miracle, a space where dreams could be made real. Mahito, entrusted with a shard of that miracle, the Magatama, used it for two purposes, to alter the Dream Realm's rules in favor of the villains, and to seal a pact with Akutagawa Kaoru. Kaoru's talents were undeniable. His cursed technique, mindset, and adaptability all pointed to potential greatness. But Mahito didn't want to leave it to chance. So the Chikwa was created, dormant until accepted. The terms were clear: by accepting, Kaoru would receive the raw power of the Dream Realm. In return, he would sacrifice a piece of his soul. From that moment on, part of him no longer belonged to himself. But in exchange, the Dream Realm fed him endless energy, until its collapse. Regardless of whether Kaoru died within the Dream Realm or emerged victorious, he would eventually return most of the stolen power. Even so, the burst of strength granted was overwhelming. As he accepted the pact, the light, the silhouette, everything disappeared. The Dream Realm's sensations returned to him in full: the warmth, the breath of the wind, the distant aura of Megumi Fushiguro, and the towering presence of the dragon. Akutagawa Kaoru's eyes opened. A glowing Magatama-shaped sigil shimmered briefly on his brow. There was no fatigue. No pain. Only power. Overflowing, immense, alive. Let's finish this. Megumi Fushiguro, watching from a distance, saw it all. The men who had been struck down now stood revived, stronger than before. That kind of cursed energy, only a few possessed it. Heavenly calamity. No time to hesitate. The massive dragon charged once more, deceptively fast for its size. Kaoru clenched his fist and struck. The world trembled. The collision warped the air. The dragon's body reeled backward, then roared, wings shredded and body bruised, but still ready to fight. Mist and crackling lightning gathered behind it now, the full fury of the heavenly calamity descending again. Domain expansion, 10 directions annihilation. A black barrier dropped like a guillotine, swallowing Megumi, the dragon, and all within. Elsewhere, Takeda stood atop a broken stone ledge, watching from afar. He saw Yuji Itadori struggling, and Kaoru's distant clash growing more chaotic. He could have killed them for power, Takeda scoffed, but he threw it away, for justice. How idiotic. Yet the scorn faded. A quiet thought crept in: was that really so wrong? Takeda Yashi had been a failure once, trapped in mediocrity, crushed under life. That was before the Dream Realm whispered to him in sleep, offering a shot at glory. A way to matter. All he had to do was take it. But then came Yuji Itadori. A boy who, even in this cursed world, chose to save others, who promised to protect even people like Takeda, if they repented. At first, Takeda had only surrendered to avoid death. He planned to strike back later. Yet Yuji never gave up on saving the weak. The group grew. The hope grew. And somehow, so did Takeda Yashi's guilt. When did my dream die? Now, watching Yuji fight, something stirred within him. Two voices screamed in his head. One urged him to flee, take power, kill, survive. He could be a hero or a devil later. The other voice whispered, this is your dream too. Isn't it worth fighting for again? Finally, Takeda silenced them both. With gritted teeth, he made his choice. I'll do what I can. The rest is up to the gods. Gods don't exist in the Jujutsu world. There are only sorcerers and curses who take on those names because of their power. Yuji Itadori had never prayed to gods. Especially not now. Mahito, now evolved through his newly modified form, pushed them into a corner. The trio had stopped trying to fight him up close, his technique was too dangerous. Instead, they fought smart. Yuta Okatsu's reverse curse technique kept their wounds in check, but even that wouldn't last forever. Mahito, patient and calculating, was simply wearing them down. He didn't need to rush, he only needed time. Then, as if fate cracked open, Yuji heard it. A whisper. A voice buried beneath the chaos, calling to him. He focused, and recognized it. A survivor from their group. One whose technique was based on sound manipulation. Not Inumaki's, but similar in its own way. Harmless in combat, until now. Yuji's face darkened. The voice had told him something urgent. Yuta noticed instantly. What is it? Yuji hesitated, then spoke. One of the survivors is offering to give up their life to transfer their cursed energy to us. Yuta went silent. If that worked. If we do this, Yuta said, only one of us can go. Either you or Maki. I'll hold off Mahito. Maki stepped forward without hesitation. I'll do it. No, Yuji cut in. You have heavenly restriction, you can't gain a cursed technique from this. I might, he added quietly, be able to awaken an inherited technique. Gojo-sensei once told me, it was possible. Send Power Stone's wilted flower. Chapter 132, The Weight of Their Sacrifice. Itadori, you. Maki and Yuta Okatsu wanted to speak, but Mahito's follow-up attack came too quickly. With no time to spare, Yuta and Rika surged forward, and only one line echoed behind them. I can only hold him off for a bit, go. Yuji Itadori met Maki's eyes with unwavering resolve. Maki-senpai, leave this to me. I'm ready. Without wasting another second, he turned and sprinted away. Mahito noticed the movement immediately. His first instinct was to stop whatever Itadori was planning. But just as he moved to pursue, Rika, in her most formidable form, blocked his path. Mahito narrowed his eyes. As Yuta and Rika closed in, Mahito changed course midair, attempting to bypass them. Yuta was quick to intercept, but when he saw the sly grin tugging at Mahito's mutated face, he realized too late, it was a trap. Mahito suddenly twisted in midair. Two bladed arms lashed out, aiming straight for Yuta's abdomen. A direct hit would mean not just injury but the deadly effect of Mahito's idle transfiguration. You won't lay a finger on Yuta. Rika roared, activating her berserk state. Her massive hands clamped down on Mahito's arms mid-strike. The force of her grip halted Mahito momentarily. It gave Yuta just enough time to dodge and regroup. But Mahito didn't attempt to break free. Instead, he spun his arms rapidly like drills. The blades tore through Rika's flesh in an instant. Rika shrieked as pieces of her shredded hands flew through the air. Yuta flinched, his heart dropping, but he knew she would recover. Still, he couldn't afford to be reckless. He and Rika, enhanced by the Dream Realm and Maki support, could hold Mahito off for now, but not forever. Mahito's expression sharpened. Why did Itadori suddenly run off? He's not the type to abandon allies. That quiet exchange earlier, it must have been about gaining power. He began calculating, thinking like Itadori. Then it hit him. The survivors. Mahito smirked. So, you're going to drain power from those you saved. How heroic. Turning his gaze back to Yuta, he sneered. Another excuse for justice, I suppose. All right. Let's see if Itadori comes back first, or if I kill you first. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Mahito's domain surged into being. Yuta didn't counter immediately. Instead, he activated a simple domain while Maki, immune to cursed techniques, slipped out of the domain's boundary with careful precision. Inside the domain, Mahito grinned, his grotesque face twisting wider. He evolved once more, layering enhancements onto his already monstrous form. His body grew larger, denser. New arms sprouted from his ribs. His face split into more eyes, each one twitching, scanning. He adapted organs for electricity, flight, and water breathing, tailoring himself even further into an apex predator. Yuta had no way to stop it. All he could do was stall and hope that Yuji would return soon, before they fell apart completely. Elsewhere. Yuji Itadori stood before the survivors. The look in their eyes was both familiar and foreign. Then a voice rose from the group, from someone unremarkable among them, don't carry this alone. We talked it over. Thanks to Takeda's idea, we all saw what you've done. Now, it's our turn. Yuji followed the voice's gesture. Takeda Yashi stood there, visibly uncomfortable. I'm just doing this to survive, Takeda muttered. It's not a big deal if you kill us a few times. Beats getting hunted to death. He crossed his arms, avoiding Yuji's gaze. This is a loan. You'll repay me later. Despite the sarcasm, Takeda was the first to step forward. Start with me. Let's get this over with. A short blade was pressed into Yuji's hands by someone nearby. To an outsider, the scene would look like cold-blooded murder. But Yuji's hands trembled, unable to move. Takeda noticed. Too slow, he snapped. Grabbing Yuji's wrist, he shoved the blade into his own chest. Pain flickered across his face, then he slumped to the ground, disappearing into light. One by one, the others followed. A young boy, smiling brightly, stepped up. Just rebalancing the stats in a game. Don't overthink it. Be seeing you. He plunged the knife into himself, just as Takeda had. Like a ritual, they came forward, again and again, dying, reviving, then dying once more. Each sacrifice transferred a fraction of their power to Yuji. His strength rose steadily, but what he truly sought was something else, an awakening. Yuji had never possessed an inherited technique. He was always seen as someone with strong cursed energy but no innate technique. But miracles weren't foreign to the world of jujutsu. The dream realm had made the impossible possible. Gojo-sensei once told him, Sukuna's technique circuit might have left traces in his body after all that time they shared one vessel. It was a fragile hope, until now. This was his one chance. He'd try to awaken it. For himself. For Maki. For Yuta. To kill Mahito. After dozens of deaths and rebirths, the energy flow began to slow. The transfer had reached its limit. Yuji lowered the knife and closed his eyes. A long moment passed. Then, his eyes snapped open. Takeda and the others stared, tense. Yuji exhaled, then smiled. Go. Your friends are running out of time. He bowed deeply. Thank you, all of you. Then he turned and ran. By the time Yuji returned, Yuta's condition had worsened. He had lost the domain clash and was forced into technique burnout. Although his reverse curse technique kept him alive, he was no longer at full strength. Maki had taken his place with Rika, but even together, they were being pushed to the edge. Yuta had been struck by idol transfiguration, and some of his energy was permanently altered. Then. Yuji Itadori. Mahito's eyes twitched. He sensed the strange new energy radiating from Yuji's body. Mahito. Yuji's voice boomed as he charged. His fury didn't cloud his focus. It honed it. Mahito grinned and sprang forward, arms transformed into blades. Let's end this. But the next instant, Mahito's body split apart, cleanly, swiftly, and fatally. Only his horrified expression remained. __. Chapter 133, A Blade That Cuts Malice. Mahito reeled, torn apart by an invisible force. His mind spun in confusion. He hadn't even seen the attack, and yet, he'd been shredded into several irregular fragments. Fortunately, his brain and other key structures remained intact. This kind of injury was still within the range of what idol transfiguration could repair. But as he began reconstructing himself, Mahito noticed something was wrong. His technique was being resisted. The slashes hadn't just torn apart his flesh, they had damaged his very soul. Blood dripped from the jagged rents in his body as Mahito staggered to his feet. He glared at Yuji Itadori, a twisted expression flickering across his face. Yuji stood still, his posture calm, unflinching. Evil extermination, he said quietly. A technique disclosure. Mahito's eyes widened. Itadori had awakened a cursed technique, there was no other explanation for how he'd been shredded so cleanly the moment Yuji returned. Yuta Okatsu and Maki exchanged glances, each silently affirming the same realization. So. Gojo-sensei's theory was right, Yuta murmured. Maki, still locked in the battle, asked dryly, what does Itadori's technique have to do with that blindfolded idiot? Before Yuta could answer, Itadori spoke again. Gojo-sensei once told me that because Sukuna resided in my body, his presence might leave behind the imprint of a technique. He looked down at his hands he once cursed for being vessels of a monster he despised. Consider this your rent. The thought flashed through Yuji's mind as he raised his gaze to meet Mahito's again. My technique, like the name says, targets malice. Anyone with hostile intent toward me will be struck by invisible slashes. The more hatred or killing intent they have, the more intense the effect. He gave a faint smile. So, Mahito, just how badly do you want to kill me? Mahito said nothing. The condition was deceptively simple, if you harbored no malice, you wouldn't be harmed. But for someone like Mahito, who overflowed with cruelty and sadism, suppressing malice was almost impossible. Even beasts acted with primal hostility toward prey, it was their nature. It's uncounterable. Even if I become a creature that acts only on instinct, I'll still feel that desire to kill. Worse yet, the technique was rooted in Sukuna's lineage. Mahito's mutated body hadn't stood a chance, it had been cleanly sliced apart. I need to adapt. Changes began within Mahito's body, especially his brain. He altered his emotional centers, attempting to sever his malice toward Itadori altogether. Though still appearing human, Mahito now functioned more like a cold, detached machine, a predator without hatred, only purpose. He lunged toward Yuji once more. Yuji raised his hand. Mahito, midair, sensed something. He plunged his arm into the ground and shifted form, but not fast enough. A gash appeared on his side. More invisible slashes followed. Mahito dodged erratically but still took hit after hit. He charged forward regardless, only to be met by Yuji's fist. A clean punch landed in Mahito's gut, his body bending violently from the impact. Guh. He spat blood, barely holding himself together. Then, sharp bone spurs erupted from the stumps of his broken arms, aiming to pierce Yuji at close range. You've dulled your emotions, but I can still feel it, Yuji said calmly. You still want me dead. Evil extermination. Another wave of slashes surged around Mahito. He could barely react, his only clues were faint traces of cursed energy and instinctual danger responses. The bone spurs shattered in midair before they reached their target. Anticipating this, Mahito quickly altered his form again. His body inflated grotesquely, growing over 3 meters tall, balloon-like and unstable. Yuji eyed him warily. If I punch that, it'll explode. So he didn't. He leapt backward and focused his energy. Slash. A blade of cursed energy ripped through the air and struck Mahito. Boom. Mahito burst apart, not in a shower of flesh, but in a storm of hard, needle-like projectiles. The air filled with lethal spikes, moving at deadly speed. Itadori, get down. Yuta shouted. Rika manifested beside Yuji, firing a blast of cursed energy that cleared much of the oncoming shrapnel. Yuji scanned the debris. Mahito's true form had hidden itself behind the scattered remnants, already preparing his next move. Evil extermination. Yuji extended both palms, then flipped them and clenched his fists. A wall of invisible slashes formed in front of him. The incoming spikes shattered meters away, unable to reach him. But Yuji didn't stop there. He redirected the slashes to surge outward again, enveloping Mahito's position in a net of invisible blades. Domain expansion, self-embodiment of perfection. Mahito's mouth opened wide. Within it, tiny hands finished weaving the formation signs. The domain re-emerged, swallowing both Yuji and Yuta. Thankfully, this was still the dream realm. In reality, Mahito wouldn't have the stamina to cast domain expansion this many times in one day. But the moment he activated his domain, Mahito regained his emotions, and his malicious intent. Inside the pitch-black barrier, Mahito conjured massive cursed energy hands to defend himself from the slashes. The wall of invisible blades collided with these hands, buying Mahito the briefest moment to retaliate. Can you use simple domain, Yuji Itadori? Mahito sneered. He layered idle transfiguration onto the summoned hands. Yuji, as Mahito suspected, hadn't yet learned the technique to neutralize a domain's effects. If even one of those hands touched him, the technique would activate instantly. A guaranteed hit. Domain expansion. Yuta Okatsu's voice rang out as he unleashed his own domain to counter Mahito's. The clash of domains pulled Yuji into Yuta's space, neutralizing Mahito's sure-hit advantage. Maki, immune to techniques, might have been able to intervene from outside, but she couldn't break the domain walls. Yuta could. Still, Mahito had been prepared. You've already died several times, Yuta Okatsu. This time will be no different. The domains collided. Yuta's expansion barely held, shielding Yuji for a few fleeting seconds. But he knew it wouldn't last. Itadori. Yuta turned to Yuji, his face tense. What I'm about to ask may be too much, but it's the only option we have. He paused, then nodded with conviction. I'm going to expand my domain again soon. Watch carefully. Study every motion. If you can awaken your own domain, even a crude one, that might be enough to turn this around. Don't panic. Just focus. I believe in you. Yuta's domain shattered. As expected, Mahito had the upper hand. Yuta collapsed into technique burnout, his energy flickering. Reverse curse technique, target, brain. His vision swam, but he didn't stop. Hand signs formed slowly, deliberately. Domain expansion, all-encompassing pure land. __. Vote W Power Stones. Chapter 134, Severance of Karma, Ignorance. Limitless white light clashed against an abyss of endless black. In simple terms, technique burnout occurs when a domain clash ends in failure. The losing sorcerer becomes forcibly severed from their cursed technique output. Like an overloaded circuit, the powerful energy sustaining a domain collapses, short-circuiting the caster's control over their innate technique. While a sorcerer can still manipulate raw cursed energy in this state, using their technique becomes nearly impossible. And since domain expansion is inherently linked to one's technique, attempting it during burnout is virtually unthinkable. But Yuta Okatsu defied that expectation. His secret. Reverse curse technique. A sorcerer's inherited technique is imprinted on a specific region of the brain. Once that region burns out, a natural recovery period is typically needed before reuse. But Yuta found another method, a riskier one. Destroy the burned out part of the brain, then immediately regenerate it with reverse cursed technique. The process is as dangerous as it sounds. The brain isn't just the source of technique output, it's the seat of consciousness. Any miscalculation could lead to permanent damage or death. No ordinary sorcerer would ever attempt such a thing. But Yudo Katsu wasn't just anyone, and in this dream realm, he was willing to gamble everything. His goal wasn't to overpower Mahito in a domain clash. It was to show Yuji Itadori the path. If Yuji could witness domain expansion firsthand, he might awaken it himself, even in this desperate moment. Even Yuta understood how slim that chance was. But still, it wasn't zero. Strictly speaking, mastering domain expansion doesn't rely solely on talent. Some train into it over time. Others, like Megumi Fushiguro, find enlightenment in the heat of battle. Even Gojo Satoru, whose genius was unmatched, had to refine his domain over time. Kamihara Hajime, too, had gradually learned it through study and repetition. And now, Yuta placed all hope on Itadori Yuji having the same kind of breakthrough. Itadori, you must succeed. The brilliant domain light collapsed completely. Darkness swallowed it whole. Yuta's domain shattered again, and he turned his gaze toward Yuji. He had pushed his body to the brink. If he couldn't regenerate his brain again, death, or permanent loss of his technique, would be the end result. This was his last chance. Black hands made of solidified cursed energy surged toward Yuta and Yuji, ready to tear them apart. But Yuji wasn't looking at them. His gaze lingered on Yuta's trembling body, on Maki, who had died several times already holding off Mahito, and on Fushiguro, locked in a brutal fight in the distance. He thought of Takeda Yashi, the former delinquent who had first proposed this desperate tactic. He thought of every person who had fallen with purpose, smiles etched on their faces. My efforts weren't in vain. The thought grounded him. A strange sensation settled into his body, foreign but not unwelcome. As if he'd done this before. Yuji raised his hands. 10 fingers extended, palms tilted inward, fingertips pointing skyward. The pinkies and thumbs met at the base, forming the shape of a blooming lotus flower. His body moved with precision, even as his mind swam with disbelief. Domain expansion, severance of karma, ignorance. Darkness evaporated like morning mist under sunlight. The approaching cursed energy hands instantly shattered, disintegrating into base particles of energy. A new domain had emerged, terrifying, hellish. The earth beneath Itadori turned red and soft, soaked in blood. Thousands of blades stood embedded in the ground. Half-buried bones surrounded him, non-human creatures of all shapes and sizes, severed and dismembered. All cut down by blades. This was karmic punishment for those tainted by evil thoughts. A sacred place of execution. At least, that was what Mahito saw. To Yudo Katsu, the domain looked entirely different, a heavenly palace with glistening jade ponds, golden lotuses blooming in silence, distant skies painted in soft hues, mist curling over mountaintops. A paradise. Success. Yuta gasped. Itadori had done it. His domain was holding its own against Mahito's. We can win. Yuji had never felt more alive. His technique, now magnified by the domain, gave him perfect control of the battlefield. But there was no time to revel in it. He needed to end this. I'm going to lose. Mahito stared blankly at the sight before him. First Itadori awakened a technique. Then he launched a domain expansion. And now, this domain directly countered Mahito's. It was over. And yet, Mahito refused to believe Itadori was a genius. No, he wasn't. Genius isn't luck, Mahito whispered. It's consistency. It's control. He had studied countless geniuses. Gojo Satoru, the so-called divine child, who changed the very balance of power in the world. Kamihara Hajime, who hunted them relentlessly, forcing them into hiding. And others, cursed and human alike. But now, standing at the edge of death, Mahito had to face a bitter truth. It had to be Yuji Itadori. Fate. His domain began to shatter, lines of cracks forming in a crisscross pattern. And then, collapse. Mahito dropped into the execution field. Yuji's eyes locked onto him. Mahito's malice flared in his vision like a blazing torch, undeniable, irredeemable. Sinners like this belonged in hell. Mahito, Yuji said. Mahito smiled. Twisted, as always. But Yuji had long known Mahito couldn't be redeemed. He wasn't just evil, he was the embodiment of humanity's fear of itself. A tumor. One that had to be cut away. Go to hell. Invisible slashes filled the domain, crashing down all at once. Mahito howled, immediately launching a counterattack. Idle transfiguration surged through his flesh. One final transformation. Heads sprouted, one from his shoulder, another from his chest. More arms burst from his torso, and his limbs grew thick, malformed. A tail split from his spine. Tentacles writhed over his body, and what remained of his face twisted beyond recognition. Pale black flames burned from his skin, faint and flickering. But deadly. Even touching those flames would mean death, they distorted the soul itself. Mahito roared. He dashed at Yuji, flames trailing like shadows. His final gambit. Even if he landed no more attacks, Mahito's body would soon collapse. This suicidal form could only last a few seconds. But he never reached Yuji. 3 heads, then limbs, then torso, all dismembered in midair by slashes he couldn't see. His body scattered along the ground in dozens of pieces. "You won't win," he hissed, even as his smile faded. Yuji remained still. He raised his hands one last time, then brought them together. Mahito's remains shattered again, no longer flesh, no longer cursed. Just dust. __. Chapter 135, Deathmatch begins. Mahito's remains faded from the ground, the damage Yuji Itadori inflicted far greater than anticipated. Death in the dream realm carried more weight than elsewhere, and Mahito was feeling the consequences. Once his fragmented body had completely vanished, Mahito reappeared, standing in the same location. He made no attempt to respawn elsewhere. There was no point. Yuji Itadori had awakened his technique. He had mastered domain expansion. Mahito had already lost once, and now with Yuji teaming up with Megumi Fushiguro, it was only a matter of time before they defeated Akutagawa Kaoru. At that point, their momentum would be unstoppable. Even if Mahito tried to restore his strength by attacking others, it was too late. After all, this new rule system in the dream realm was his doing. "I lost." He smiled. Standing motionless before Yuji, Mahito didn't look like someone who had just been defeated. His smile remained unsettlingly calm. Yuji stepped forward, ready to question him further, when Yudo Katsu's voice rang out urgently from behind. "Itadori. Leave him. Go help Fushiguro." Snapping back to reality, Yuji understood. Mahito's initial plan had been to stall them, and he was still trying to. Yuji narrowed his gaze. "I'll give you one chance. Evil extermination." His technique erupted once more, delivering one final strike without hesitation. Yuji didn't even look back. He turned and sprinted toward Megumi. "It's about time." Mahito's body crumbled again, pieces scattering like dust. Final moment. Reality level has reached maximum. Deathmatch mode activated. Specific rules are as follows. The familiar, detached voice echoed through the dream realm. But this time, everyone paid closer attention. The words "deathmatch mode" carried weight unlike anything before. Rewind time. When Akutagawa Kaoru was reborn by the dream realm's power, he returned stronger than ever. His technique had always given him heightened sensitivity to vibration. Before, he could detect a mosquito's wing beat from hundreds of meters away. He could choose targets through these vibrations, then affect them directly using his technique, creating tremors or even attacking from range. Now, after his rebirth, he had transcended that foundation. He could feel everything. This level of sensory mastery was intoxicating. Domain expansion, 10 directions annihilation. Immediately upon facing Megumi Fushiguro, Akutagawa activated his domain. The dark barrier encased both Megumi and the massive form of heavenly calamity. The scenery was familiar, but the power behind it was very different. Megumi sensed it too. Akutagawa's cursed energy was boiling, feral, unrestrained. Recognizing the danger, Megumi decided not to hold back. The dragon in the sky exhaled deeply, releasing clouds and mist. These vaporous clouds wrapped around its serpentine body, as flashes of black lightning danced through them. Then, the dragon ignited. Flames licked across its entire length. Wreathed in cloud, lightning, and fire, it spiraled downward, charging at Akutagawa Kaoru. Kaoru met the charge with eerie calm. He inhaled, pulled his fist to his waist, and then launched a single punch. Cursed energy condensed sharply, bursting outward like an explosion. The resulting shockwave warped the air like heat over asphalt. Space distorted. Reality trembled. Black fractures appeared across the domain. And then, shatter. Kaoru's domain broke. But not from external pressure. He shattered it himself. His technique had pushed the strike to its upper limit. Then, he fused the explosive energy of the domain's self-destruction into the impact. This was the essence of 10 directions annihilation. Destruction wasn't about striking individual targets, it was about reducing the entire battlefield to rubble. Even his own domain was just a detonator. That one punch spread out like a storm, covering hundreds of meters. Buildings, roads, scenery, all were reduced to dust in the wake of vibrating destruction. Even the massive dragon was torn apart in midair. Its water vapor and lightning scattered like smoke, dissolving into the air. Kaoru batted away the remaining lightning effortlessly, then paused. A flicker of movement. "It's not over yet." Megumi's voice came from the shadows above. The storm of scattered shadows in the air surged and reformed, swirling rapidly. A winding shape took form, no longer concrete, but still massive. Heavenly Calamity had returned, rebuilt entirely from shadows. Its massive jaw opened wide, fangs formed from shadow blades descending toward Kaoru like guillotine teeth. Kaoru moved instantly, twisting in midair and delivering a powerful kick. It didn't stop the beast entirely, but it disrupted the attack just long enough to avoid a lethal blow. Now, I am the master of this world. Kaoru closed his eyes and punched the air. The dream realm warped. Lines rippled outward from his fist, fracturing the sky like a broken mirror. Heavenly Calamity's massive maw exploded on impact, shadowy fluids splashing outward like ink in water. But even as they splashed, they tried to return, regenerating in real time. Kaoru didn't let up. Another punch. The sky fractured again, deeper this time. Behind the cracks was only darkness. Pure void. The dragon tried to escape, but failed. It shattered. Its body collapsed into a rain of shadow that drifted down like black snow. Kaoru stood still in the rain, listening. He tilted his head slightly as the familiar voice echoed again. The Dream Realm had just announced the activation of Deathmatch mode. Deathmatch rules. This doesn't look good for you, does it? He smirked. The moment of fate is here. If I kill you, who's left to stop me? There's no escape now, he added. Only one of us walks away. Megumi raised his hands, calm as ever. You're right, he replied. I have my own reasons to return to reality. And as for you? A narrow shadow slid from behind Megumi, twisting through the air like a snake. It was small, no longer the towering beast it once was, but its form was unmistakable. Scales. Twin horns. 4 limbs. Heavenly Calamity. Still alive. It had used rabbit escape to avoid total annihilation. Though weakened, it survived. Megumi would need time and energy to restore it to full size, but even now, it could fight. Reality level increased again. This must be the final phase, Megumi murmured. The last increase made domain expansion possible. So this time. He extended one hand. Let's see what comes next. Then, under his breath, he began to chant. Chapter 136, Meihoraga. 8-handled sword divergent Sila Divine General Meihoraga. As Megumi Fushiguro began the chant, the shadows in front of him surged upward. From within the mass, a single blade pierced through, shimmering with ominous energy. The arm attached to it followed, and it became clear, the weapon wasn't being held, it was fused to the user, as if both were born as one. Then its head emerged. Jagged, white teeth filled its oversized mouth. No eyes, no nose, just a monstrous maw that dominated most of its face. Above it, in place of eyes, 2 wing-like appendages flared outward. The final and most dangerous Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique had fully taken form. It stood tall, humanoid in structure, with a bare upper body and shadow-cloaked lower half that flickered in and out of existence. From behind its head extended a tail-like appendage, but the most menacing feature hovered above, the Dharma wheel, suspended in the air like a halo of death. The wheel resembled a chariot wheel with 8 spokes, each tipped with a sphere. Megumi immediately backed away. He hadn't mastered Meihoraga. This was still a subjugation ritual. Unlike other 10 Shadow Shikigami, Mahoraga's ritual had one twisted rule: if the summoner couldn't handle it alone, others could be dragged in. Which meant Meihoraga was indiscriminate in its rampage. Megumi dodged faster than Akutagawa Kaoru. The miniature Heavenly Calamity wrapped around him expanded in an instant, transforming into a massive serpentine dragon that carried him far from the danger zone. With no target left in front of it, Meihoraga naturally turned its attention to Akutagawa Kaoru. The strange Shikigami charged forward. Despite its odd appearance and lack of overwhelming aura, Kaoru felt a rare chill of unease. But there was no time to reflect. The only answer was destruction. One punch to shatter the void. Akutagawa Kaoru's technique roared to life. The sheer force crushed the ground in his path. Invisible vibrations tore through the air and raced toward Meihoraga. Heavenly Calamity. The dragon responded instantly. Just as the attack neared Meihoraga, the massive form of Heavenly Calamity intercepted, coiling midair to take the brunt of the force. Its tail, crackling with black thunder, twisted as it lashed out, absorbing the shockwave. Megumi had no choice. He couldn't risk Meihoraga being obliterated on first contact. Because Mahoraga's true ability was dangerous, it adapted. Each time it endured a technique, it learned to counter and nullify it. And Kaoru's technique, though powerful, lacked diversity. If Meihoraga survived a few exchanges, he'd become completely immune. But to adapt, Meihoraga had to survive the first blow. That's why Megumi let Heavenly Calamity intervene. The dragon's tail shattered upon impact, the ripple collapsing the space it touched. But the damage had been done, it blocked enough. Meihoraga took the remaining force directly. Its body twisted grotesquely under the pressure but wasn't destroyed. The Dharma wheel turned. Its injuries began to regenerate instantly. In moments, Meihoraga stood restored. It raised its blade and swung toward Heavenly Calamity, who dodged in time. Meihoraga then redirected, charging toward Akutagawa Kaoru again. Kaoru frowned. Still uncertain of what Megumi was planning, he responded the only way he knew, another punch. Maharaga's blade descended, and Kaoru's fist rose to meet it. The strike landed. The void groaned. Yet, the Shikigami wasn't obliterated. Meihoraga staggered, parts of its body twisted and deformed, but it endured. And that's when Kaoru realized something had changed. His first attack had nearly destroyed it. This one, direct and unrestrained, did far less damage. Something wasn't right. A tremor of unease passed through him. That can't be. He hadn't held back. It was adapting. That was the only explanation. Kaoru's strike pushed the Shikigami back, dragging a trench in the ground. But it recovered, and once again, the Dharma wheel spun. This time, Meihoraga lunged, sword raised high. Kaoru dodged by a hair's breadth. The weapon slammed into the ground with the force of a wrecking ball, sending tremors through the battlefield. Kaoru gathered cursed energy and retaliated. His fist collided with Maharaga's giant hand. The impact alone sent shockwaves rippling outward, splitting the ground. Still, Meihoraga only staggered slightly. Kaoru's jaw tightened. Its resistance is increasing. It's evolving too fast. He began to retreat, weaving through Maharaga's strikes while rapidly forming a ball of cursed energy. When he fired it, the impact caused a visible blast that cracked Maharaga's armor, but the Shikigami stood tall. Kaoru's eyes narrowed. He fired again, same intensity. The result, less damage than before. Megumi watched in silence from the air, floating alongside the coiling Heavenly Calamity. His expression was unreadable. Kaoru finally understood. You're using me to make it stronger. He looked up at Megumi, almost amused. From the start, you just needed Meihoraga to survive the first hit. Now every time I strike, it grows stronger. Heavenly Calamity remained in its shadow form, ready to block any fatal blow. Maharaga's movements grew faster with each step. Its reactions were sharper. Kaoru acted quickly. Slamming his foot into the ground, he sent debris into the air, temporarily blocking Maharaga's advance. Then, without hesitation, he charged at Megumi. You haven't fully subjugated it. That's why you won't fight. You're hiding behind it. Megumi understood the danger. If Kaoru dragged him into the fight, Meihoraga would turn on him too. He signaled Heavenly Calamity and launched into the sky to gain distance. Kaoru smirked and hurled a punch through the air. The ripple struck Megumi mid-flight. He wasn't as resilient as his Shikigami. Before the full impact could land, Heavenly Calamity detached and responded with a burst of lightning, engulfing Kaoru and giving Megumi the opening he needed to escape. But Meihoraga wasn't idle. As Kaoru dealt with the dragon, the monstrous Shikigami descended from behind, swinging its sword in a wide arc. It didn't care who it hit. A true instrument of destruction. Kaoru grinned. Trying to run. That's fine. He turned to face both enemies. Then his cursed energy spiked again. Domain expansion, 10 directions annihilation. __. Send power stones blue heart. Chapter 137, Clash of Domains. Akutagawa Kaoru suddenly activated his domain expansion at a precise moment, one that would trap both Meihoraga and Heavenly Calamity inside, but leave Megumi Fushiguro outside its range. Given the current distance between them, Megumi's domain wouldn't collide with Kaoru's even if activated immediately. Akutagawa's plan was to destroy Meihoraga in one decisive blow, using his domain-enhanced technique. And he was right, Megumi's initial action of shielding Meihoraga had revealed a weakness. His retreat had shown that Meihoraga, still untamed, would attack indiscriminately. Kaoru seized upon both of these vulnerabilities. In mere seconds, he had devised a solution. His reaction speed was razor-sharp. As his domain unfolded, successfully sealing both Shikigami inside, Kaoru raised his fist, his technique poised to obliterate everything. But what followed caught him completely off guard. Megumi, who should have been far outside the domain, suddenly emerged from within it. Shadows surged around him like a spring erupting. His hands crossed in the medicine Buddha Mudra, a binding gesture. Domain expansion, Chimera Shadow Garden. There was no time to dwell on how Megumi had entered. Their domains had expanded almost simultaneously, and now clashed against one another. Akutagawa Kaoru's overwhelming advantage halted. Inside, he hesitated, just briefly. With Megumi's interference, Kaoru was no longer certain his punch could destroy Meihoraga in a single strike. Megumi, however, was also approaching his limits. Summoning Heavenly Calamity through technique amplification had already taxed him. Attempting a domain expansion risked burnout. But Megumi's 10 Shadows technique was unique. Summoning and maintaining were two distinct actions. Even if burnout occurred, it wouldn't dispel his Shikigami. That gave him just enough confidence. He had re-entered the domain to protect Mahoraga, who hadn't yet fully adapted, from Keiru's devastating blow. The attack that had previously scattered even Heavenly Calamity was still vivid in his mind. Thankfully, Megumi's domain held. Darkness bled from every corner, forming solid shadow structures. Shadow buildings, vague and shifting, rose like a kingdom forged from night. Within this domain, Heavenly Calamity was in its element. Like a dragon in deep ocean waters, its every movement stirred resonance across the shadows. As long as Megumi's domain remained intact, Heavenly Calamity could not be destroyed. Megumi gritted his teeth. His body trembled under the strain. He only needed to endure a little longer. Within the shadows, Heavenly Calamity surged forward, disappearing into the ground, only to emerge directly before Mahoraga. It dodged Mahoraga's attacks deliberately, denying it the opportunity to adapt. Back with Keiru, his uncertainty didn't show on the outside. His resolve remained unbroken. Megumi's teleportation had rendered separation tactics useless. So, there was only one option left: trust in his strength. Let his fist carry the final verdict. 10 Directions Annihilation. Keiru's domain began to collapse. Centered around his raised fist, space twisted and unraveled. The destruction rippled outward like an imploding sun. Megumi's domain also began to fracture under the pressure. Blood streamed from his mouth and nose. The mental toll was extreme. He used his last reserves to keep Heavenly Calamity active. The dragon Shikigami rushed toward the collapsing center once more, its lightning-charged body striking through the rupturing domain. The collision between Keiru's void-destroying blow and the thunder-charged Heavenly Calamity caused a terrifying shockwave. Soil vaporized, houses shattered, and glass exploded even in distant structures. Retrieve. Megumi gave the command. Heavenly Calamity vanished instantly, its massive body pulled back into the shadows. Mahoraga now stood alone in the path of Keiru's full-powered punch. Rhythm of the Void. Keiru grinned through blood-stained teeth. Despite nearly killing himself with this final enhancement, he pushed through. He slammed his fist forward. Mahoraga raised its blade. Crack. The sword shattered inch by inch before disintegrating into shadowy dust. The shockwave twisted Mahoraga's body violently, tearing it apart despite its adaptations. A monstrous roar echoed. The earth collapsed, leaving behind a massive crater as if something had taken a giant bite out of the world. When the dust cleared, Mahoraga was gone. Yuji Itadori landed, having been launched through the air by Rika. He stared at Keiru, now bleeding and barely standing. Yuji narrowed his eyes. He understood. Keiru had only landed one attack, but it had been decisive. Keiru frowned. Blood pooled at his chest and abdomen. The reverse curse technique eluded him. But the wound hadn't struck his heart. He wouldn't die immediately. The dream realm's residual energy might keep him alive. Still, the tide had turned. Fushiguro. Yuji's voice broke the silence. I just awakened my technique. It delivers invisible slashes to anyone who bears ill will toward me. The stronger their hatred, the deeper the cut. Megumi processed his words. Despite the severity of the slash, Keiru had only been struck once. That meant, he didn't actually hate them all that much. Just then, a low hum interrupted their thoughts. Buzz. All three turned toward the epicenter of the crater. There, amidst the smoke and ruin, something glowed faintly. The Dharma wheel, Mahoraga's ominous crown, was still spinning. __. Chapter 138, Sacrifice in the Dream Realm. Mahoraga was not completely destroyed. Deep within the impact crater, its Dharma wheel slowly turned. A swirling shadow erupted from the ground, rapidly growing in size until Mahoraga's towering form re-emerged, the ominous wheel still spinning atop its head. Akutagawa Keiru's final blow, though enhanced, had been interrupted by Yuji Itadori's strike, failing to finish the job. Itadori, be careful. Megumi Fushiguro shouted. As Yuji wasn't a participant in the subjugation ritual, Mahoraga could target him without restraint. The consequences of that were unpredictable and dangerous. Yuji, though unsure of the specifics, understood the gravity of Megumi's tone. He immediately retreated, maintaining distance as instructed. Mahoraga's form reconstructed with eerie smoothness and, once complete, it turned its focus toward Megumi, the closest target. In an instant, its colossal body vanished from sight. This incredible speed was one it had already adapted through earlier exchanges. A massive blade sliced through the air toward Megumi, the force from the swing already brushing his face. Aragami. Suddenly, serrated shadow fangs materialized in the air. A gaping maw clamped down on Mahoraga's sword, halting its path. Megumi dropped into his shadow just in time. Heavenly Calamity, utilizing Tiger Funeral, intercepted Mahoraga for a moment before retreating. Mahoraga's blade swung through empty air as Megumi slipped away. I need to make it change targets. If Mahoraga adapts to shadow movement, I'm done. Heavenly Calamity arrived beside Megumi, encasing him in a swirling vortex of shadow. It lifted him into flight, allowing him to move rapidly while evading Mahoraga's wrath. Elsewhere, Akutagawa Kaoru, now somewhat recovered from Itadori's attack, observed the situation. He immediately understood what Megumi was attempting. That Shikigami, it survived even that final strike. He knew what that meant. Maybe I can't beat it anymore. Kaoru narrowed his eyes at Megumi, who was fast approaching. Throwing a punch to block his path, Kaoru muttered with a faint sigh. If I remember right, those special grade sorcerers, you guys were live-streamed before, yeah. Before entering the dream realm, Kaoru had cared little for the official world of jujutsu sorcerers. They seemed like performative showmen, far removed from the violence he knew. But once inside, everything changed. Power was earned through carnage. That's how he survived. That's how he rose. He eventually encountered Mahito, who extended a false hand of friendship. Kaoru never trusted him. Even when Mahito taught him about domains, he knew he was being used. Still, he went along with it. Now Mahito had fallen, and Kaoru stood on the edge himself. He'd sacrificed so much, and it still wasn't enough. Compared to those guys, where do you stand? Kaoru posed the question while battling Heavenly Calamity. Both fighters instinctively dodged Mahoraga's incoming attacks, though the Shikigami's speed had noticeably increased. Kaoru's punches landed like breezes on Mahoraga, useless. He knew his time was almost up. Megumi, after a moment's thought, replied honestly. I'm strong now, but I'm nowhere near the top. He was confident in his growth. He could subjugate Mahoraga, barely. But against Gojo Satoru, or even Kamihara Hajime, Mahoraga would be eradicated the moment it appeared. Kaoru, still grounded, couldn't maneuver midair like Megumi. Mahoraga closed in again. He heard the roar of displaced wind behind him and instinctively punched back. This time, Mahoraga caught his fist effortlessly. No impact. No damage. With a cold gleam in its eye, Mahoraga's blade flashed. Kaoru's right arm was severed at the shoulder. If he hadn't twisted just in time, it would have been worse. The arm dropped. Mahoraga advanced. Kaoru, blood gushing, ducked desperately under blow after blow. Pain was muted. He was too close to death to feel it. Am I going to die here? A strange calm settled over him. Not regret. Not fear. Just stillness. Then, something flickered in his gaze. If I'm going to die, I want to burn as bright as I can. Mahoraga lunged forward again. This time, it gripped Kaoru and raised its blade. Kaoru smiled. Then his face cracked, like porcelain. His shattered cheek revealed not muscle or bone, but pure, radiant light. A blast of invisible energy surged from his body, blasting Mahoraga backward. The grip released. With his only remaining arm, Kaoru struck Mahoraga in the abdomen. The Shikigami was actually sent flying. A massive crater opened in its gut. The cost. Kaoru's last arm crumbled, and more cracks spread across his body. Light leaked from him like a dying star. Name's Akutagawa Kaoru. Remember it. Megumi stood silently atop a ruined structure, watching Kaoru's suicidal charge. Whatever power he'd unleashed, it was at terrible cost. What a waste, you had real talent. If only you'd met Gojo Satoru sooner. But then Megumi paused. If the dream realm never happened, Kaoru wouldn't have awakened his technique at all. Fall. Megumi gestured downward. From the sky, Heavenly Calamity appeared, its fangs bared, its throat glowing with a surging black-blue orb. Using Bull Run, it accelerated at terrifying speed. Kaoru collided with Mahoraga, but this time, Mahoraga didn't budge. It withstood the blow, then drove its blade straight through Kaoru's chest. Kaoru looked up. A shadow loomed overhead. He smiled, half his face gone. It's over. The dragon shadow descended. A roar like a god's fury shook the heavens. Smoke and dust swallowed the impact zone. Heavenly Calamity beat its wings, dispersing the clouds. At the center, nothing remained. No Mahoraga. No Kaoru. Only fading shadows, ashes of two monsters. The subjugation ritual had failed. The dragon shadow dissipated. Megumi, drained and barely conscious, fell from the ruins. When Megumi awoke, he saw Yuji Itadori, Yuto Katsu, and several survivors around him. They were at the designated safe zone. He realized immediately, something had changed. Originally, leaving the dream realm required only energy and reaching this place. But during the battle, new rules had been announced. A deathmatch clause. Now, escape required a voluntary sacrifice. One person had to die. I'll do it. Megumi sat up, resolve in his voice. This condition was brutal. Still, he couldn't risk letting Itadori remain here longer. Megumi, stop. Yuta approached. Maki, standing nearby, raised a brow. If you die, what about your sister? What about Hajime-san? Gojo-sensei? Everyone else? You think they can't stop a curse out there? Megumi looked at Yuji, his expression clear. As long as my sister's safe, that's enough. Jujutsu sorcerers die anyway. Dying for someone I love is worth it. Maki scowled, muttering. Insane. Then, someone else stepped forward. Takeda Yashi. Yuji recognized him, the man who had helped defeat Mahito. Let me do it. Yashi walked calmly toward them, shrugging like it was no big deal. What? Why the shocked faces? He looked at Yuji with a strange fondness. I've done plenty of awful things. Not proud of them. Deserved to die long ago. He sighed. But when I entered this place, I met you. Reminded me of who I used to be. Of who I should have been. He laughed, searching for a cigarette that wasn't there. There are people outside waiting for you to save them, right? Let me atone. You do what I couldn't. He patted Yuji's shoulder. Can you carry my share? Yuji opened his mouth. Reached out. But Takeda's body had already begun fading. His last words echoed like a promise. I'll leave it to you, Yuji Itadori. Yuji bowed his head. Thank you. I'll carry it. __. Send power stones. Chapter 139, Fight of the Strongest. Tokyo Barrier. The decisive day had arrived, Sukuna would be confronted. Within the Tokyo Barrier, the battlefield had already been swept clean. The ancient sorcerers were either dead or sealed, and the more dangerous curses had been dealt with by elite teams. Only clusters of low-grade curses remained, vermin too numerous and scattered to eliminate swiftly. Beyond that, the city was a deserted, shattered shell of itself. And today, it would welcome the final battle. At precisely 12 p.m., Kamihara Hajime entered the barrier alongside Gojo Satoru. Only the two of them went in. Yuki Tsukumo remained behind, stationed as a countermeasure in case the enemy had prepared a trap. From the top of Tokyo Tower, Sukuna, still wearing Yuji Itadori's body, looked down over the hollow cityscape. Flanking him stood Yorozu, possessing Fushiguro Tsumiki's body, and Yuram, the ever-loyal servant who had followed Sukuna since the Heian era. They're here, my lord, Yuram said calmly. Sukuna followed his gaze downward and spotted the two figures. A voice emerged from the shadows behind them. Then I wish you luck in battle. Kenjaku stepped forward, smiling. He'd already shared his full plan with Sukuna, who, despite his arrogance, had accepted it. He might be proud, but he wasn't a fool. The idea suited him. Sukuna took a step forward, putting space between them. A grin split across his four-eyed face. Time to loosen up a bit. With that, he leapt off the tower. The wind howled around him as he fell. Yorozu's body suddenly became enveloped in a black, liquid-like substance. In a blink, it solidified into two pairs of pitch-black wings. With a powerful flap, she took to the sky, following Sukuna's descent. I'll hold you so the landing is smoother, she offered sweetly. Sukuna didn't even glance at her. No need. He crashed into the pavement like a meteor. The resulting crater boomed through the street. Unscathed, Sukuna stepped through the debris, brushing the dust off with a wave of his hand. He looked toward the approaching figures and smirked. Right on time. Atop Tokyo Tower, Kenjaku and Yuram remained. The latter shot a cold glare toward the former. Kenjaku shrugged. Don't look at me like that. You'd be dead the moment you joined the fight. You know his technique, those two were chosen specifically because of their incarnated bodies. We played our part. Now sit back and watch. Yuram's expression hardened. He didn't respond, but the icy glint in his eyes sharpened. He knew Kenjaku's history. If the plan failed, Sukuna would have to be avenged. Yuram turned his gaze away, ignoring Kenjaku completely. Kenjaku crouched at the edge, peering toward the battlefield. You are the king of curses, you'll win, right? I'd hate to wait another 1,000 years. Sukuna approached. The face once belonging to Yuji Itadori now twisted with sadistic madness, four eyes glaring, cursed markings etched across his skin. So ugly. Kamihara Hajime's quiet remark struck a nerve in Yorozu, who descended with an offended scowl. Blind brat. These features transcend humanity. How could you low-level insects comprehend true magnificence? She landed, clad in black armor that shimmered like a polished shell, strangely reminiscent of an insect's exoskeleton. Hajime's expression darkened. He raised a finger to his lips. Shoo, don't make noise. Her wings shattered. In that brief moment, Yorozu hadn't even realized what had happened. Dismantle. Sukuna, alert and far more experienced, reacted immediately. The moment he sensed Hajime's cursed energy shift, he unleashed his cleave technique, slashing toward Hajime and Yorozu. But it was too late. Hajime had already acted. The slash missed, only ripping apart the ground around Yorozu, who stared in stunned silence. Now that I feel it up close, your technique really is impressive. Sukuna admitted, narrowing his eyes. Hajime didn't respond to the compliment. His gaze locked on Yorozu's black armor. During the time null state, when he tore off her wings, he had sensed substantial resistance. He'd only succeeded because of Tatsuka no Tsurugi, a cursed tool highly effective against cursed energy defenses. That armor, an alloy of some kind. He made a mental note. Beside him, Gojo Satoru stepped forward. So, what's the plan? You two want to just hand over those bodies, or are we going to waste time? Sukuna didn't bite. He wasn't one for banter, he'd rather let his blade do the talking. Yorozu didn't reply either. After what just happened, she wasn't about to underestimate them again. If not for her current vessel, she'd be dead already. Sukuna chuckled and took another step forward. Let's make it simple. I can't destroy this body with you standing guard, so let's fight. Properly. He tore off his upper robe effortlessly. If I win, the result is obvious. I'll savor this world, devour it slowly. If I lose, you've already sent people to the dream realm, haven't you? Let's let that decide it. Hajime turned to Satoru. I'll go. If anything unexpected happens, you'll be able to cover from the side. Gojo scanned the battlefield with 6 eyes. No tricks. Not yet. He nodded. In a blink, he flashed to a nearby rooftop and fixed his gaze on Tokyo Tower. Sukuna raised his arms, curse marks glowing. Hajime smiled slightly. Shall we? The world stilled. Dust floated gently. Even the breeze hushed. Then Sukuna moved. Eightfold, spiderweb. Unlike dismantle, which could be used repeatedly, eightfold was a power-based technique, focusing on a single, devastating blow. The spiderweb variation spread his slashes in an expanding pattern. The world cracked. Explosions of pressure rang through the air, but Sukuna's expression remained unchanged. Not because he hit Hajime, but because he hadn't. He'd struck something else. Chunks of shattered black armor rained down. It wasn't Hajime's body that had broken, it was Yorozu's armor. Yorozu's construction technique, once too weak to form powerful materials, had evolved after she studied the durability of insects. She could manifest liquid metal, hardened through her cursed energy, nearly unbreakable. But even that crumbled under Hajime's strike. She hadn't even activated her insect armor, yet her defensive layer was reduced to fragments. Her expression twisted with rage. This is truly. The black liquid surged again. This time it built around her in seconds, forming a towering body composed of insect-like features. A grotesque fusion of antennae, plating, and claws. Hajime's gaze sharpened. Trying to look like a knight doesn't work when you resemble a bug. That's just ugly. Yorozu cackled from within the armor. What do you know of beauty? When I drench this armor in your blood, it'll be magnificent. With a sonic boom, she launched forward, moving so quickly she became a blur. But Hajime was already gone. Too slow. Time twisted. Chapter 140, Malevolent Shrine. When Hajime arrived in front of Sukuna, he immediately sensed something wrong, despite being in time null state. The distortion came from the space around Sukuna. It was Hajime's sensitivity to abnormal fluctuations in cursed energy that had alerted him. Hajime extended Tatsuka no Tsurugi, the blade humming with cursed energy. The moment he thrust it forward, an unexpected resistance surged against him, and in the blink of an eye, the sword's front half shattered. The break was clean, almost surgical. The fragments hung in the air, their edges catching light and revealing twisted currents of force. To Hajime's eyes, it painted a clear picture. Sukuna, now resembling a grotesque insectoid monster, was surrounded by a dense, invisible net of blades. Any intrusion into this space would be met with 1,000 cuts. Even a peak-grade cursed tool like Tatsuka no Tsurugi couldn't withstand the pressure. Technique activated. Regripping his newly restored sword through cursed manipulation, Hajime resumed normal speed. He wanted to see whether Sukuna's technique, the web of slashing cursed energy, would continue even in real time. But as expected, Sukuna's movement remained unaffected. His monstrous fingers lashed toward Hajime's original position and missed. His response was immediate. The black liquid metal around his body shifted into sharp weaponry, stabbing toward Hajime's true location. Hajime slipped into time null state again, narrowly avoiding the blades and retaliating with a swift slash. The same resistance greeted him. He didn't force it this time. Instead, he released his technique once more. Sukuna lunged again. Despite the manic aura, his combat instincts were honed. He wasn't merely driven by rage. This was a man who had earned his name in the blood-soaked battlefields of the Heian era. He had noticed Sukuna's spatial trap, the blade web, when it activated. His original plan had been to use his grotesque form's enhanced perception to overwhelm Hajime before he could adjust. Yet even after reviewing scarce footage of Hajime's technique, Sukuna hadn't predicted this level of control. If it weren't for this body. Even with that technique, you're flawed. That means you're not strong. His armor shifted again, this time, abandoning defense entirely. It warped into an offensive juggernaut. The transformation left him monstrous, something no horror film could have conjured. Hajime frowned silently and shifted his gaze to the original Sukuna, no longer warped by transformation, standing calmly nearby. You set a trap around him using your slashes. My technique is invisible, so you're activating and canceling yours constantly to avoid killing him too. Sukuna smiled, amused. Not quite. I'm also studying you. There are always cursed energy fluctuations before a technique, even if they're faint. Hajime glanced at his own left hand. If he focused, he could feel his own cursed energy rise and fall. But during high-speed combat, detecting these microscopic fluctuations was almost impossible, unless you were Gojo Satoru, whose 6 eyes granted unparalleled perception. And speaking of Gojo. When Hajime quickly scanned the surroundings, he realized Gojo Satoru was no longer present. He had vanished completely. Probably chasing after Kenjaku, Hajime guessed. His eyes returned to Sukuna. That Sukuna could coordinate such a technique while using Yuji Itadori's body said everything. This man truly was the Curse King, the apex predator of the Heian era. A moment passed. Hajime's gaze softened slightly in introspection. Meanwhile, the warped Sukuna began to move. He now glided, no longer stomping around like a brute. With his new offensive form, he became death incarnate, closing the distance behind Hajime silently. A black blade formed from his palm aimed directly for the back of Hajime's skull. That should do it. Without turning around, Hajime muttered. And just like that, Sukuna's armor exploded. Chunks of black metal, once dense and nearly indestructible, shattered like brittle glass. His monstrous shell disintegrated instantly, revealing the human body underneath. The real Sukuna's eyes gleamed. From his view, Hajime's already faint cursed energy fluctuations had become virtually unreadable. His perception faltered, missing the rhythm entirely. With a technique like Hajime's, one mistake meant total failure. You changed your cursed energy output in real time. Hajime shrugged. Didn't have a choice. Micro-adjustments, what else could I do? Besides, it's not like I can kill you, right? Sukuna didn't believe him. He knew humans. Both his and Yuji's bodies were valuable to the enemy, but he didn't doubt that if pushed, Hajime would choose destruction over surrender. The resolve needed to reach the pinnacle of jujutsu meant abandoning hesitation. In the end, all sorcerers are madmen. Sukuna lifted his hands, his nails now stained black. The 2 extra eyes beneath his lower eyelids burned with anticipation. Let's really begin. Hajime reached toward his left earlobe, retrieving the cursed tool Onakiri from the mist there. He gave Sukuna an apologetic smile. Sorry, Itadori. You're not here right now, so I might rough your body up a bit. I'll heal you later. Promise. Because, in a few seconds, it was going to hurt. Dismantle. Time will spin. The battlefield lit up with invisible slashes. Hajime vanished into time null state, appearing beside Sukuna almost instantly. He could see the thin threads of slashes forming around them, even though they hadn't struck yet. The cursed energy already woven through the air warned him, Sukuna's net was ready. There is no. This time, Hajime didn't hesitate. With both Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onakiri in hand, cursed energy flowed like a torrent. The blades howled as he forced his way through the web of slashes. Sparks danced as steel met invisible cursed lines. Time slowed for him, he could almost hear the metallic shriek echoing in his mind. With fluid control, he carved out a chaotic path toward Sukuna. Blood marked his body where the stray slashes touched, but Hajime pushed forward, letting his cursed energy soften the blows. The attacks were powerful, but not fatal. He used his technique reversal to heal in real time, not even allowing his clothes to tear. He reached Sukuna, and struck. Without destroying Itadori's body, Hajime inflicted devastating wounds. Deep slashes tore through muscle and nearly severed limbs. Blood sprayed, but his goal wasn't to kill. It was to disable. He released his technique and stood calmly. Switching to Sukuna's view. The moment his technique spread from his body, Sukuna was already moving to block, but pain exploded through him. He felt his ribs crack, his internal organs sliced before he could even react. Still, there was no panic. He analyzed the injuries, activated reverse cursed technique, and began healing himself even before fully registering the damage. His technique is absurdly well-timed. Time manipulation and blade control together. There's no clean counter. Despite the thought, Sukuna wasn't discouraged. On the contrary, he was elated. His blood hadn't cooled like this in centuries. He wanted to drink it. He wanted to remember this moment. This is magnificent. His torso was still bleeding, skin split wide to expose internal organs, but Sukuna only smiled wider. Then, his hands came together. Darkness descended. A shrine materialized upon the blood-stained battlefield. A cursed construct of corpses and ritual, his masterpiece. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Send power stones. Chapter 141, Clash of Time and Malevolence. Sukuna's domain was far grander than any other domain expansion. Unlike the typical closed structures, Sukuna's malevolent shrine lacked a boundary. It had no barrier to keep enemies trapped inside, which on the surface seemed like a flaw, but it granted something even more terrifying. With no edge to contain it, the domain extended across a vast range, offering devastating enhancements in exchange for its openness. And within it, lurked unknown terrors. The very moment Sukuna unleashed his domain, Kamihara Hajime activated his technique, Time Null State. In this suspended state, he could leave the domain at will. Despite the invisible slashes blanketing the area like a death net, Hajime sliced through with the blade in his hand, carving a path as though the impossible could be broken. But, should I avoid it like this, he asked himself silently, only to shake his head. This wasn't just a battle. It was a declaration. A show of strength. He needed to overwhelm Sukuna, to make him understand the danger he posed, so that he could reclaim Tsumaki and Itadori's bodies. There was no place for retreat. Not here. He took a step forward. No escape. Head on. Let me see the power of the so-called King of Curses. Technique, release. As Hajime exited Time Null State, he instantly felt the presence of slashes, denser, sharper, more lethal than before, rushing toward him. Slashes that would have reduced a fly to dust. He activated two contradictory flows of energy, technique forward, then technique reversal. Time surged forward like a fast-forwarded film, only to instantly snap backward, collapsing in on itself like a pulled spring. The result was a paradox, both time acceleration and rewinding within a fraction of a second. Even Hajime struggled to perceive what he had just done, anyone else would never even realize something had occurred. Then. Time stop. The world halted. The entire domain, still brimming with infinite slashes and violence, now froze like a painting. Sukuna remained locked mid-hand seal. Yorozu, crouched and preparing to ambush, was still as a statue. Even the very air, those cursed slashes, hung in the air, forgotten. The domain had become a motionless nightmare. Hajime walked across the surface of the blood-red water, now suspended in midair by the stillness of time. In this frozen world, he stepped forward with absolute calm. He stood before Sukuna. Then, with effortless precision, Hajime drove Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri into Sukuna's shoulders, severing joints, rendering his arms useless. Only then did he deactivate the technique. Blood sprayed in thick arcs as Sukuna's body recoiled, a deep wound cleaving from his forehead to the bottom of his chin. The impact painted Hajime's face crimson. But the domain didn't fade. The grotesque shrine loomed behind Sukuna, still intact. Hajime's eyes narrowed. Malevolent shrine, a place once sacred in Buddhist rituals, twisted now into the heart of evil. Each of its four walls had mouths with chalk-white teeth, gnashing endlessly, as if they had consumed endless flesh and spat out bone. A domain should collapse when cursed energy flow halts, so why? He glanced toward the shrine. It wasn't fading. It wasn't cracking. It wasn't dissolving. It persisted. Is that shrine the core of your domain? Hajime muttered, healing his wounds with reverse curse technique. Sukuna heard him and smirked. He had already prepared his next attack the moment his domain was formed. His goal was to unleash his technique on everything inside, including Hajime and Yorozu. But Hajime hadn't run. He'd confronted the domain directly. Still, none of Sukuna's dismantle or cleave had triggered, only after Hajime's technique was lifted did damage finally occur. You just stop time? Sukuna asked, the statement half question, half confirmation. Between Kenjaku's intelligence and his own judgment, the answer was obvious. His attacks hadn't landed. His defense failed. Hajime's energy fluctuated at irregular intervals. A technique meltdown had clearly occurred. Now, Sukuna said, grinning, it's my turn. His domain surged once more. Endless slashes filled the air again. Dismantle and cleave were no longer attacks, they were atmosphere. Everything in the domain was cutting, slicing, destroying. Hajime's swords, Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri, snapped under the pressure. He dodged wildly, slashes ripping across his body. Some shallow, some deep, all constant. Though he healed rapidly, the regeneration couldn't keep pace with the overwhelming damage. But Hajime didn't panic. He waited. He endured. And then. Technique recovered. Time wheel, reverse. Time flowed backward. Wounds sealed. Broken weapons reformed. His cursed energy surged to full once more. Hajime disappeared. A heartbeat later, the shrine behind Sukuna shattered into countless fragments. Hajime now stood where it had been, both swords intact, his eyes burning. Sukuna's back was to him. And though he felt the shift, he smiled again. The domain dissolved. Then, something unexpected happened. Not Hajime, not Sukuna, but Yorozu moved. Now in her ultimate attack form, she unleashed her blade. It exploded before Hajime in midair, fragments turning into thousands of near-invisible needles. Too fine to see. Too sharp to feel, until it was too late. Bang. Hajime appeared behind her. He grabbed Yorozu, twisted her around, and drove a powerful cursed energy-infused punch into her gut. The blow shattered her insect armor, caving in her abdomen. He then hurled her aside. Just in time to hear the rush of air behind him. Sukuna. No weapon. Just fists. Sukuna's cursed energy condensed in his punch. Hajime barely noticed it in time, until it brushed against his clothes. Useless, Hajime muttered. Blood sprayed from Sukuna's body. Hajime's swords had impaled him again mid-attack. Sukuna was blown back, but laughed through the pain. And then. The sky shifted. Shrines rose around them. The world warped. A new domain began. Another malevolent shrine. On a distant tower, Yuram and Kenjaku stood watching the battle unfold. Suddenly, Kenjaku's expression changed. He turned to leave, but someone blocked his path. A figure floated before them in the sky. Yo, it's been a while. Should I call you Kenjaku? The man's voice was calm, but the pressure he exuded was absolute. Kenjaku froze. Before him stood Gojo Satoru, blue eyes gleaming. Chapter 142, Hollow Purple. Ice Condensation Curse Technique, Straight Fall. Right after Gojo Satoru and Kenjaku exchanged words, Yuram became aware of Gojo's presence and immediately launched an attack. A wave of frigid air burst into the sky, condensing into a massive spike of ice, more like a small glacier than a spear. Ice Condensation Curse Technique, Frost Gale. As the glacial mountain hurtled toward Gojo, Yuram swept another wave of freezing wind with his palm, aiming to restrict Gojo's movement. But, unsurprisingly, the chilling air halted at the invisible barrier surrounding Gojo Satoru, unable to penetrate. A curse user I haven't seen before. Gojo muttered, one hand tucked in his pocket while the other faced the sky, palm open, almost as if holding up the heavens. And he was holding it. That mountain of ice, dwarfing even Tokyo Tower's peak, floated effortlessly above his palm. His knees dipped slightly from the pressure, but he remained standing. Heavier than I expected. With his gaze obscured by the glacier's immensity, Gojo simply changed the shape of his hand. He curled his middle finger and flicked. A crimson light flashed for a split second, followed by a shattering explosion. The colossal glacier crumbled into a million sparkling shards, cascading around him like heavenly snow. Still unmoving, Gojo looked up at the glittering sky and spoke casually, "So, how exactly did you take over Geto's body? Is it like Sukuna's incarnation? But that only works if the original host is still alive." Kenjaku, hands tucked into his sleeves, didn't reply immediately. If Gojo had only sensed him and not appeared in person, Kenjaku might have fled. But now, escape wasn't an option. His primary technique, Dream Eater, had already been used to construct the dream realm. So he smiled calmly. "What? Weren't you the one who killed him? I'm just a wandering soul fulfilling his last wish." I'm sure he would have agreed, if he'd known. Gojo's azure eyes glinted with fury. They reflected Kenjaku's silhouette, but the warmth they once held was long gone, replaced by cold, vengeful focus. If Geto knew his body would be hijacked by a parasite like you, he'd have let himself rot before allowing it. Kenjaku tilted his head thoughtfully before grinning. From what I've seen in his memories, that checks out. He really was a fool. Gojo's stare darkened. The idea that Kenjaku now possessed pieces of Geto's memories, their student days, their shared laughter, was like watching something sacred get smeared in filth. You're revolting. Don't worry, Geto. I'll try to leave your corpse intact. He extended his hand. Kenjaku and Yuram immediately felt a gravitational force pull their bodies toward Gojo. Kenjaku only shifted slightly before anchoring himself to the ground. Yuram, however, almost lifted off. Reacting swiftly, Yuram summoned an icy platform beneath his feet and froze himself in place. But that delay was exactly what Gojo wanted. Curse technique reversal, red. A flash of red pulsed from Gojo's fingertip. A walnut-sized sphere of compressed repulsion shot toward Kenjaku, only to abruptly halt midair, hovering inches from him. Gojo's eyes narrowed. That's not Geto's technique. Is it yours? A barrier that blocks external attacks. The hovering red sphere shimmered like his own limitless, but then, it dropped. With its remaining momentum intact, it tore a vertical scar down Tokyo Tower, barely sparing its structural core. Ice condensation curse technique, swallow-piercing rain. From the side, Yuram unleashed a breath of cold air. The vapor swirled, multiplied, and transformed into hundreds of translucent birds, wings glittering like crystal knives. They soared toward Gojo in a deadly flock. Yuram knew the attack wouldn't penetrate limitless, but it wasn't meant to. The mist from the explosion obscured Gojo's vision. That was the real tactic. Gojo, suspecting the ploy, raised his hand. Blue erupted outward in a wide radius, dragging the mist into a single dense point. His vision cleared instantly. He spotted a silhouette charging from his front right. Reflexively, he punched forward. Wrong. A voice whispered from behind him. A palm strike, shrouded in domain amplification, bypassed his defense and aimed for his lower back. It was a feint. The figure in front of Gojo was just an ice mirror, showing a reflection of Yuram's true position behind him. As the strike closed in, Gojo vanished. No, you're wrong. He reappeared behind Yuram. His hand pressed against Yuram's back before the latter could even react. Red. At point-blank range, the blast launched Yuram skyward, past the tower's peak. A gaping hole now pierced his torso. Kenjaku, watching with an eerily calm expression, began forming seals. Stronger than I remember, but still predictable. He stepped backward off the edge of the tower, smiling. Here, take a gift. Be sure to say hi. From the tower's summit, several grotesque cursed spirits emerged. Their auras twisted the air. Among them were some Gojo recognized, ones Geto had once controlled. Cackle, cackle. Am I beautiful? The voice froze Gojo mid-step. A monstrous woman with scissors, a torn mouth extending to her ears, and wild hair appeared. Gojo recognized her domain instantly. Slit-mouthed woman. Her domain forced targets into a no-combat state until her question was answered. Gojo ignored her and looked up. The sky had shifted, gloomy clouds swirled as red light bathed the land. A meteor. Cracks split across its surface. Air screamed in its descent. Curse technique, extraction, maximum, meteor. Gojo scoffed. Ask me something when you look like a human. You're grotesque. The slit-mouthed woman's many eyes bulged open. Her mouth stretched impossibly wide. Kill you. Dozens of scissors manifested around Gojo and slashed forward. Curse technique lapse, blue. A massive azure sphere appeared, spinning wildly around him. It devoured the incoming scissors and shredded nearby spirits. Curse technique reversal, red. A crimson sphere joined blue, orbiting Gojo like twin moons. The red annihilated anything blue missed. As red and blue collided, their energies merged into something greater, something unstoppable. A swirling, radiant purple orb took their place. Hollow technique, purple. With a snap of his fingers, Gojo released it toward the meteor. The sky shook. Send power stones, superscript 3. Chapter 143, Womb Perfusion. A deep purple sphere of energy tore a rift through the sky. The instant it struck the meteorite, whose mass alone could obliterate anything, its surface splashed like liquid. The orb sank into the rocky core, fracturing it outward while crimson flames erupted along its jagged edges. As light and fire merged, the meteor began to unravel. A crack opened in its center, and it shattered into flaming debris, dispersing across the sky. Gojo Satoru, hovering just outside the tower summit, locked onto Kenjaku, who had already come to rest nearby. The smoking fragments soared harmlessly past him, yet Tokyo Tower behind him took several heavy hits. Though damaged and pockmarked, it remained upright, an aging landmark that would need serious repairs, but would not collapse. Gojo descended to the ground. A gust stirred dust, but he landed as if floating, his foot slightly above the asphalt. I expected some trouble, Gojo remarked, his voice tinged with surprise. But nothing. Truly worthy of the name Satoru Gojo. Seeing that familiar visage speak with unfamiliar tone, something inside Gojo snapped. He laughed, anger bubbling beneath the surface. That was just the preview. Don't die too ugly, please. In a blink, he closed distance, appearing before Kenjaku, fist drawn back for a strike to his midsection. Thwack. Kenjaku blocked the punch, but not with his arms. A grotesque hand, formed of shifting black mist, protruded from his abdomen and absorbed the blow. Surprise, he grinned, stepping back. The mysterious apparition detached from his body, a humanoid figure made entirely of smoke, as eerie as a mannequin, with hollow black eyes. Gojo studied it with curiosity. The punch had plenty of force, but stopping it with such ease. That revealed a special technique at work. Without hesitation, Gojo channeled cursed energy and fired red straight at the phantom. The red light moved so swiftly it left only a streak. It struck the entity's chest, but then slowed, as if resisted by something unknown. The entity seemed to absorb red, its form melting around it. The punch deformed its frame, but it refused to break. Inside, red erupted, blowing the mist apart, but the fragments froze mid-air and then recoalesced, drawing back into shape. The entity reformed completely, smoke solidifying into its familiar body once more. Clearly this bizarre curse used a technique to negate attacks, especially fast ones. So this is your idea of a blocker, Gojo whispered. Then, nonchalantly, channeled his next move. A fresh purple formed instantly at his fingertips before shooting out in a flash. Although smaller than the sphere that shattered the meteor, its impact was equally ferocious. The black smoke entity was caught in its path, torn apart into shredded whirls of mist. Yet, like before, those fragments recoalesced mercilessly. Expecting collapse, Gojo instead watched the entity return to humanoid form. Smoke drifted but steadily reformed, clinging to shape despite damage. Bang. The ground beneath it cracked and shattered in a wide circle. Still, Gojo merely smiled and shifted his gaze upward. Kenjaku had taken flight again. So that's how it works. Gojo vanished the moment the entity could recover. He reappeared next to it, but kept his distance. Instead of launching another flashy technique, he clenched a fist and punched slowly. No acceleration. No tricks. The entity retaliated, smoke lashes striking unpredictably. But none breached Gojo's limitless. Meanwhile, Gojo's technique blue activated, drawing the entity closer, trapping it midair. His fist struck squarely. The smoke tore apart under the force, this time it did not reform. Gojo used blue to restrain the entity, the slow punch gave the entity no time to absorb or invoke countermechanics. With all momentum absorbed, it collapsed into dissipating mist. Picking through the rising vapor, Gojo turned his stare on Kenjaku's receding silhouette. He had deduced the entity's ability, fast attacks are nullified, slower strikes work. You can't run. And then he disappeared again. Kenjaku, mid-flight, suddenly felt the world drop away. His mental connection to the entity severed instantly. The curse should still have been acting, but stopped. Too early. A figure appeared before him in the empty sky. Gojo stood there, blue eyes gleaming with challenge. The gift you gave was fun, but I need more entertainment. Kenjaku's sleeve twitched. A surge of cursed energy ripped at Gojo, hemming him in with invisible force. It felt like gravity had reversed. Unfazed, Gojo activated his own technique. It tethered Kenjaku, yanking him down toward himself. Protected by Limitless, Gojo emerged unscathed. He studied Kenjaku's ability while preparing his next move. Still disoriented midair, Kenjaku saw purple energy erupt from the earth. It rose swiftly, swift enough to engulf him completely. In an instant, his figure was engulfed in deep purple light. Then he vanished. Gojo's face showed no triumph. Instead, he turned his six eyes toward another figure on the grounds below. It was Kenjaku, alive, standing on ground. Clearly, that purple didn't destroy Kenjaku at all. Damn, Gojo murmured. Using a proxy spirit that absorbs full power purple, he's clever. Kenjaku's face turned grim after re-entering his proxy form. He realized escape would be far from easy. And as the purple dissipated, he raised a hand with malice and whispered. Come meet an old friend. The air before Gojo shimmered. A familiar figure emerged, slender, robed, with an ageless aura. Tengen. The immortal sorcerer, once asleep in the tombs of the Star Corridor. Now standing in human form, calm and grand. Domain expansion, womb profusion. Chapter 144, Clash of Open Domains. The air crackled as Tengen appeared, and without hesitation, Kenjaku seized the moment to activate a domain first. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Kenjaku's open-type domain unfolded swiftly, replacing the real scenery with a boundless realm of pure information. Gojo Satoru reacted instantly. He recognized something was wrong. Kenjaku's domain was also open-type. Closed-type domains rely on fortified internal shell defenses and are fragile externally. When two closed domains meet, they overlap until one collapses. Open domains, by contrast, have no enclosing shell, only a maximal boundary, allowing them to engulf closed domains with ease. When Kenjaku's domain, a horrifying tower of cursed spirit faces, rose behind him, Gojo sensed a corrosive curse technique trying to erode him. Yet Gojo's own unlimited void dispelled it instantly. Then came the greatest domain clash yet. Crack. Gojo's unlimited void shattered under the pressure, while Kenjaku's womb perfusion remained intact, its grotesque column of fused faces holding firm, still covering the area. Victorious though still strained, Kenjaku thought. I still won. Lucky I constructed a closed-type domain previously, otherwise, my open type would have overwhelmed me. He prepared to manipulate the domain energy to turn Gojo into a puppet, or at least inflict enough damage to ensure an escape. Then Kenjaku saw Gojo surrounded by his domain's signature black shadows. A faint smile appeared on Gojo's lips as he formed a hand sign. Domain expansion. Unlimited void. Kenjaku's pupils narrowed. Gojo shouldn't have been able to activate a second domain so quickly. Domain clashing normally causes technique burnout. But before Kenjaku could consider how this was possible, Gojo's domain blossomed again within Kenjaku's. A new clash began, but this time, Kenjaku's womb perfusion failed. It collapsed, and thanks to the open-type nature, Gojo's domain was dragged down with it, dissipating simultaneously. Before Kenjaku could process this, Gojo appeared before him. He shattered Kenjaku's defensive posture and landed a brutal punch to the abdomen. Kenjaku's organs seemed crushed instantly. Thoughts raced. Kenjaku prided himself on experience, but faced with Gojo's relentless assault, even that experience faltered. He recalled a phrase, effort smooths many things, but time has a limit. That is the gap between me and others. He heard it once and realized now its full meaning. I can't let this continue. Technique was burnt out. But Kenjaku had one fallback, the cursed spirit transformed Tingen. While Tingen's immortality was useless in combat, his barrier mastery, especially fast activation, remained a tool. As Kenjaku triggered that fallback, an unusual surge of cursed energy flickered. Gojo watched Tingen move, but could not spare a red to interrupt. Kenjaku's figure vanished, then reappeared repeatedly in open space at some distance. Gojo moved to chase. Killing the spirit now would be pointless, the real Kenjaku might recover first. Reverse curse technique to heal burnout is rare and risky, it could lead to brain damage if mishandled. Gojo had warned Yuta and Hajime about it. When he moved toward Kenjaku, the world pulled him backward involuntarily. Using Tingen's barrier trick, Kenjaku reversed Gojo's neurocommand, forward became backward. But Gojo reacted, perceiving the manipulation and countering it by issuing backward intentionally. Using his 6 eyes, Gojo tracked Tingen's barrier shifts, counting its timing. Then, he reversed the command back to forward, crossed his original position, and charged. Kenjaku expected Gojo's unpredictability but still ready his next move. Kenjaku's pant grumbled, short-distance spatial transfer, sensory confusion barrier, only 3 breaths remained before his technique burnout recovered. Gojo ran simulations in his mind, Kenjaku would likely activate domain again and try to shatter Gojo's with open-type advantage. As Tingen built another terrain-altering barrier, Gojo broke through before it solidified. He closed on Kenjaku again. After a few exchanges, he breached defense, his hand blade plunged into Kenjaku's chest and abdomen, broke resistance, and grasped the spine. With force, he snapped it. Just then, a resisting pushback emerged, an opposing cursed energy surge. His next strike was blocked and a strong gravitational pull pressed down on him. Movement faltered, but Gojo stabilized his body manually, preventing collapse. Kenjaku rose in the air, stalling distance. He summoned cursed spirits around Gojo as distraction. Gojo ignored them. He raised his hand. Domain expansion, womb perfusion. Domain expansion, unlimited void. Again, their domains expanded, and again clashed. But differently this time. No domain shattered. They reached a stalemate. Kenjaku saw what Gojo did. Gojo expanded his domain to envelop Kenjaku's, only to shrink it instantaneously to absurd smallness, likely under 1 meter in diameter. Then Gojo reversed internal and external properties, making the outside shell strong to absorb hits, while internal space fragile but under lighter assault. That reversed layering prevented collapse and preserved Gojo's advantage. Now the real showdown, clashing techniques within. Thank you for the support, Blue Heart. Send more power stones though, Superscript 3. Chapter 145, Gravity's Dominion. Gojo Satoru had realized early, Kenjaku's technique defied convention. When the oppressive gravity first pulled at him, he assumed it was summoned, like a hidden cursed spirit under Kenjaku's control. Yet during the domain clash, it became clear, no spirit. This was Kenjaku's own technique, a manipulation of gravity itself. As canon has it, he acquired anti-gravity system by possessing Kaori Itadori's body and now uses it via curse technique reversal to intensify gravity around him. Curse technique reversal, red. A red orb sparked at Gojo's fingertip. In an instant, it streaked toward Kenjaku with force that promised devastation. But the blast met resistance. Kenjaku's artificially increased gravity field deflected the attack, sending the crimson trajectory to graze his body and plummet harmlessly. Gojo withdrew inwardly. Shrinking the domain had boosted his defense, but not enough to crush Kenjaku's. That man, undoubtedly ancient and resilient, had crafted a remarkably robust domain. Changing tactics, Gojo vanished before Kenjaku's eyes and re-emerged close to him. Gravity intensified, pulling him downward violently. Yet Gojo activated his technique, nullifying part of the pull. Reinforced by cursed energy, he stabilized mid-fall and they resumed fierce close-quarter combat. Kenjaku launched gravity fluctuations, sudden spikes or drops, to test Gojo. Their forms blurred through shifting planes, up, down, left, right, all lost meaning. They traded lethal blows in midair. Both relied on reverse cursed technique to heal grievous wounds almost instantly. Torn fingers, shattered bones, ripped chests healed mid-flight. Despite appearances, this exchange was brief, mere breaths. Each had a plan. Kenjaku, slightly on the defensive, awaited the outcome of the domain confrontation. He knew closed versus open domain well. Open-type domains, pioneered by his era's elites, were unforgiving. Without mastering one, a sorcerer's fate was binary, retreat or destruction. Kenjaku recalled eyeballs from another era, Sukuna, countless undisclosed geniuses, and above all, the Gojo bloodline, because of its 6 eyes. To Kenjaku, that talent was an ongoing curse and challenge. He had tried to eliminate 6 eyes carriers countless times, but another always appeared. Gojo Satoru embodied that lineage at its zenith. Gojo's unpredictable use of reverse curse technique to negate domain burnout staggered Kenjaku. The thought that Gojo could knowingly risk domain collapse to outlast him was audacious. Kenjaku weighed his dwindling options. Without 6 eyes, he lacked the stamina to perform consecutive domain expansions. Facing Gojo's relentless assaults, he realized, I will face true death. Smack. Gojo punched through Kenjaku's defenses. At the cost of minor self-injury, he struck a palm directly to Kenjaku's abdomen. Kenjaku gasped as cursed energy erupted outward, opening a gaping hole in his upper torso amid a spray of blood. That guy, did he acclimate to shifting gravity fields already? Gritting his teeth, Kenjaku deployed red on himself, using it to launch upward and escape Gojo's downturned gravity field. While recovering, he unleashed multiple reds at Gojo as counterattacks. But Gojo's voice echoed coolly. If the outer edge of a domain vanishes, balance follows. So, let me guess. Gojo focused on the grotesque tree of cursed faces behind Kenjaku. That tree behind you is an eyesore. Under the omnivision of his 6 eyes, Gojo recognized slight energy fluctuations in Kenjaku, even those hidden from most. He formed blue targeting several reds Kenjaku had deflected with gravity. Blue met them mid-charge, no fiery explosion, just silent fusion. Then purple bloomed, filling the shrinking domain space. The fused purple struck Kenjaku's tree-like domain pillar. His face twisted, blood erupted from his nose and mouth. Injured and stunned, Kenjaku abandoned healing. He clasped hands, output rising. Crack. A beam of divine light sliced through Kenjaku's barrier. The domain trembled on the verge of collapse. Gojo waited as the fusion of technique burnout yielded a clear outcome. If Kenjaku could no longer expand again, Gojo's unlimited void would dictate the end. And then, with no warning, Kenjaku's domain shattered. Gojo's domain likewise unraveled. Kenjaku plummeted from the air, proof enough. Gojo approached, voice steady. Is there no other path but the end? He sensed the last of Kenjaku's resolve. The man's final gambit was prepared. Give this body back to me, Kenjaku called. You won't need to possess any more bodies to survive. Just as he stepped forward, a chilling aura bloomed behind Gojo. Without turning, Gojo recognized it instantly. It was Tengen. Chapter 146, True History. Tengen's body began to crumble, each fragment fading into the air like dust caught in the wind. As his form continued its irreversible descent into destruction, an overwhelming sense of dread began to radiate from him. Gojo Satoru recognized what was happening almost immediately. Tengen's technique was no secret among those at Jujutsu High. The purpose of the Star Plasma Vessel was always tied to this very outcome. After the Star Plasma Vessel incident, Tengen had no choice but to abandon assimilation. How he maintained his form afterward remained a mystery, but he had become something closer to a cursed spirit, an anomaly within the balance of the world. No one knew how long Tengen could exist like this, or when his death, and subsequent evolution, would finally come. But now, Gojo understood, it was happening today. Kenjaku. Gojo's gaze shifted to the smiling figure in the distance. This man, using Geto's cursed spirit manipulation, had taken control of Tengen and issued a single command, perish. For Tengen, death was not an end but a transition. Tengen was not afraid of death. But what would emerge after this evolution? What if his new form turned against them? My technique hasn't recovered yet. Just a bit longer. Thankfully, Tengen's transformation wasn't instantaneous. The change was slow, buying Gojo time. He launched another assault on Kenjaku, whose guard had become noticeably lax. Kenjaku focused only on shielding vital areas, taking each hit with a grin that never wavered. "You're too late," Kenjaku said. "You'll soon witness something entirely new." Kenjaku's body flickered, filled with holes, then regenerated. Gojo couldn't kill him in such a short window. If Tengen's new form could stall him even briefly, Kenjaku might escape. Both of their cursed techniques suddenly normalized. Gojo, now within arm's reach, fired a red technique at close range. But Kenjaku reversed its trajectory, it spiraled upward instead, and his body dropped toward the earth. Then something changed. Hovering midair, Gojo felt it before he saw it. A strange gravitational pull redirected the red, turning it back toward Kenjaku. Hollow technique, purple. Kenjaku called forth a sacrificial cursed spirit to absorb the blow, but Gojo was already launching his next attack, Unlimited Void. Womb. Kenjaku clenched his teeth, attempting his own domain expansion. But his energy and condition couldn't support it. That single misstep sealed his fate, he was engulfed by Unlimited Void. Frozen in place, Kenjaku couldn't move. Gojo exhaled in relief. He deployed his domain just in time. Now, he could finally finish this. But then. Gojo Satoru. A voice echoed behind him. It felt like facing a true enemy. Inside Unlimited Void, only Gojo and those he physically touched were immune to its effects. Yet now, someone was moving freely within it. And the voice, it was unmistakably Tengen's. Gojo turned, tense and alert, only to see nothing at first. Then his senses screamed, someone, immense was standing there. "It is I." The voice wasn't spoken aloud. It transmitted directly into Gojo's mind. Not words, but pure intent and knowledge, passed on in an instant. "I am Tengen. I didn't expect it to come to this. What you see now is the last remnant of who I was. I followed Kenjaku out of curiosity, to understand what he truly wanted." Tengen's presence continued telepathically. "My previous form may have been spirit-like, but it wasn't truly a cursed spirit. Kenjaku only held temporary control over me. Still, I never thought you'd force him into a corner like this. To escape, he chose to end my existence, forcing my technique to evolve." His tone sharpened. "Gojo Satoru, Kenjaku still has one final move. Destroying his current body won't stop him, he'll simply inhabit a new one. It'll delay him, but that's all. The real threat is Sukuna. He's the centerpiece of Kenjaku's plan, the power he'll use to bring down the existing order." Gojo remained silent, then asked mentally, "You seem to know them well." It didn't match the Tengen he remembered. Back at the tombs of the Star Corridor, Tengen claimed little knowledge of Kenjaku. "You're perceptive," Tengen replied. "There's time, so I'll tell you everything. You are this era's guides, while I am a remnant of the past. Yes, Kenjaku, Sukuna, and I go way back. We all hail from the Heian era, the golden age of Jujutsu. Once, you could have even called us friends." The claim made Gojo bristle, but he listened. "Gojo Satoru, as the strongest, have you ever wondered what lies beyond the strength of a Jujutsu sorcerer? What is the end goal of our evolution?" Before Gojo could reply, Tengen continued. "One of us dared to ask that question, and he searched for the answer. He met someone nearly at that level, then someone even closer. That person was me. Legends of gods and Buddhas exist because collective belief births powerful curses. But what if gods themselves were once Jujutsu sorcerers?" Tengen's usually emotionless tone wavered. "To transcend sorcery and become myth, that was our pursuit. Kenjaku, drawing from my technique, joined forces with Sukuna to explore that unknown path. And he, partially succeeded." Gojo was stunned. These truths had never been documented. The history of Jujutsu had hidden all of this. "So, he's Ryomen Sukuna?" Gojo asked. Tengen's reply was brief, "Not exactly. It's a coincidence. As Sukuna walked the path of Jujutsu, he slowly became the very image of the Ryomen Sukuna from legend. And by aligning with the myth, he gained something extraordinary." Tengen revealed more. Sukuna shed his old identity and fully became Sukuna. With that, his power soared to uncharted levels. But the cost was steep. His soul fell into darkness. He fell from grace. Gojo took this in, then asked, "Didn't he succeed?" Tengen answered, "No. We sought godhood, not monstrosity. Sukuna's path led to ruin. Kenjaku eventually left him, and found someone else. Gojo's instinct stirred. That person was Sugawara no Michizane, your ancestor. A genius who once outshone all others. The revelation hit hard. But Tengen went on. Kenjaku learned from Sukuna's failure. Michizane, being his opposite, brought Kenjaku closer to success than ever before. But it was as if the ambition to reach the gods was cursed. They failed. The cost was far greater than Sukuna's fall. Michizane's power lingered so strongly that even the Fujiwara clan nearly fell beneath its shadow. Tengen's voice carried a tinge of regret. We each took different paths. Sukuna became the Curse King. Kenjaku turned to cursed spirits. And I, tied by my technique to a doomed fate, simply tried to endure. Finally, his tone steadied. Kenjaku's goal is the birth of a curse of curses. Using Sukuna, he intends to carve a new path, one darker and more dangerous than ever before. __. Milestones. 100 Power Stones equals 1 bonus chapter. 200 Power Stones equals 3 bonus chapters. __. Chapter 147, 147, Legacy of Godhood. Tengen's final act was to entrust everything to Gojo Satoru, even the flawed path of ascension to godhood. Though its usefulness was uncertain, perhaps it could serve as a seed. She imprinted all that complexity into Gojo's mind. At that moment, he felt something similar to what her enemies experienced when caught in unlimited void. Once finished, Tengen held still. Gojo sensed her presence fade from his domain. She had vanished, replaced by an unknown entity, something that could only be described as Tengen. Gojo retracted his domain. Kenjaku, his brain overloaded, lay still, struggling to regain composure. Their conversation might have felt eternal, but in reality it had lasted only moments, processed at uncanny speed. When Kenjaku recovered consciousness, he realized Tengen hadn't deployed an indiscriminate attack. That meant, he could die here. Gojo spoke softly, the path you ventured down. I didn't expect your origin to be so compelling. Kenjaku connected the words to Tengen's situation and suddenly understood. The dust on his sealed memories began to lift. For someone who had lived a millennium, how would they manage memories that stretched back through history? Kenjaku's answer had been to compartmentalize them, locking them in mental-only boxes, retrieving them only when needed. Now, the earliest memory corridor surged back into clarity. Tengen, always so naive. How much did she tell you? Gojo noted with curiosity Kenjaku referring to Tengen as she. Gender apparently had little meaning. Tengen had altered her body via star plasma vessel assimilation. Gojo was surprised, but this wasn't the moment to dwell on that detail. Tengen shared everything, your plans with Sukuna, your story from 1,000 years past. With cursed energy already ready to strike, Gojo could destroy Kenjaku with a flick of his fingers, hollow technique, purple at point-blank range. But Kenjaku no longer summoned resistance. Under Gojo's 6 eyes, his cursed energy shrank, he simply smiled, resigned. But unfortunately this remains an open scheme. As long as you can't abandon your comrades, or rather, you can't abandon your pride, believing you can both defeat Sukuna and save them, this fate is bound to repeat. Kenjaku met Gojo's blue gaze. In his mind the figure of Tengen returned with resolute clarity. After witnessing Sukuna's failure, Kenjaku relentlessly found her again. By that time Kenjaku's reputation had plummeted, the curse of associating with Sukuna. Though Sukuna had triumphed over countless sorcerers and earned godlike repute, people's fear replaced their hatred. Kenjaku invested considerable effort to contact Tengen and presented the ascension to godhood method. Sugawara no Michizane, after deliberation, accepted it and verified it contained no deception. Then Kenjaku withdrew and observed, recording until the final failure. His ultimate conclusion struck him: humans cannot ascend to godhood. Disillusioned, he abandoned his earlier path and engineered a technique for continuous reincarnation. To evade death permanently, he helped Sukuna fragment his soul into 20 pieces, encasing them in cursed objects. Tengen became guardian of low-level sorcerers and civilians until the Jujutsu world descended into desolation. Kenjaku continued seeking possibilities. Gojo's voice broke through again. Rather than question past events, he asked, how do you inhabit other bodies to live? Kenjaku paused, then laughed. This, you see. He pressed a hand to the stitches at his forehead, an ugly sight. A premonition burned in Gojo's mind. Kenjaku pulled the thread, twisted off the top of his skull like a lid, revealing a living brain coiled inside, a large grotesque mouth at center. There. That's it. Still clinging to such delusions. Kenjaku mocked, forgot. You killed that being with your own hands. Gojo's voice chilled, you also killed your friend. Kenjaku reattached the skull and restitched it casually. With cold calm, he replied, death means nothing to Tengen. I know her technique better than anyone. Many of you assume a mind's death marks a person's end. But that's false. Tengen will endure, just as I won't deny my original self. I may never see her again, but she will see us. In a sense, this is the fated path to ascension. Purple light swirled, beside Gojo a vortex spun into being. Won't you ask more? I can tell all. Gojo held up 2 fingers, no need. I'll deal with Sukuna, and then find you. He unleashed hollow technique, purple at max scale. Kenjaku's cursed spirits were mere fodder, his body would not survive. He let the technique shine one last time. The violet surge pierced Kenjaku's defenses within moments. Under its crushing power, he was utterly annihilated. When the lingering energy cleared, only drifting dust remained. After a heartbeat, Gojo also vanished. Time reversed. Sukuna's malevolent shrine activated again. Infinite slashes tore into Hajime, slicing blood into mist before impacts landed. His body sustained horrific wounds reaching bone. His cursed energy kept him from disintegration, yet gore and deep cuts, especially the slashes called dismantle, were unavoidable. Just as Hajime seemed a blurred, broken form, everything snapped back as if mirrored, reality rewrote itself. Time wheel, reverse. Past injuries disappeared. Hajime now stood inside Sukuna's domain, engulfed by ceaseless blades. He flickered between a bloodied form and normal flesh. Time stop offered limited help, this domain remained unbreachable. He realized then the difference between an open domain and a closed one. The Buddhist altar structure seemed critical to the domain's integrity. Its earlier destruction had destabilized Sukuna's domain. Now it functioned as a secondary core, relieving the caster's burden like a semi-cursed object. Even without the original caster, the domain sustained itself. Destroy this core again. After marking the target, Hajime held off on entering time null state. Sukuna's domain churned into a hell of moving blades, gaps nearly non-existent. If Hajime activated his technique recklessly, he'd be impaled like walking into thorned wires. Instead, he conserved energy and prepared to close in before unleashing his technique to strike the altar. He advanced through the slashes. Sukuna, now with 4 arms, showed northwest hesitation in close combat. He remained still, his grin sinister, letting blades wear down Hajime, waiting for him to commit. Time wheel, spin. Entering time null, Hajime calculated distance between himself, Sukuna, and the altar. Bypassing Sukuna risked leaving him exposed the moment his technique expired. The solution, cut down the obstacle first. Chapter 148, Intense battle between Sukuna and Hajime. When the technique was dispelled, the compressed explosions erupted at last. It was the sound of Hajime breaking through Sukuna's front, his cursed sword cleaving through the countless invisible blades encircling the king of curses. Stripping away those oppressive slashes, Hajime used the momentum of his assault to cross his 2 swords and carve deep, gruesome wounds into Sukuna's body before following up with a brutal kick. This guy, his defense really is insane, Hajime muttered under his breath. Although mindful of Itadori's body, Hajime hadn't specifically targeted Sukuna's fatal points. He estimated that even if he went all out for a kill shot, it wouldn't guarantee success without a perfect surprise strike. That's the reality of cursed techniques. At Sukuna's level, his body reinforced by cursed energy could shrug off firearms and still decimate opponents. Add a technique, and it became terrifying. The only real solution was fire against fire, using cursed energy to counter cursed energy. Whether through techniques or close combat, once one side gained an overwhelming advantage, the battle tilted fast. But if the energy levels were near equal, things played out like they were now. Hajime could pierce Sukuna's defenses, but due to the combined strength of his technique, cursed energy reinforcement, and reverse cursed technique, an instant kill was nearly impossible. Maybe if he used time stop. But doing so came with a cost. After using time stop, there was a cooldown period where Hajime's technique would be unusable. It wasn't as severe as a full technique meltdown, but even a short vulnerability was dangerous against someone like Sukuna. So for now, he was forced into a war of attrition. Victory hinged on one thing, whether he could destroy Sukuna's domain. If I can break his domain with just my technique, then deploying my own domain will end this. A direct domain clash still feels too risky. Fushiguro, Itadori, you better act soon. If you don't, I'll be forced to kill Sukuna myself. Hajime had been counting on Megumi Fushiguro and the others to act within the dream realm. If Itadori's consciousness could be rescued, there was a real chance of suppressing Sukuna. Even if things spiraled further, at least he'd tried. Sukuna was far beyond any special grade cursed spirit. Even calling them all special grade felt misleading. Sometimes the difference between special grades was greater than between special and grade 1 sorcerers. After kicking Sukuna, Hajime knew the blow would do little beyond rattling internal organs. The abdomen was a protected region for any sorcerer, just behind the head in priority. But Hajime's goal wasn't damage. The moment he connected, his technique was already dispelled, transferring the full impact into Sukuna and sending him flying. Airborne, Hajime feigned a slash. Sukuna, having recovered his mobility, instantly formed a hand sign with the second pair of arms between his ribs, unleashing a full-powered dismantle, preparing to follow through. But suddenly, the world shifted. His vision blurred. Hajime disappeared. Time reversed. Instinct screamed the answer. Hajime was behind him. Sukuna turned and slashed instinctively, and saw Hajime rushing toward the Buddhist altar that Sukuna had previously blocked, his two cursed swords nearly touching its surface. Boom. First, Onigiri gave out under the sheer pressure, breaking apart. It had always been a grade 1 curse tool, barely pushing into special grade due to the synergy of the 3 blades. I really should get a proper special grade weapon, having to repair it with technique is a pain. Hajime casually reversed the blade, then entered time null state. Violent slashes rained down on the altar, there was no evasion possible. In moments, the demon-like altar was reduced to wreckage. Time resumed its normal flow. As expected, the altar exploded. But something felt wrong. The force of the explosion seemed excessive. Hajime knew the output of his attacks, and this wasn't it. Then it clicked. The domain hadn't shattered immediately. A short delay remained. In that sliver of time, Hajime noticed powerful slashes radiating from the altar. Sukuna, he used his technique to detonate the altar. He destroyed his own domain. By turning the altar into bait, Sukuna used a mutual destruction tactic, detonating it and flooding the area with enhanced slashes. Normally, Hajime would reverse the injuries or expand his technique's area to neutralize the threat. But doing so would also restore the altar, nullifying all his effort. Caught in a trap, with Sukuna ready to strike, do I endure it or, wait, there's one more option. The wheel of time halted. Bound by unseen force, it locked the surrounding area out of time. Hajime plunged Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri into Sukuna's gut. Spider Cutter followed. When the technique was dispelled, with the altar gone, the swords would erupt with full force. An attack that harms the soul, let's see how you like your own medicine. Escaping the death zone, the cursed swords pulsed. Hajime dispelled the technique. Blades exploded behind him, tearing through the void. Sukuna's malevolent shrine crumbled. In a state of technique meltdown, he was hit squarely by the sword's release. Azura. A towering specter cloaked in a demon mask appeared. Its blade slashed at Sukuna. The ghostly strike shook Sukuna to his core, blood poured from all 4 eyes. But he didn't flinch. He grabbed Hajime's wrist. In this supposed moment of triumph, a warning screamed in Hajime's mind. His technique-enhanced senses shifted into slow motion. He saw Sukuna's second pair of arms forming a hand sign, aimed at his own chest. A smile curled across Sukuna's face. Open. A flash of searing heat. Flames burst from Sukuna's fingertips, striking Hajime's body before he could react. They pierced him, then ignited violently. These were no ordinary flames, they were a cursed technique. Worse, they consumed cursed energy itself. Hajime's own reinforced defense only fueled the inferno. His thoughts raced. Reverse curse technique will barely help, if I keep pouring in energy, it'll just burn hotter. I need to redirect it. In an instant, he rerouted the flow of his cursed energy, drawing the flames toward designated points on his limbs. His limbs were charred to white bone. Flesh blackened. Parts of his face burned away, giving him a grotesque, demonic appearance. TCH, fast reaction, Sukuna said with amusement, kicking one of Hajime's scorched arms aside. Transferring your cursed energy saved your life. Otherwise, you'd be ashes. Despite the injuries, Hajime's eye, one burned, one whole, remained calm. Why aren't you using that ability anymore? Hajime asked. Or is it that, you can't? The battle had only just begun. __. Send stones. Chapter 149, 2v. Kamihara Hajime's body remained engulfed in cursed flames that fed off his own cursed energy, impossible to douse by conventional means and impossible to retract without inviting a quicker death. To survive, Hajime diverted energy into less vital areas and sustained himself through reverse curse technique, a last-ditch maneuver. He understood the nature of Sukuna's fire, a cursed energy manifestation via technique. The typical counter would be to overwhelm it with stronger cursed energy, exceeding its absorption, but Sukuna's flames were different. They emerged during a meltdown of his technique. If they absorbed cursed energy without upper limit, trying to drown them would backfire. Unless Sukuna had been delaying earlier to mislead Hajime, suggesting sick confidence in his flames. That raised a key question: were these flames a transformation of cursed energy nature like Kashimo Hajime's, or a separate technique? Could a sorcerer wield multiple techniques? If this flame was unique, then perhaps Sukuna's true cursed technique wasn't a slash at all, just like Yudo Katsu, who seemed to wield multiple effects via a hidden technique. Whatever the truth, Hajime's immediate goal was clear: survive until his technique recovered. Fortunately, the recovery time was short, much faster than a full meltdown. Letting Hajime show any weakness, Sukuna pressed in immediately. Even men, previously excluded from his domain, joined the encirclement. Hajime soon grasped the truth of 2 fists versus 6 hands. Without access to his technique and with his body corroded by flames, he was at a severe disadvantage. Still, Hajime had preserved combat proficiency, not relying solely on technique. That saved him from being shredded at once. At close quarters, teamwork doesn't always equate to 1 + 1 = 2, and Sukuna and men were far from coordinated. Sukuna launched reckless, furious attacks with no regard for synchronizing. Men waited, striking openings when they appeared. She also respected Sukuna's power. Once their domain clash unfolded and their techniques collided, she recognized the gulf between them. Unless she unleashed her area effect move, dangerous to allies, it was too risky. Trusting occupied bodies to slow opponents was naive, and men wouldn't expect mercy. Sometimes weakness is a trap. Crack. Hajime's burned limbs were like charred sticks, bones visible beneath. He abandoned weapons and fought barehanded, like Sukuna. With a sharp snap, his right hand's finger bones shattered. The insect-like armor men provided barely held up against his scorched flesh. Flames licked around them, but those that hit Sukuna fizzled out. Seizing the moment, Sukuna grabbed Hajime close. Clutching Hajime's neck with one hand, Sukuna aimed for his head. Hajime used his left hand, his only partially intact limb, to block. Sukuna's second pair of hands struck at Hajime's torso. Though Hajime had already spent most of his cursed energy, he couldn't stop their penetration. His internal organs ruptured, he coughed up a spray of blood and tissue. A sorcerer's brain holds their inherited technique. Next is the core, the center for energy manipulation. The heart, a fatal target to mortals, was not instantly fatal to a sorcerer with reverse technique and refined energy control. Sukuna's iron-like grip destroyed soft tissue. Even with cursed energy shielding, flesh gave way. He tore out a squirming mass from Hajime's chest, almost effortlessly. Yet Sukuna staggered, blood spurted from where Hajime's shattered arm had pierced his own neck, bone shards impaling deep into him. Meanwhile, Yorozu circled behind. Her liquid metal hands formed a writhing black sword and stabbed toward the back of Hajime's skull. In the brutal melee, Hajime kicked with both feet to separate himself from his attackers. Sukuna, neck bleeding, fell back. The spray ceased. Hajime, wounded internally and suffused with lingering flames, used the last of his cursed energy to force blood circulation, then erupted with force that kicked Sukuna away. But he still faced Yorozu's sword. As he fell backward, he adjusted, contracting midair, then flew toward Yorozu. Just before impact, he extended his burning, mangled right hand, pressing it deliberately into her face, barely evading the black sword. Yorozu hesitated. She knew flame contact could cripple quickly, even if Sukuna could extinguish it. If she lost her limb and failed to embed the sword, Hajime might turn her into a porcupine of spikes. They collided. Yorozu stabbed with the sword while blocking with her other hand. The touch burned. Before she could smirk, she triggered the black blade. Liquid metal erupted into countless black spikes. As they separated from the flames, she witnessed Hajime flipping past her. She lunged instinctively, but a spike nicked her cheek, forcing a block. Hajime had landed. Using the moment to blindfold her vision, he allowed her sword to pierce his palm, using that contact to redirect it away from his head. When Yorozu's follow-through erupted spines, they failed to reach vital points and one even broke. Hajime used the broken spike to bar her pursuit. In that flicker, he disengaged and gained distance. Those precise, brutal maneuvers nearly shattered Hajime. Now he had room to use reverse cursed technique. The cost, agonizing internal burns. Cursed energy drew the flames from inside, but the process scorched partially healed organs anew. The pain, from within, twisted his face, and consciousness wavered. Only when reverse technique rebuilt his heart and vital organs did he snap back, escaping a living hell. Sukuna showed no haste to finish him. After gathering himself, he stood still, lips curling in a faint smile. Your technique has recovered, hasn't it? Shame, you're just a bit too slow. Yorozu, though ready to pursue, paused, haunted by premonition and by Sukuna's stillness. Hajime noted their caution. He had planned to press his advantage on Yorozu, test the energy cost of trapping her with his technique, but she hadn't taken the bait. No matter. He'd try again later. It's my turn. The weak aura vanished. Fresh cursed energy flooded his body. He immediately funneled enough energy to extinguish the flames that had engulfed him. It worked. The flames had an absorption limit and could be overwhelmed. As an external cursed entity, they weren't enhanced by his technique. Weakened already, they could no longer resist surging energy. With cursed energy restored, reverse technique operated at full strength. Hajime's shattered body began to recover rapidly. Internally, tissues repaired. His charred skin peeled away as new flesh formed. Arms regrew, strong as ever. His face smoothed over, fair and soft, though contrasting laser-scored areas stood out. Hair sprouted and he tied it casually in a knot. Standing bare and ragged, his clothes gone, Hajime looked wild, and yet his aura was as potent as before. Any more surprises, Sukuna? He gripped his blade, raising both arms. Having stared into death's face and pulled through, Hajime felt tremendous elation surging through him. Chapter 150, 150, Clash of Domains. Someone once said, a technique is a world. No one remembers when this idea first took root, but it surely came from Jujutsu sorcerers' endless pursuit of mastering techniques and cursed energy. One truth remains, cursed energy is tied to a sorcerer's emotions, it is not unchanging. Negative emotions, anger, killing intent, despair, are the fuel that drives it. The stronger the emotion, the more powerfully cursed energy flows. And right now, Kamihara Hajime was living proof of it. His breathing was calm, but his gaze was locked sharply on his opponents, Sukuna and Yorozu, both standing in guarded stances, aware they had lost the initial momentum. Yorozu, however, refused to relent. She wanted Sukuna for herself, and surrender was never an option. Measuring the distance between them, she began subtle movements, hidden beneath her insect-like armor. Her hands clasped together within the protective shell. Your movements are too obvious, Hajime's voice cut through the tension. Yorozu hesitated for a heartbeat, then pressed on. But to Hajime, her cursed energy fluctuations were crystal clear. The sensation of seeing everything in his surroundings as if resting in his palm was intoxicating. In an instant, he slipped into time null state, and the world slowed to a crawl. Within that frozen perception, he stepped in front of Yorozu, twin blades raised to carve through her armor once again. Reality snapped back. Yorozu had been ready to unleash her domain expansion, hoping for a decisive strike, when shards exploded from her armor, her movements interrupted. Hajime's attack, however, met resistance. His blades had struck something invisible. Sensing it carefully, he recognized the truth, these were Sukuna's preset slashes, woven around Yorozu like a trap. They had an unusually faint presence, almost undetectable without direct contact. The intensity's off, did he weaken them for concealment? Less power, more stealth, Hajime thought. Driving Tatsuka no Tsurugi into the ground, Hajime raised his right hand toward Yorozu. Compressed cursed energy gathered in his palm, glowing brighter and brighter until it formed a sphere the size of a human head. Time will spin. When time resumed, the sphere elongated into a sharp, arrow-like projectile, tearing through every slash in its path before slamming into Yorozu. The destruction spread instantly, her armor shattering like glass. But Hajime wasn't done. He hurled Tatsuka no Tsurugi again, this time imbued with technique. It vanished in a blink, reappearing to pierce Yorozu's abdomen. Amber. A seal formed around her, freezing her in place. With Onigiri in hand, Hajime turned to face Sukuna. The king of curses wasted no time. He launched into an assault, and Hajime caught the faint sting of a concealed slash grazing his cheek, blood scattering through the air. That same type of weakened but hidden slash, he noted grimly. Fighting while sensing them was nearly impossible. Though weaker, their sheer number and invisibility made them deadly. Still, Hajime pressed on. The two clashed, blades and techniques colliding in a violent rhythm. Sukuna was clearly at a disadvantage, Hajime's technique superiority tilted the fight heavily. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. Sukuna roared. His extra hands formed the seal, and his domain unfolded. Endless slashes filled the air, painting the battlefield in blood within moments. 8. Spider's web, heavenly net. Now visible through the twisting air, the slashes wove an impenetrable net around the shrine. Even a fly would be sliced apart within its threads. Sukuna commanded the net like a conductor, directing a deadly slash straight at Hajime. But Hajime reversed the damage instantly, dodging rather than breaking the net. He maneuvered, waiting for the right opening. Sukuna was wary. He had yet to see Hajime's domain expansion, and anyone who could defeat Orochi, even incomplete, possessed a killing blow worth fearing. Soon. Hajime murmured, clashing with him again. Both fighters, sustained by immense regenerative power, fought without restraint. Each waited for the other's endurance to break. How long can your domain last? Hajime asked coldly, re-entering time null state to land more blows. Sukuna's domain wouldn't hold forever, and once it collapsed, Hajime could cripple him. Sukuna, meanwhile, doubted Hajime could reverse damage endlessly. In the end, Sukuna faltered first. His domain shattered. Hajime closed in for the decisive blow, until Yorozu intervened. Having finally broken free from the amber seal, she saw her moment. Domain expansion, threefold affliction. Her domain swallowed all three combatants. At its center floated a perfect sphere, taller than a man, radiating lethal intent. Hajime's instinct screamed danger. The sphere shot toward him, propelled by her domain's sure-hit effect. This isn't from the domain. It's her technique's killing move, Hajime realized. I can't stop it with time stop. Clapping his hands in a binding seal, Hajime's cursed energy dropped sharply. A pitch-black barrier bloomed around him. Domain expansion, returning to nothingness. For less than a tenth of a second, everything was consumed in pure nothingness. Yorozu's domain shattered. The sphere vanished. And Yorozu herself was left drained, armor gone, and her strength spent. A closed domain with incredible destructive power, dangerous, Sukuna analyzed, already plotting his counter. I have to end this before they adapt, Hajime thought. Open. __. Get access to chapters in advance by becoming patrons. Chapter 151, The Barrier Broke. Phew. What terrible luck, being discovered by Six Eyes. Still just as irritating as ever. A man stirred in the dimly lit room. His expression was cold and unreadable, marked only by a conspicuous stitch running across his forehead. This was Kenjaku, who had lost possession of Suguru Geto's body after Gojo Satoru annihilated it. He had prepared a contingency, a backup body created from a fragment of his brain, sealed with a powerful curse that could only be lifted when the main body died. For Kenjaku, the distinction between main and secondary bodies was largely meaningless. He had transferred his consciousness countless times over centuries. Still, the death of the main body, housing his brain, was a novel and unsettling experience. Such a method came with limits. Dividing a piece of his brain, his true core, was akin to splitting a soul, but far more delicate. Unlike Sukuna's soul, which could be fragmented into multiple pieces, Kenjaku's division came at a great cost. Now awakened in this vessel after the loss of his original body, Kenjaku found himself stripped of all but his innate technique. Such a shame, those two techniques were invaluable, especially cursed spirit manipulation. Its weaknesses were obvious, but it suited me well. Still, none of that matters anymore. I can simply observe how the pieces fall into place. Rising with a slight stiffness, Kenjaku refused to brood on his setbacks. Over the past millennium, he had witnessed countless powerful techniques, yet pure strength was never his ultimate goal. Pursuit of raw power led only to an abyss of endless suffering. Even those stronger than him had come and gone. Wasn't he the sole survivor of his era? Even Sukuna could only be reborn by taking the form of a curse. From ancient times, humanity has sought power endlessly. Above that lay a higher ideal, true eternity, not mere longevity, nor Tengen's fractured existence, but genuine immortality, guided solely by one's will. Kenjaku had once attempted that path but was discouraged by repeated failures in his quest for godhood. Now, after long years, he was trying again. Success would prove this path viable. His excitement rose, dispelling his earlier despair. He approached the lone table in the sparse room, where a box sealed with talismans rested. The intricate seals formed a small barrier only removable by specific means. With practiced ease, Kenjaku opened the box and withdrew a pulsating mass of flesh glowing with an eerie purple light. Holding it briefly, he nodded in satisfaction. It's time. Muttering softly, he crushed the mass. The flesh burst with intense purple light before gradually dissolving into the air. Leaving the room, Kenjaku stepped into the desolate courtyard, the only structure for miles. He glanced at the distant sky, sensing the network of barriers across the country. At that moment, a strange phenomenon rippled through all 8 barriers nationwide. Black blood seeped beneath the earth, nearly undetectable under concrete-covered cities. Only where natural soil remained could it be noticed. Simultaneously, the barriers that had long tormented the Jujutsu world began to crack. First, the sky curtain shattered, revealing bright sunlight. The fragments vanished midair as the entire barrier collapsed. Let the game begin. Yorozu was on the verge of surrender. Kamihara Hajime's tactics showed that he could disregard even suicidal risks. Her body would likely be saved immediately, no matter what. Transcending life and death, defying the rules. Such a technique is terrifying. To maintain her combat effectiveness, Yorozu had reconstructed her insect armor countless times during the prolonged battle, draining precious resources including true sphere and domain expansion. Yet Hajime continued fighting both her and Sukuna simultaneously. The scales were tipping. A fiery rocket launched by Sukuna struck Hajime. Though in a weakened state, Hajime dodged most of it, but the edges grazed him, flames spreading instantly like ink in water. Yet Hajime stood firm, seemingly unaffected. The fire surged around him, spreading more than 10 meters before quickly dissipating. He had immediately used a surge of cursed energy to expel the flames from his body. Sukuna's attack, weakened as it was, couldn't overcome him. His hands glowed faintly red, radiating heat, though they appeared normal. Hajime knew embers still burned within, requiring constant suppression by his cursed energy. This was a temporary fix, eventually the embers could reignite deadly flames. Still, he only needed to endure for now. True growth comes only from facing worthy opponents. In close combat against four-armed Sukuna, Hajime had adapted from initial struggle to strategic withdrawal. Sukuna's extra arms gave him overwhelming attack frequency. To survive, Hajime had to avoid drawn-out engagement, striking quickly and retreating before Sukuna could overwhelm him. Experience and adaptability mattered more than technique. Both understood each other's weaknesses but neither could exploit them decisively. The battle was now a contest of strengths, and the advantage was leaning toward Hajime. As Hajime's technique recharged, he prepared to end the fight. Entering time null state, Hajime appeared before Yorozu, who was visibly weakened. Even without Gojo's 6 eyes, he could tell she was far from her initial strength. Few could withstand consecutive domain expansions, only Hajime, Gojo, and Sukuna had achieved it. Hajime struck Yorozu's abdomen, shattering her insect armor. Seeing Tsumiki's frozen face, familiar yet distant, he silently promised, "I'll get you out of this soon." A radiant amber light enveloped Yorozu. She was like an insect trapped in amber, frozen in time. This technique, combining high-intensity forward and reverse cursed techniques and borrowing principles from barrier methods, created a state similar to time stop, but affecting only the target, preserving their thoughts at that moment. Now I only need to keep Sukuna from breaking the seal. As the battlefield slowly shifted, Hajime awaited Yuji Itadori's awakening. But if they failed? He felt the weight of the situation. Knowing Sukuna and Kenjaku shared history filled him with dread. If no signs appeared soon, he would have to unleash his domain fully and erase Sukuna eternally. Just then, Sukuna's body trembled and froze. Hajime narrowly avoided a blade strike. "Itadori?" Hajime asked cautiously, stepping back as Sukuna's extra arms withered to dust. The sinister aura faded, the second eyes beneath his eyelids closed. His eyes were gentle, confused, searching. Upon seeing Hajime, surprise confirmed his identity. "Hajime-senpai." Relieved, Hajime asked, "Do you feel like you suppressed Sukuna?" Itadori's bewildered response chilled him. "Senpai, didn't you eliminate Sukuna?" "I can't find him, is this just my imagination?" Before more could be said, both noticed a new anomaly. "The barrier, it's broken." Their voices barely above whispers, it felt as if the sky itself had fallen. Get access to chapters in advance by becoming patrons. Chapter 152, 153, Sukuna is back. Calling it a tree wasn't entirely accurate, it was more like a towering pillar of warped flesh and blood. The grotesque mass twisted upward, its top branching into irregular growths that vaguely resembled the gnarled limbs of a withered tree. It was first discovered after the barrier collapsed, when supervisors arrived to investigate the aftermath. By then, the pillar already stood 3 or 4 stories high, and it continued to grow before their eyes. This tree of flesh and blood wasn't just disturbing, it was deadly. During a reconnaissance mission using a curse technique with a cursed corpse, one supervisor grew careless and ventured too close. A thorny whip lashed out from the trunk, impaling him instantly. His body was dragged into the structure and fused with it. The same fate awaited the inanimate cursed corpse. It didn't discriminate, anything with cursed energy was a target. The surviving supervisors fled and reported the anomaly. But the tree continued to grow, swelling from the height of a house to a monstrous skyscraper. By the time Jujutsu High's elite arrived, the tree of flesh and blood was so massive that Kamihara Hajime and the others could see it looming above Tokyo's skyline from far away, an isolated monstrosity in the steel jungle. Outside the designated safe zone, Shoko Larry hurried over with several documents, briefing them on the situation. After urgent investigation, we found countless strange growths underground beneath this tree, its roots. The tree itself is in Tokyo, but its roots spread to multiple locations. Gojo Satoru scanned the abomination and finished her thought. Those locations are the other barriers, aren't they? Yeri nodded gravely. It attacks anything with cursed energy within range. Doesn't matter if it's alive or not, it strikes indiscriminately. Gojo's gaze sharpened. It's an aggregate of cursed energy. Immense, dense, dangerous. Hajime crossed his arms. Is this Sukuna's trump card? Should we just destroy it now? Not yet, Yuta Okatsu cut in. Your domain expansion isn't wide enough for this. And if its roots are spread underground, we could trigger something worse. This whole thing feels wrong. The anomaly had manifested suddenly. As usual, Gojo's teleportation technique had brought Hajime and Yuta first. Others would follow. This thing reminds me of Kenjaku's domain, Gojo murmured. Hajime frowned. Gojo-sensei had once explained that open-ended domains often shared certain unique traits, and this growth certainly fit the description. 8 barriers, another Kenjaku scheme, Hajime said darkly. And now this thing appears in all of them. Orochi. Yuta's voice dropped. The same number. That's no coincidence. They tested it first. Gojo condensed a shimmering point of cursed energy at his fingertip, firing it toward the trunk. The blast vanished into the flesh like a stone sinking into deep water, leaving only faint ripples. Its own cursed energy is enormous, Gojo observed. It swallows weaker attacks whole. And there's something hidden inside it. Soon the rest arrived, Kashimo Hajime, Yuki Tsukumo, Megumi Fushiguro, and Yuji Itadori. Kashimo wielded the spiritual sword Butsumitama, lightning crackling along its blade. With a charged swing, he sent a crescent-shaped cursed energy slash into the trunk. Flesh exploded outward, raining down like crimson mist. Effective. Again. Yuki Tsukumo stepped forward, unleashing her round wheel, a long, segmented cursed spirit she rolled into a sphere. She kicked it with such force the air tore audibly. The impact dented the tree deeply, creating a massive crater in its trunk. Kashimo followed up with another lightning strike, expanding the wound. The tree shuddered under their combined assault. Then Yuji froze, eyes narrowing. Wait. I can feel Sukuna's presence coming from it. The statement silenced the group. As Sukuna's former vessel, Yuji's intuition in such matters couldn't be dismissed. Hajime exhaled sharply. Then maybe this thing is incubating Sukuna's body. Like some kind of cursed chrysalis. Or another unknown cursed spirit, Yuta added. Gojo's expression darkened. It might also be tied to Orochi. No techniques yet. Destroy the above-ground part first. Yuki and Kashimo became the main attackers, hammering the tree with basic but devastating strikes. Soon, the abomination retaliated, tentacle-like appendages whipping toward them. Tiger funeral, savage bite. Megumi's shadow expanded, forming a massive tiger's maw that tore into the tentacles. Heavenly lightning. Kashimo's amplified strike shredded the rest. The counterattack was crushed instantly. Then, a new threat emerged, rain. But not water. Blood. Gojo expanded his barrier to shield the group as black-red droplets painted the ground. The rain seeped into the cracked earth, spreading like a dark, pulsating web. The tree is shrinking, Gojo noted. Indeed, the towering monstrosity was steadily decreasing in height, though no less disturbing. Megumi acted next. He summoned the fused Shikigami, Ashioni, which charged with horned fury into the tree's base. The impact nearly toppled it. Yuki's round wheel followed, smashing another crater. Kashimo struck again, and finally, Gojo's red obliterated the last resistance. The trunk split at the base, the colossal structure beginning to fall. Wait, Gojo's 6 eyes flared. This isn't from our attacks. Something inside it changed. Before it hit the ground, the entire structure began dissolving into mist. The blood rain intensified until it seemed the sky itself bled. Then it ceased as abruptly as it began. Silence settled. The ground steamed with the stench of iron. Drops of altered blood seeped from underground and began to rise into the air. It's not me, Hajime said sharply when eyes turned his way. It's Sukuna. Yuji's voice was tight. That familiar, suffocating presence, he could feel it again. The ascending drops halted midair, fusing into a massive crimson sphere before slamming down. The blood didn't splash outward but instead curled inwards, blooming into the shape of a vast scarlet flower. Everyone, long time no see. The blood turned black, sinking into the soil. And from within the flower, a voice both strange and hauntingly familiar echoed across the ruined battlefield. Send power stones. Chapter 153-154, A New Form. A tall figure emerged from the blood mist, towering over 2 meters, perhaps closer to 3, far beyond the proportions of a normal human. His shadow revealed 4 arms, and behind him loomed a winding, serpentine silhouette. As the crimson haze thinned, the creature's full form came into view. His face was unlike anything human, defying easy description. The first word to come to mind was simply, demon. The left half of his face retained a faint resemblance to humanity, but only barely. Below his purplish-black left eye, a massive vertical purple eye had grown in place of his cheek. It twitched and darted about with unsettling restlessness, its gaze carrying a malicious sneer. The right half of his face had left humanity behind entirely, grotesque, scale-covered, reptilian. A pair of slit-pupilled eyes glared with cold amusement, and his mouth stretched in an exaggerated arc toward his ear, bearing jagged fangs with the slightest twitch. His 4 arms were thick with muscle, ending in claws that could shred stone. His lower body, too, had taken on a monstrous form. The coiling shadow behind him was a long tail, covered in the same dark scales that armored most of his body. He wore no clothing, yet the sheer inhumanity of his presence made it seem unnecessary. This was a predator, not a man. Sukuna. The name slipped into everyone's thoughts at once. The being emitted no wild surge of power, yet his mere presence radiated a crushing, contained malice. Sukuna inhaled slowly, savoring the air as if it carried some deep pleasure. All 4 arms spread wide, as though welcoming the world. It's been a long time, he said, voice heavy with nostalgia. Though judging by your faces, not much time has passed since the last time I died. Hajime, meeting the cold stare of that vertical eye, ignored the question and instead asked his own. That form of yours, it's connected to Orochi, isn't it? Sukuna's lips curved into a lazy smile. You're perceptive. Kenjaku proposed an interesting idea, becoming a god is one way to leave humanity behind, but what about other paths? His four eyes glinted, the words curling like smoke. Surpass humanity, and power beyond human reach becomes possible. One path is a mindless curse, near unkillable. The other, an existence that willingly abandons its humanity, becoming akin to a curse in will and form. One needs a body, the other needs consciousness. Together, they're the perfect union. Hajime's instincts screamed that the truth was far uglier than Sukuna made it sound. Orochi's terrifying ability was likely at the heart of this transformation. If they had known of Orochi's existence 1,000 years ago, perhaps every elaborate scheme since had been to seize that power. A curse wearing the flesh of another curse. His gaze lingered on Sukuna's altered features. The scales and monstrous anatomy might be the visible cost of this fusion. Orochi had been dangerous enough without intelligence, relying on sheer instinct. That was why they had been able to kill it through strategy. But now, its power was in the hands of a cunning, calculating disaster. The threat was immeasurably greater. Beside him, Yudo Katsu recited Orochi's ability in detail, ensuring no one forgot its danger. Itadori grimaced. Then how are we supposed to beat him? If he got Gojo-sensei's technique, or Hajime-senpai's. The thought of a Sukuna with time manipulation was enough to silence everyone. Sukuna waited patiently, as though their words were entertainment. Then he spoke, voice calm. Are you done? Good. Show me your limits. One of his hands lifted. A wave of lethal intent rolled out like a crushing tide, forcing everyone to scatter. A moment later, the ground split open in a jagged gash stretching tens of meters. Rock, soil, everything had been sheared apart in an instant. This was Sukuna's cleave, but the devastation hinted he wasn't even using his full power. No one had time to dwell on it. Hajime and Gojo exchanged a glance and refrained from using techniques immediately. Megumi Fushiguro sent out his shadow Shikigami, Itadori, and Kashimo Hajime engaging in close combat. Megumi relied only on Kan for now, testing the boundaries of Sukuna's new ability. This is bad, Gojo murmured. We don't know how many revives he has. 5 like last time, or the theorized 8. Either way, Hajime replied, no techniques for now. Gojo nodded, letting his cursed energy flow into raw physical reinforcement. I'll be insurance. Hajime realized that if his technique only affected allies or himself without meeting the conditions that triggered Orochi's copying ability, Sukuna might not be able to take it. That gave them a slim margin for safety. They struck at once. Sukuna fought with a predator's ease, 4 arms and 4 eyes allowing him to parry, counter, and retaliate in ways no human could match. Invisible slashes carved the battlefield, and every exchange seemed to favor him. A sharp whistle cut the air, Kan was severed mid-lunge. Thankfully, in its shadow state, it could be reformed. Megumi kept to the test, unwilling to risk his more dangerous summons until he understood exactly how Sukuna could copy abilities. But fighting Sukuna without full power was brutal. The first to fall was Kashimo Hajime. Lightning danced along his Butsumitama as he met Sukuna head-on. The spiritual sword drew Sukuna's interest, his eyes tracking it with a predator's patience. The clash of claw and blade rang out, yet Sukuna's talons held without a scratch. Butsumitama was not built for cutting, it was a vessel for its own unique power, and Sukuna was exploiting its limitations. A sudden shift, Sukuna wrenched for the sword. Kashimo twisted to protect it, falling right into his trap. The claws lashed out, but not for the weapon, they tore through Kashimo's chest. Blood sprayed. Only to vanish. In the blink of an eye, Kashimo was whole again, Butsumitama back in his grasp. Sukuna's gaze slid toward Hajime on the battlefield's edge, lips curling into a smirk. A mouth split open across his abdomen, speaking in his voice. I wonder how many times you can use that technique. Then his power surged. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. The open barrier domain unfurled, its oppressive presence crushing down on all sides. Can he copy a domain? Yuki Tsukumo called out, tension in her voice. If Sukuna gained her ability, the thought was terrifying. No, Hajime answered sharply. Closed barrier domains lose against open ones. Use simple domain or amplification. Even so, a new idea formed. Domain clashes damaged both sides, the loser more, but the winner still paid a price. What if they cycled domains, one after another? He shared the thought. Already, slashes tore into their defenses within the shrine. In the tense silence, Yuji stepped forward. My technique's tied to Sukuna. He can copy it all he wants. I'll go first. He stood in the center, untrained in domain amplification but protected by Gojo. His eyes locked on Sukuna. There's something I've wanted to say to you for a long time, Sukuna. His voice rose to a roar. You bastard, pay for your sins. Domain. Expansion. Karmic severance of ignorance. Chapter 154, 155, All Against One. Evil extermination. Yuji Itadori's innate technique only worked if the target harbored malice toward him. And Sukuna. Sukuna's malice toward Yuji wasn't just certain, it was boundless. He hated Yuji, despised humanity itself. Against such a target, Yuji's technique hit harder than it ever had, even more than when he fought Mahito. The moment Yuji's domain expansion unfurled, Sukuna's surroundings warped into something more dreadful than his own blood-soaked halls of bone. A suffocating, alien atmosphere closed in, and then came a sensation the King of Curses had never personally experienced. A deep gash tore open across the armored scales of his chest. No blood spilled, but the wound writhed like a living thing before sealing itself. This technique. Sukuna muttered, eyes narrowing at Yuji. For the briefest moment, surprise flashed across his face. The sensation was familiar, the cursed energy source was unmistakably kin to his own. He smirked. I didn't expect an ant like you to gain this kind of power. But what use is it? Witness, true power. Even as Yuji's strikes landed and fresh wounds blossomed, Sukuna seemed unbothered. The violet light in his eyes blazed, and with a ripple, Yuji's domain shattered. The warped reality dissolved, and they were dragged back into Sukuna's malevolent shrine. Slicing air and cursed energy slashes filled the space in an instant, but another domain bloomed over it almost immediately. Unlimited void. Gojo Satoru's voice rang out as his own barrier eclipsed Sukuna's. Gojo's domain didn't directly kill, so he expanded it without hesitation, shrinking it to a fortified, impenetrable capsule. Years of battle with Kenjaku had honed this tactic. Kamihara Hajime, moving in his time-null state, seized the opening and materialized behind Sukuna's colossal shrine idol. The resistance felt weaker than expected. By Sukuna's displayed power, the shrine should have been guarded far more fiercely. No matter, answers could wait. His twin blades, Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri, fell upon the idol. Only to screech against it like steel scraping steel. Sparks flew, but the surface barely dented. Hajime's cuts left shallow marks that began knitting themselves closed almost instantly. For open-type domains like this, destruction required one of two methods: overwhelm it with sheer power, impossible against Sukuna, or push the caster to exhaustion before striking the core. Even though Hajime's time null couldn't dismantle the domain's framework directly, it could still weaken Sukuna enough to destroy the shrine in one decisive blow. But Gojo's barrier wouldn't last forever. Sukuna was already dissecting its structure, focusing his slashes where the defense was weakest. In moments, unlimited void cracked and fell apart. Without a word, Megumi Fushiguro stepped in, shadows pouring outward. Chimera Shadow Garden spread beneath their feet, another non-lethal domain, allowing full expansion. From its depths, the evil prison dog lunged at Sukuna, joined by coordinated strikes from Kamihara Hajime and others. The King of Curses met their assault with clinical malice. Inside his own terrain, with his technique amplified, his presence became monstrous. In a flurry of blows, Yuji's guard broke. A single slash bisected him midair. His vision spun as he saw the other half of his body drift away, before both halves shattered into cursed fragments. Time wheel, reverse. Yuji reappeared, breathing hard, the memory of agony still fresh. Hajime reversed Yuki Tsukumo's wounds next, then those of the others. One by one, their summoned shadows fell, the evil prison dog's massive frame splitting into fading silhouettes as Megumi's domain collapsed. Sukuna's shrine was still intact, but his own domain was finally faltering. Yuta Okatsu was the next to act, opening his domain to buy precious seconds. Hajime Kashimo met his eyes, a silent understanding, and Yuta hurled the Butsumitama his way. The sacred weapon blinked out of sight, reappearing with a thunderous detonation against the shrine. Cracks tore through the idol. Sukuna's domain unraveled with a shattering pulse. And still, he smiled. He'd let them attack his shrine, because even without it, the fight was his to win. His transformed body blurred forward, leaving ghostly afterimages. Forearms, two slashing with weapons, two weaving hand seals, and the gaping mouth on his abdomen chanting incantations without pause. Each limb and mouth acted independently, maximizing his offense and defense beyond anything human. Now, only the strongest could threaten him. Hajime, Yuji, Megumi, anyone else would be torn apart before they could contribute. Killing Sukuna here would require more than the last hit, tactics used against other special-grade threats. He wouldn't allow himself to die by anyone's hand but those he chose. This won't do, Hajime Kashimo muttered. I need to try something. Cursed lightning surged as he unleashed his trump card, Takamikazuchi no Makoto, Fierce God's Calamity. The Butsumitama blazed with purple arcs, hardening into divine armor over his frame. Faster than sight, he was upon Sukuna. The blade tore through Sukuna's flesh, but the real devastation came from the lightning, which reduced matter to nothing. Sukuna's counterslashes met walls of sparking energy. For the first time in the battle, the King of Curses was on the defensive, regenerating as fast as he was carved apart. Yuji surged back in, evil extermination carving deep into Sukuna's cursed flesh. "Get lost, ant!" Sukuna bellowed, blasting Yuji back with dismantle, spiderweb before charging a second strike. On the other side, Hajime Kashimo's lightning blade cut through the web's threads. Sukuna shifted tactics, multiple cleave and dismantle slashes fell toward Hajime as his other hands formed a bowstring. A burning arrow manifested. Flame arrow. Hajime Kashimo met it head-on. The impact birthed an explosion of fire that clung to his lightning armor like molten chains. In that moment's hesitation, Sukuna pierced straight through Hajime Kashimo's chest with a cursed blade arm. The lightning flickered, revealing his human body beneath. Not breaking free from the shackles of humanity, that is your downfall. The flames roared, but the Butsumitama didn't fall. A hand caught it. Kamihara Hajime emerged from within Kashimo Hajime's own diminished frame, eyes locked on Sukuna. The King of Curses froze for the briefest instant, not to face Hajime, but to glance skyward. The heavens churned. Something colossal descended, a vast draconic shadow eclipsing the battlefield. Time wheel, spin. Targets, Kamihara Hajime, and the Nine-Shadow Dragon, Heavenly Calamity. __. Chapter 155, 156, King of Curses, 1/. The time wheel spun. Kamihara Hajime simultaneously activated his technique on both himself and the dragon shadow descending from the heavens. Sukuna's reaction was instant. Hajime needed perfect synchronization with the heavenly calamity Megumi Fushiguro had summoned, but Sukuna still managed to complete his domain expansion at the very last moment, using his second pair of arms and the gaping mouth on his abdomen. Entering the time null state, Hajime had one objective: cripple Sukuna before the technique's effect ended, then allow Megumi Shikigami to deliver the decisive blow. If it worked, and Sukuna failed to inherit the Shikigami's power, there would still be hope for victory. Even if Sukuna managed to replicate it, the danger would be far less than if he gained an entirely new technique. This was a necessary gamble. To maintain the flow of his strikes, Kashimo abandoned the use of the Butsumitama. Though sharper, the lightning bound to it had burned him earlier even without its power fully unleashed. That lightning was more than simple energy, it was jujutsu in its purest, most destructive form. Destroying the shrine before had been unavoidable, and the cost acceptable. Now, no restraint remained. Sukuna's body was not as unyielding as the shrine, the wounds inflicted by Itadori and the others earlier proved that. With Tatsuka no Tsurugi and Onigiri in hand, Kamihara Hajime launched his assault. He avoided Sukuna's potential weak points, not because they were fatal to the King of Curses, but because in this form, they might not exist at all. Twin blades danced, blooming into a storm of death upon contact. In a flash, Sukuna's four arms were severed. From a distance, he was a grotesque statue, limbs hacked away, blood streaming. All the while, Hajime controlled the dragon shadow's descent, calculating the precise moment to cancel his technique so the colossal strike would land without carrying its temporal effects. The dragon shadow's speed was everything. Megumi's attack, for all its destructive potential, had its flaws. Like the piercing ox, it dealt the most damage in a straight, unbroken charge. For the dragon-shaped heavenly calamity, a vertical dive was best. The momentum was monstrous. Megumi had used this method to subdue Mahoraga after emerging from the dream realm. But the trade-off was a movable trajectory. Once committed, its path could not be altered without bleeding away the built-up force. Sukuna would notice. That was inevitable, and he had already completed his domain expansion. Hajime's eyes narrowed. The dragon's shadow touched the upper edges of Sukuna's domain, an unavoidable vulnerability. The moment of impact was seconds away. He withdrew instantly, his body vanishing from Sukuna's immediate reach. His technique released, and in Sukuna's perception, Hajime's form sagged as if gravely wounded. Above, the dragon's shadow plummeted. Hajime's hand lifted, his technique ready to strike again. Sukuna weighed his options in a heartbeat. Dodging meant Hajime would simply reverse time and force him into the same danger. The alternative was to meet the threat head-on. He didn't hesitate. The dragon shadow entered the domain and was met with a storm of invisible slashes. Its flesh split, sacred form reduced to ribbons, yet it pressed on relentlessly. By the time it crashed upon Sukuna's position, sound itself seemed to vanish, then came the cataclysm. Lightning fused with water in a deafening explosion, the surging shadows transforming into a tidal wave that engulfed the battlefield. Sukuna's figure was swallowed whole. A shattering sound rang in every heart, the King of Curses' domain fractured. Gojo Satoru stepped forward, shielding himself from flying debris before sweeping the dust aside with a wave of his hand. Where Sukuna had stood lay a massive crater, deep cracks spreading from its center. At its base, something writhed. Megumi's voice was grim. Did he kill him? Hajime's gaze was steady. That depends on the state he's in when he reappears. The writhing flesh swelled before splitting apart. Sukuna emerged, smiling coldly. Better than I expected. He had endured the heavenly calamity, sacrificing one life in the process, exactly as he had planned. With multiple opponents, he could afford patience. Now he would only grow stronger. Second round. His body expanded, two twisted horns sprouting from the purplish-black mass of hair. The sky blackened, thunder rumbling in the distance. Megumi's voice was tight. He replicated the Shikigami's power. Not fully, Hajime said, eyes narrowing. Megumi made a hand seal, his voice low. Bura bura yura. A dharma wheel spun into existence behind his head, yet Mahoraga did not appear. Instead, the heavenly calamity dissolved into shadows, wrapping around Megumi. Hidden within his own shadow, Mahoraga waited. The transformation reduced Megumi's cursed energy drain while boosting his close combat strength. The plan was simple, adapt to Sukuna's power until his second resurrection was forced. But the killing blow could not come from Megumi. Sukuna had already seen the heavenly calamity's methods. That responsibility would fall to someone else. __. Send Power Stone's face with open mouth dashing away. I'm thinking of dropping this BTW. Chapter 156, 157, King of Curses, 2/. The second round began. The main assault shifted to Megumi Fushiguro, while Hajime and the others took on supporting roles. Even those like Kashimo Hajime, who didn't fully understand the entire situation, moved in sync under the unspoken coordination between Fushiguro and Hajime, asking no unnecessary questions. The moment they clashed with Sukuna, the scale of his transformation became terrifyingly clear. His power had grown immensely, so much so that apart from Yuki Tsukumo's technique, no one could withstand even a single blow. With the addition of Heavenly Calamity's abilities, Sukuna now commanded water, lightning, and even flight. Each strike, whether a punch or a kick, was wrapped in a burst of lightning or a stream of water. Rather than recklessly bombarding from above, Sukuna used his aerial mobility to full advantage in close combat, breaking free from gravity's pull to dodge, weave, and strike with lethal precision. Each time he touched the ground, it was only to channel more force into his next move. Lightning surged across his arm, forming a razor-sharp blade. In one swift motion, he forced back Kashimo Hajime and Yuji Itadori, then lashed out from an impossible angle. The lightning danced almost gently along his skin, but beneath that deceptive calm lay a killing edge. The shadows of heavenly calamity wrapped around Megumi failed to block the strike. The outer defenses shattered, and Sukuna's blade closed in. It was easy to imagine the destruction that would follow. His earlier strikes had already burned their ferocity into memory. But their teamwork showed its worth. In an instant, Gojo Satoru altered Megumi's trajectory midair, saving him from a fatal blow. Kashimo Hajime and Itadori immediately stepped forward, taking the brunt of Sukuna's next wave of attacks. To everyone's surprise, Itadori held up far better against Sukuna than expected. Sukuna's slashes caused him far less damage than they did others. Part of that was his absurd physical resilience, but the group suspected another reason. Itadori's technique likely shared the same origin as Sukuna's own. Still, Sukuna's intent to kill them hadn't weakened in the slightest. Even if he understood the truth of Itadori's technique, he wouldn't spare him. Itadori's binding vow pushed his technique beyond its normal limits, allowing him to rival Sukuna's relentless slashes in certain aspects. With Hajime as the rear guard, their chances of survival improved drastically. He maintained an unshakable safety net, ensuring that even lethal strikes could be undone before they claimed lives. But even sorcerers had limits. They weren't gods. Hajime's technique allowed him to maintain infinite cursed energy, similar to Gojo's Six Eyes efficiency. However, techniques weren't powered by energy alone, they also taxed the user's body. Just as electrical appliances burn out from overuse, sorcerers could suffer technique meltdown if they pushed too far, too fast. Against Sukuna, that limit loomed ever closer. The King of Curses couldn't be defeated by a single person. Every time they killed him, his revivals came faster and stronger. Hajime rarely used his technique on others, as the strain was far greater than using it on himself. And Sukuna was patient. He didn't need to know Hajime's exact breaking point, he understood that sorcery always had one. Whoever reached their limit first would lose. Sukuna's body, twisted and reinforced beyond humanity, ignored injuries that should have ended any fight. Severed limbs and even his head reattached without bloodshed, revealing a structure no longer human beneath his scaled form. Hajime wondered if his four-armed figure was merely a preferred battle stance, and what monstrous form might lie beyond it. Rain poured down in sheets. Fushiguro's shadows formed a fanged jungle around Sukuna, locking him in. A lightning arrow from Kashimo tore through the sky, a massive spear of raw electricity thick as a man's torso. Its presence alone made the air shudder, vaporizing rain into steam. Itadori and Yuki Tsukumo readied their next strike. Gojo and Hajime waited for the perfect opening, ready to intervene at any sign of disadvantage. Sukuna's forearms parried and struck in all directions, but the sheer number of opponents kept him from dominating. It's almost time. Sukuna's voice cut through the storm. His hands came together. Domain expansion, malevolent shrine. The familiar temple rose into existence. The last 3 times it appeared, it had nearly turned the tide in Sukuna's favor, forcing Hajime to undo countless deaths. Invisible slashes clashed with Fushigiro's death jungle, shredding it apart. Kashimo's lightning spear was sliced into scattered bolts before it could strike. Sukuna's hands shifted into a new mudra. The shadows beneath him surged violently, and from them emerged a massive horned head, grotesque and bristling with power. A serpentine body followed, spiraling into the air. They all recognized it immediately, Heavenly Calamity, the fusion of 9 shadows. But this was no ordinary summoning. The dragon before them was several times larger than Fushigiro's own, its presence radiating sheer malice. Now, Sukuna said, standing before the shrine, I have a helper too. The monstrous dragon circled above him, its form drawn from Sukuna's own body and technique, embodying the unity of 9 shadows. Still, the team only hesitated for a heartbeat before choosing who would intercept it. Maharaga's adaptation inside Fushigiro's shadow was almost complete. Only one final step remained, forcing Sukuna to use his flame technique so Mahoraga could adapt. Once that happened, it could neutralize Sukuna's attacks entirely, opening the path for a killing blow. The chance to end this round was right before them. ____.